the situation will be all right. We will come out from Corona, and we are. If it's the case, both South Zone Conference, national currents will be of offline physical conference. Good morning, Madam Pankaj Mittal. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
So, the Secretary General has joined.
Yes.
Yes.
So, good morning, Professor Vishwanathan.
Oh, good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good morning, Professor Kakotkar, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good morning, sir. President, sir.
Good morning, Madam.
Professor Upendra.
Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Alokji.
It is exactly 10 o'clock. Should we start?
Yes, sir. I think we should start.
Yeah.
Dr. Pani, it is your day. All the best.
Thank you, sir. So, hello and a very warm welcome to one and all. Welcome to the Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet organized by Association of Indian Universities in partnership with United Nations and hosted by Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Indore. On behalf of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth I, Rupali Bhartiya, feel extremely privileged in hosting the prestigious Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet organized by Association of Indian Universities. Theme of the meet is Realizing Sustainable Development Goals through Higher Education Institutions for Securing Basic Essentials of Well-Being. This Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet is dedicated to discussions on Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, 3, and 6, that is poverty, hunger, health, and sanitation. To grace the inaugural ceremony of the event, by their presence, we have with us Honorable Chief Guest of the event, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakotkar, former Chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission of India and Secretary to the Government of India. Guest of honor, Dr. Govindasamy Vishwanathan, Founder and Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu. Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam, President AIU and Vice Chancellor MIT University, Chennai. Professor Suranjan Das, Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU. Shri Purushottam Das Ji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Dr. Upendra Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Along with the dignitaries, I welcome all the Honorable Chancellors of and Vice Chancellors of various prestigious universities, delegates, guests, and participants. Association of Indian Universities is one of the premier institutions of higher education in the country, established in 1925 as an authorized central agency to support the government and higher education institutions in shaping the higher education system of country. Accordingly, AIU has been playing a vital role in shaping Indian higher education since inception by being an integral part of all major decision committees and commissions and being a representative body of higher education institutions of the country. This year, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore is privileged to host this prestigious Vice Chancellors Meet organized by Association of Indian Universities. Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya has been established with a vision to be leader in shaping better future for mankind through quality education, training, and research. The university imparts higher education in varied disciplines with a view to make the students confident, vibrant, dynamic, and competitive worldwide. It's a mark of undying tradition of India to invoke the Ma Saraswati at the beginning of an important event. we will have traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. For this, I would like to request Honorable Chief Guest and other dignitaries to join the virtual lighting of the lamp. I request technical team to facilitate.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीम् वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Thank you. Next is the virtual floral welcome of the dignitaries. So I request Chancellor and Vice Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya to virtually welcome Honorable Chief Guest and other dignitaries. Thanks to all the dignitaries for joining the event and giving their valuable time to us. Now, I would like to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Upinder Dhar, for the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest, the respected Dr. Anil Kakodkarji, Guest of Honor, Dr. Govinda Swami Vishwanathanji, President of the Association of Indian Universities, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruva Segamji, Vice President, Professor Suranjan Das, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Shri Purushottam Sari, all Vice Chancellors who have joined this meet, all the invited speakers and guests. At the outset, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you on this special occasion on behalf of the Association of Indian Universities as well as Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya. As you know, this meet of the Vice Chancellors of Central Zone shall focus on 4 SDGs, that is SDG 1, 2, 3, and 6. In other words, on no poverty, zero hunger, ensuring health and well-being, and sustainable management of water and sanitation. More than 700 million people, or 11% of the world population, still live in extreme poverty and is struggling to fulfill the most basic needs like health, education, and access to water and sanitation, to name a few. The overwhelming majority of people living on less than $1.90 a day live in Southern Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, and they account for about 70% of the global total of extremely poor people. In 2017, economic losses attributed to natural disasters were estimated at over $300 billion. However, this issue also affects developed countries. Right now, there are 30 million children growing up poor in the world's countries. Poverty has many dimensions, but its causes include unemployment, social exclusion, and high vulnerability of certain population to disasters, diseases, and other phenomena which prevent them from being productive. There are many reasons, but in short, because as human beings, our well-being is linked to each other. Growing inequality is detrimental to economic growth and undermines social cohesion, increasing political and social tensions, and in some circumstances, driving instability and conflicts. To end extreme poverty worldwide by 2030, the total cost per year would be $175 billion. This represents less than 1% of the combined income of the richest countries in the world. Governments can help create an enabling environment to generate productive employment and job opportunities for the poor and the marginalized. Policymakers can formulate strategies and fiscal policies that stimulate pro-poor growth and reduce poverty. The private sector, as an engine of economic growth, has a major role to play in determining whether the growth it creates is inclusive and hence contributes to poverty reduction. It can promote economic opportunities for the poor, focusing on segments of the economy where most of them are active, namely on micro and small enterprises and those operating in the informal sector. Higher education institutions have a major role in increasing the awareness about the impact of poverty. Science provides the foundation for new and sustainable approach, solutions, and technologies to tackle the challenges of reducing poverty and achieving sustainable development. The contribution of science to end poverty has been significant. For example, it has enabled access to safe drinking water, reduced deaths caused by waterborne diseases, and improved hygiene to reduce health risks related to unsafe drinking water and lack of sanitation. With the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the United Nations member states have committed to a comprehensive, integrated, and universal transformation. The agenda is people-centered and based on human rights and social justice. Achieving the sustainable development goals cannot happen without ending hunger and malnutrition and without being sustainable and resilient, climate-compatible agriculture, and food systems that deliver for people and planet. That requires comprehensive efforts to ensure that every man, woman, and child enjoy their right to adequate food. Experience has shown that with the right mix of policies and political leadership, and with all those who can contribute playing their role, ending hunger and malnutrition is possible. The Zero Hunger Vision reflects 5 elements from within the Sustainable Development Goals, which taken together can end hunger, eliminate all forms of malnutrition, and build inclusive and sustainable food systems. A lasting end to hunger and malnutrition cannot be achieved in isolation. Achieving zero hunger calls for it realizing the totality of the 2030 agenda in the ways that benefit everyone, everywhere. The overall health SDG is ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. World Health Organization is using life expectancy and healthy life expectancy as reasonable overarching indicators. These are affected not only by targets under SDG 3, but also by progress on targets in other goals. They therefore reflect the multi-sectoral nature of health. Life expectancy continues to rise in the Southeast Asia region. It is now 68.9 years. World Health Organization estimates that there has been an average gain of 3.5 years in life expectancy per decade since the year 2000. Global life expectancy in 2015 was 71.4 years. Differences remain across countries. In 2015, there was an estimated 12-year difference in life expectancy across Southeast Asian member states from 66 years to 78 years. Healthy life expectancy provides an indication of years of life lived in full health. For Southeast Asia region, healthy life expectancy is an average 8% shorter than life expectancy, but with a range across countries from 4% to almost 15%. Altogether, the overall picture in terms of achieving improved health, progress towards universal health coverage, and more equitable improvements in health and healthcare that emerge is: 1, there has been continuing gradual improvement in overall health across countries in the region. 2, countries are at different stages of progress towards universal health coverage, and attention is needed both on access to care and financial protection. And 3rd, there is a need to go beyond average estimates for healthcare coverage. Given the SDG commitment to leave no one behind, there remains much to do to address inequities and exclusion. The monitoring of progress towards SDG 6 is a means to successfully achieving all 8 SDG targets. Credible and timely water and sanitation data provide numerous social, economic, and environmental benefits in both public and private sectors, such as stronger political accountability and commitment, as well as public and private investments. It also enables evidence-based policy making, regulations, planning, and investments at all levels to enrich the most effective deployment of resources. This meet will help us in understanding how higher education institutions can contribute in achieving the SDGs besides generating awareness and preparing human resources for the times to come. With these words, I would like to welcome you once again to this meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. for sharing the useful information about the necessity to work on the sustainable development goals and the role of higher education system. Thank you. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal is Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. She is one of the eminent academic administrators of the country. She has served in the University Grants Commission of India for over 3 decades in different capacities. She received Fulbright Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrators. I now request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal to kindly address us.
Well, thank you, Professor Upur. Thanks for the nice introduction. Honorable Chief Guest of today's program, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Anil Kakodkarji, who is the former Chairman of Atomic Energy Commission of India. Honorable Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, Shri Purushottam Das Pasariji. Honorable Chancellor of VIT University, a great friend who is a guest of honor today, Professor G. Vishwanathanji. Honorable President of AIU, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagamji. Respected Vice President of AIU, Dr. Suranjan Dasji. Respected Vice Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, Professor Upinder Dharji, who is hosting today's conference. Distinguished chairpersons and speakers of technical sessions and representatives of apex bodies. Esteemed Vice Chancellors of various universities who have joined this Central Zone Conference of AIU, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you and a very warm welcome from me and AIU to the AIU Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet on realizing sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for securing basic essentials of well-being, which will be covering SDG 1, 2, 3, and 6, which relate with poverty, hunger, health, water, and sanitation. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Upinder Dhar and his entire team for hosting this conference. They have been working day and night for doing a flawless conference. Initially, we were thinking of having it in a physical mode, but because of this pandemic, we were forced to have it in the online mode. But the switchover was very quick by Dr. Dhar and his very, very excellent team. So thank you, Professor Dhar, for hosting this conference on behalf of Association of Indian Universities. Now, regarding the theme of this conference, you know that India is placed at 120th rank in Sustainable Development Report 2021. So this calls for an urgent action from all sectors of the country. And I feel that due to the unique positions which the higher education institutions hold in the society, there is immense scope and potential for them to contribute towards achieving all the sustainable development goals and thereby accomplishing 2030 agenda. So when we talk of all the 17 SDGs, normally it is felt that the higher education institutions will be concerned with SDG 4, which relates to education. But I feel that all the 17 SDGs, higher education institutions have an important role. Rather, realizing SDGs without the involvement of higher education sector is quite an impossible task. In India, there's a lot of tacit contribution of higher education institution towards realizing SDGs, but there's no data on classified efforts of HCIs on the same. So therefore, there was one impact ranking of Times Higher Education, which assessed the universities with reference to their contribution in realizing UN Sustainable Development Goals. But only 2 public universities and 9 private universities could find place in those rankings. So this was very, very strange that only 2 public and 9 private universities could find space in those Times Higher Education Impact Ranking. So this compelled us to think whether higher education institutions are responsible enough in their approach towards sustainability in delivering education. More importantly, it makes us ponder why we are not able to tap the potential of higher education institutions in achieving SDGs. So to apprise Indian higher education institutions about their role and to reinforce them to take up the task of accomplishing SDGs as their prime responsibility, AIU, as a representative body of higher education institutions in India, has set out to organize all the zonal and national Vice Chancellors Conference. Every year we hold 5 zonal and 1 national conference. So all the 6 conferences, 5 zonal and 1 national, they are dedicated to the theme realizing sustainable development goals through higher education institutions. So accordingly, in the annual meet, which will be of all the Vice Chancellors, which will be held in Mysore in March, from March 23rd to 25th, we'll be considering all the 17 SDGs. But in all the 5 meets, we have taken 4 for SDGs and 1 meet, which is the South Zone meet, which we are specially dedicating to SDG 4, which relates to education, which relates more to the higher education, because education relates more to higher education institutions. So SDG 4 will be 1, and in rest of the 4 meets, we are clubbing 4 closely related SDGs. So in this particular conference, we have clubbed 1, 2, 3, and 6, so which talks about how to ensure the basic essentials of life. So this is the 4th conference in the row of our conferences. First was held in November in Shulini University. Second, West Zone was held in MIT University, Pune in December 7 to 8. The third was held in East Zone Conference, which was held just recently, 10th January by Tejpur University. Professor Thiruvasagam sir, please mute your mic. Thank you. So this is the Central Zone Conference, which is being held today. And 1 more zonal is left, that is South Zone, which will be conducted by Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. We are keeping our finger crossed. We want that this should be a virtual, not virtual, but a face-to-face conference. But nowadays we are not deciding, Corona is deciding every year, everything. So, and the last year, actually this theme was, we were thinking of doing the conference on this theme last year, but when the NEP came, we thought that we should change that because that was more relevant at that time. So last year we held all the 5 zonal and 1 national conference on how to implement the national education policy. And in the end of it, we did bring out a report which gave for every recommendation of NEP, what is the action to be taken by the HEIs or the governments or the regulatory agencies, what is the time frame for taking that action, who is the actor responsible, what is the time frame, and what are the performance indicators. And again, last year, because of again COVID, we could not hold the conferences in person or face-to-face mode. We held all the conferences in virtual mode. And but I must share with you that although the COVID stuck and we felt that the world will stop, the universities will be closed, and so no education will be done. But I'm happy that all the universities were working through online mode, and even AIU was working. Rather, AIU was working more during the COVID period. For example, some of these small initiatives which we took during the COVID period was our University News, which is very popular weekly journal of AIU, which is edited by Dr. Ramapani, who is present here. That was digitized. We also gave the scholarly articles from eminent authors. We did online course for teaching our teachers on how to teach online effectively. So there was a platform called QuedX, which is still there on the AIU website. So any of the teachers, if you want to learn how to teach online in an effective manner, including say instructional designing, presentation skills, how to use technology, all that is there. And then we also conducted a survey on preparedness of Indian higher education institutions. We brought out many research publications like Indian Higher Education Profile, a book on reimagining Indian universities, which contained very good articles, a COVID response toolkit on how to reopen the institutions after COVID, like step-by-step guide for that. Similarly, many more, like including the best practices which the universities adopted during the COVID. NEP, I have already told. We also held the first Khelo India University Games. It was inaugurated by the Prime Minister of India. More details I will be telling in the business session, that what all we have done. But something like equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. Earlier it was manual, it used to take a lot of time. Now it is totally online, starting from the inviting the applications online, making payment payment online, and even the equivalent certificate is in the downloadable form, which can be downloaded by the applicants themselves. So any university, the universities who are present here, if any student comes to you with a foreign qualification for admission to any higher education institution, they need an equivalent certificate from AIU saying that that degree is equivalent to the Indian degree. And AIU computerization, we have almost computerized all the functions of AIU. So right now AIU seniority list, VC seniority list is on the portal. So all the vice chancellors who have not yet filled the VC seniority on the portal, please fill it, because we'll be requiring it in the annual meet, where we'll be deciding based on the seniority that who will be the governing council members of AIU and who will be the next vice president and president of AIU. So please do fill in your VC seniority list. Similarly, we did a lot of work on internationalization of higher education. Now, the present meet, if we talk about the present meet, it is the you know that it is on realizing SDGs through HEIs for securing basic essentials of well-being. We'll be discussing SDGs 1, 2, 3, and 6. And the discussion will primarily address the role of HEIs in the perspective of their contribution, like how they can contribute. There'll be stock taking of global progress towards achieving these goals. There'll be sharing of knowledge, success stories, good practices. We'll identify particular areas of concern and main challenges. So there'll be 4 sessions in this conference. Each session will be sort of devoted to one particular SDG, like 1-to-1, SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, and SDG 6. So we feel that higher education institutions in India have displayed their potential during the COVID-19 crisis and demonstrated that why their expertise and involvement matters in solving the crucial challenges. We are left with only 1 decade, because 2030 we have to realize all the SDGs. So we are only left with 1 decade, rather 9 years only. So we have to work very fast. So the report of this conference will basically consist of that how the SDGs can be implemented by the universities on their own campuses, how the universities can help the government in realizing the different, all the 17 SDGs. And I also happy to inform you that the United Nations was kind enough to support us in this conference and to be a collaborator of this conference. So this particular conference is being held in collaboration with the United Nations, and the report will also be shared with the United Nations, with the Government of India, with the state governments, with the regulatory authorities, and with all the vice chancellors of our country, especially the ones who are the members of the AIU. So I once again thank Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth and Dr. Dhar for hosting this conference, and wish you all the very best for a very highly successful conference. And I welcome you once again to this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing the effective strategies of AIU to obtain SDGs and your thought-provoking address. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Honorable Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, to address the August gathering.
Namaskar. Chief guest of the meet, respected Dr. Anil Kakodkarji, Honorable Chancellor, Homi Bhabha National Institute, Chairman Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission, and former Chairman Atomic Energy Commission. Guest of honor, Dr. Govinda Swami Vishwanathan, Founder and Honorable Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, Tamil Nadu. Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasengam, President AIU and VC Ahmed University, Chennai. Dr. Suranjan Das, Vice President AIU and VC Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU. Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Esteemed Vice Chancellors of different universities, chairperson and speakers of various technical sessions, press and media, and faculty members. I offer my heartfelt greetings to all the delegates and guests who have joined the meet from various prestigious universities on this virtual platform. Shri Vaishnav Trust is a well-known charitable organization in the country which was established in 1884. The Trust is known for its services and activities for the social upliftment of the people of all classes and walks of life. Realizing that education is essential for rapid growth of the society, and leading a happy life, the Trust has been working relentlessly for the development of the society and the country as a whole by offering quality education through technical and professional institutions, schools, and other services besides the university. Presently, 25 educational and social organizations with more than 23,000 students are functioning under the aegis of Shri Vaishnav Trust. It is a matter of great pleasure for us that the Central Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 2021-22 of the Association of Indian University is being organized by our university. The theme of this meet is realizing sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for securing basic essentials of well-being. The meet shall focus on sustainable development goals 1, 2, 3, and 6, which are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and clean water and sanitization. In my view, two aspects will define that how the journey of humanity will unfold in the times to come. First is the health of our people, second is the health of our planet. Both are interlinked. This August gathering brings together the best and brightest minds working on sustainable development. I would like to draw your kind attention to the importance of togetherness and innovation. Sustainable development will only be achieved by collective efforts. When every individual thinks of national good, when every nation thinks of global good, that is when sustainable development will become a reality. Let us always keep our minds open to best practices from all over. In the same spirit, let us always share our own best practices from others. The second is innovation. India had played an important role in shaping the SDGs. Therefore, the country's national development goals are mirrored in the SDGs. As such, India has been effectively committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals even before they were formally crystallized. Sustainable Development Goals promote a culture of co-design and collaboration between governments, industry, universities, and civil society in tackling the challenges. Higher education institutions contribute to the development of nation through the development of human capital, scientific research, social and cultural development, economic progress. All higher education institutions must get ready to do whatever possible for accomplishment of sustainable development goals by 2030. I am confident that energy of our youth will certainly lead to outstanding results. I hope that this meet will enable all of us to learn from each other and contribute to the progress of society. With these words, I once again welcome all of you to the Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2021-22. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words. Colonel Dr. G. Tirusagam is President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of MIT University, Chennai. He gave his valuable contributions in the field of higher education for more than 4 decades and received many awards and recognitions for this. I would like to request Colonel Dr. G. Tirusagam for the presidential address.
Namaskar, Pranam, Vanakkam to every one of you. Honorable Vice President of Association of Indian University, Dr. Sundan Das, beloved and respected Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Honorable Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Shri Purushottam Das Asari, Honorable Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology University and President of Education Promotion Society of India, who is going to deliver the guest of honor address today, Dr. G. Viswanathan, Honorable Vice Chancellor of esteemed University and Governing Council member of AIU, Professor Dr. Ubendar Dar, most respected chief guest of this conference, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kalodkar, respected invited speakers from different institutions of government and private, especially from the apex bodies like University Grants Commission, NAC, AICTE, ICAR, beloved governing council members of the Association of Indian Universities, and officials of AIU, our Joint Secretary Alok Mishra and our Director Mrs. Dr. Pani, respected faculty and officials of the hosting university, most importantly, the participating Vice Chancellors. First of all, I should thank the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya for hosting this Central Zone Vice Chancellor Conference. As a matter of fact, we were very eager to visit the esteemed university and enjoy the hospitality and attend the programs physically. Unfortunately, due to unavoidable reasons, we are compelled to have the conference in virtual mode. And again, it's a big disappointment to all the participants of today. However, the university has organized the 2 days conference by inviting scholars of academic, industries, and research institutions. On behalf of the AIU and on my own behalf, I would like to convey my compliments and congratulations to the hosting university in general and the Vice Chancellor in particular for having been chosen suitable appropriate experts. At this juncture, I should not forget to mention Dr. Pankaj Mittal and Dr. Mrs. Pani, who have played a major role in choosing the experts mainly from government and from research institutions, and most importantly, choosing the chief guest of this day, who brought laurel and bring laurels to the country of India, Dr. Anil Kalodkar, and his presence today, sir. I am happy that we are very fortunate to have 2 chancellors today in this inaugural session. I should make a mention about both the chancellors. The chancellor of this hosting university, Professor Shri Vaishnav, he is not only a chancellor. I am happy to learn that he is involved and he is managing and rendering service to so many hundreds of organizations in his place and throughout India as well. And this chancellor has administrating 23 education institutions, and he is involved in 14 public trusts, and moreover, he is working for 3 religious service organizations as well. Sir, this university is very much fortunate to have you as the chancellor and promoter as well. And on behalf of the students, faculty of the university and Higher Education Fraternity of India, I would like to convey my pronoun to you, Chancellor sir. May God be with you in all your endeavors. And I am equally happy that we have a special guest who is going to deliver the guest of honor address today, Dr. G. Viswanathan, and the founder and chancellor of esteemed Vellore Institute of Technology University. And but was mentioned that the university is in Vellore. No, he has established university Chennai, Hyderabad, and Bhopal also, where in which state we are conducting this Central Zone Conference as well. Above all, Dr. G. Viswanathan is one of my mentors who inspired, motivated, and encouraged me on many occasions, which added strength and energy to me to sail in the higher education system for the last 5 decades, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. G. Viswanathan, for all the good help and support extended to me in all my academic career. Dr. G. Viswanathan is an icon of the higher education of India. his contributions towards spreading quality higher education in India, especially by establishing more than 4 universities, as I told, at Vellore, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Bhopal, is ever laudable. Everyone likes his simplicity, modesty, and honesty. You may be knowing him only as a guest of honor today and the Chancellor promoted few universities. But I would like to share with you and all. Sir served as a member of parliament, a successful member of parliament in Indian parliament. Likewise, Sir has been appointed as the Minister of State by then Chief Minister, the popular Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Dr. M.G. Ramachandran, and taken the cooperative movement to the nook and corner of the state of Tamil Nadu and extended a lot of support to the deprived, oppressed people of the country as well. Friends, AIU invited him today, not because he is the Chancellor of the universities, but also a suitable personality to address SDGs, which gives much importance for eradicating poverty and providing education to the economically backward, depressed and oppressed people of the community. Yes, Dr. G. Viswanathan is not only a preacher of virtues, but also a practitioner. He has established a trust called Universal Higher Education Trust and extends total financial support to the rural poor and meritorious students. Out of them, 78% of them are first generation and 68% of the women. As per the latest statistics available from the university, current academic year itself, rupees 1,90,38,000 funding support given to 1,717 students. It shows that Dr. G. Viswanathan already started implementing SDGs successfully. Our pranam to our Chancellor, Dr. Viswanathan sir. The zonal conferences are important platform, not only to discuss significant issues of higher education, but they also play a catalytic role in finding solution for different problems of higher education through collective wisdom. Further, AIU carries forward the voice of the participating leaders of higher education, who are none other than Chancellor and Vice Chancellors, to appropriate agencies and authorities for their dispensation. At this juncture, I would like to share with you all about the objectives and purpose of these conferences. As far as I am concerned, there are 2 major objectives. Firstly, discuss and deliberate on the theme of the conference, that is realizing SDGs through higher education institutions, securing basic essentials of well-being by listening the addresses of the experts and interact with them, and finalize recommendations to implement the concerned SDGs in the higher education institutions of India. Secondly, as a member university vice chancellors, we have many challenges in functioning the universities on various aspects, which includes implementation of National Education Policy 2020. As a matter of fact, AIU wholeheartedly welcome the NEP 2020, and the Vice Chancellors are very keen in taking forward the recommendations given in NEP 2020, provided sufficient fund allocations come from the central and state governments. At the same time, many of the state universities are suffering due to non-availability of funds, even to disperse salaries and pensions to the faculty. When it is a case where we can go for updating infrastructure and making own universities globally competitive, converting all universities as multidisciplinary universities, then come to the private universities. The private universities are also facing major problems, like not getting equal chance to avail project funding as par with the public universities as recommended by the NEP 2020. Likewise, there is a recommendation in the NEP 2020 saying that all the private and deemed universities to be named as universities only, need not be private or deemed. Almost 1.5 years over from the date of promulgation of publication of NEP 2020, no sign of notification from the University Grants Commission regarding this issue. Friends, for your kind information, I had a rare opportunity of meeting the Honorable Minister of Education, the dynamic Minister of Education, the Government of India, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, along with the Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, on 13th September 2021. And I have briefed the Minister about the difficulties what the member universities are facing in implementing NEP 2020. And I shared with him that AIU constituted a committee in the name of NEP 2020 Implementation Committee under the chairmanship of Dr. S.P. Thiagarajan, along with the 9 vice chancellors of various parts of India. And the report will be submitted to the minister very soon. Without any hesitation, Minister openly told Ministry of Education are very keen in getting such a report. The minister showed that he wants the opinion of the Vice Chancellor as far as implementing NEP 2020 with a full-fledged manner. We have given assurance to the Honorable Minister that that report will be handed over to him before the end of this January 2022. 2 days ago, we had a meeting along with the Vice Chairmen of the Higher Education Council of all the states of India and collected opinion from the governments as well. Before which, we have sent a questionnaire to all the Vice Chancellors of the entire country and collected opinion. All these will be comprehensively brought out as a recommendation and as a report, which is going to be submitted to the Honorable Minister during the second week of February 2022. Likewise, in person, we have shared the grievances of the universities on different aspects also to the minister. Minister assured that all these things will be attended, especially notifications and regulations for implementation NEP will be sent to the universities very soon by the affected bodies of UGC and AICTE. This is for the kind information of the honorable members of these Vice Chancellors who are attending this seminar. Honorable Vice Chancellors, I need not elaborate all the issues in the inauguration itself. We have an exclusive business session tomorrow. I request all of you to participate in the session and put forth all your problems related to academic, research, extension, how universities are being responded and treated by the affected bodies, etc. Dear friends, I would like to share my knowledge and recommendations to take forward the SDGs in our campuses within another 5 minutes. The theme of the conference is an overarching theme for the SDGs 1, 2, 3, and 6. The discussion will primarily address the role of higher education institutions in the perspective of their contribution. Besides, there will be stock-taking of global progress towards achieving particular areas of concern and main challenges, and suggest ways forward in terms of action points of HEIs, government and other stakeholders. Action plans for higher education institutions will be for all the 3 dimensions of higher education institutions, that is teaching, research, and community development. As you are well aware that poverty, hunger, wellness of the community are familiar terms which are very frequently used in global and national forums by the leaders of the organizations and countries. The same case with UNESCO. In its summit in the year 2016, brought out 17 SDGs and given as a mandate to implement by the higher education institutions of the world. Now the question before us is, how can the higher education institutions, the universities, find the solutions to eradicate poverty, health hazards, and environmental issues through our curriculum, research, and outreach activities? If you trace the history of the country, you cannot ignore the confidence of the former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Jawaharlal Nehru, on science education of the university and its contribution towards economic development of the country. It was 1948 at Allahabad University, Dr. Jawaharlal Nehru in his address said, "It is science alone that can solve the problems of hunger and poverty, of insanitation and malnutrition, of illiteracy, of rigid tradition and blind beliefs, of vast resources going to waste of rich country inhabited by starving millions. It was endorsed by Nobel laureate Dr. Sir C.V. Raman also once said, there is only one solution for India's economic problem, and that is science, more science, and still more science and science education. Ending poverty in all its forms everywhere is the first goal of 2030 Sustainable Development Goal. Poverty is more than just the lack of income or access to resources. It manifests itself in diminished opportunities for education, social discrimination, and inability to participate in decision-making process. Likewise, SDG 1, 2, 3, and 6 are going to be discussed in detail in the deliberations. I don't want to take much of your time. Before concluding my speech, I would like to tell about the challenges, a few of the challenges, what I have identified when we are going to implement the SDGs, 17 SDGs. There are many challenges, but a key one for higher education institutions is knowing the depth and breadth of activity, including institutional expertise related to SDG. Nevertheless, there are 5 major possibilities and a way forward. Firstly, higher education institutions are increasingly aligning their strategy to the SDGs, including the use of SDG taxonomy for measuring social and environmental impacts. In doing so, they need to identify which SDGs are most pertinent to them in terms of targets and indicators, recognizing that there are differences across countries and world regions. Secondly, higher education institutions are urged to look inwards and outwards so that they can map areas of relative strength and weaknesses and forge a way forward. This process may involve assessing the extent to which efforts and activities across all SDGs are identified and can be documented and form part of an assessment, sustainability, or SDGs impact report. Thirdly, higher education institutions have to identify, monitor, and evaluate metrics that in a very concise and clear way demonstrate their progress or lack of progress in achieving the SDGs and the additional financial resources that need to be allocated to this task. Fourthly, critical to the success of implementing SDGs is working in partnership with stakeholders, both internal and external. It is also useful to consider the extent to which higher education institutions are part of networks, alliances, or consortia. In doing so, we can establish mechanisms by which higher education institutions can harness joint efforts to tackle some of the common challenges. Fifthly, and lastly as well, the global SDGs indicators undergo annual refinement and a comprehensive review is due in 2025. Leaders of higher education institutions and institutional planners are urged to consider the best way they can use the SDG indicators and own identified ones and the tier clarification in the performance measurement regime. This includes selecting benchmark institutions so that they can fully ascertain institutional progress towards achievement of the SDGs and fulfillment of their own strategy. To conclude, AIU doesn't want to stop its mission of spreading the messages and mandate of UNESCO on SDGs by conducting conferences like this. Astronaut India universities will constitute a committee to prepare a strategies and action plan to implement all the 17 SDGs in all the higher education institutions of India and facilitate India to take a lead globally in making success of the SDGs and benefits to the community at large. Once again, I thank and compliment Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth for making this conference purposeful and useful. wishing the conference every success. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Colonel Dr. G. Thurasagam, sir, for your words of wisdom. It's a pleasure that Dr. Govindasamy Vishwanathan, founder and chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, Tamil Nadu, is among us as the guest of honor. Dr. Vishwanathan's life is a source of inspiration for modern day youth. He introduced various schemes for uplifting the women and unemployed youth in the region to help them become self-reliant. He also elected to Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly and also served as a minister. I request Dr. G. Vishwanathan, sir, to kindly address us with your words of wisdom.
Good morning. Our chief guest of today, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar, the president of the association, very active president, Colonel Dr. Thurasagam, the Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Chancellor of Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Shri Pushpam Das Masari, and the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dev, the Vice President, Professor Suranjan Das, other office bearers of AIU, the participating Vice Chancellors and Professors, and also Professor of the Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya. Very good morning to you. I am happy to be here at the invitation of AIU to participate in the Central Zone, even though I'm sitting in Vellore. Of course, we have a university in near Bhopal, Indore, in the Bhopal-Indore road. So I'm also, I think I also can participate as a member of the Central Zone. I'm sorry that I am unable to visit the university, but I assure them that in short time I will go and visit them. Sir, our Padma Vibhushan Dr. Kakodkar is going to give his inaugural address. Before that, I would like to say something on this sustainable development goals and how is it that the higher education institutions can contribute to it. These goals were adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 25th September 2015, and we have to complete it by 2030. As it was pointed out by Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, we have only 9 years left, and we have, in a short time, we have to complete all the goals. And as a youngster, I studied history, economics, political science, and law. Within 3-4 years, I was asked to go to Parliament. I was elected to Lok Sabha within 4 years of my leaving the college. I remember that, of course, Indira Gandhi was there as Prime Minister for 10 years. Always people used to talk about India becoming an advanced country. Of course, even now we are hearing it after 50 years. I have been witnessing the growth of this country in the last 5 decades. Now, the population is 140 crores today. We are just behind China. Within few years, we will overtake them and become the first country of the world in population. As far as economy is concerned, we are number 6 in the world. And we have crossed $3 trillion. Often we hear our Honorable Prime Minister talking about 5 trillion and ultimately $10 trillion. Is it possible? And as far as per capita income is concerned, we are $2,200. In total economy, our ranking is 6, but in our per capita income, our ranking is 145. That's the position where we are. And with this, we have to achieve the sustainable goals. First thing is the extreme poverty. As it is, people below poverty line is around 20% in the country. And our economic development, no doubt, it is taking place, the economic development taking place, but it is not inclusive. It should become inclusive. Very often I find all the governments, whether central government or the state governments, distributing freebies, and I find it's not going to help the economic development of individuals or families. Ultimately, we should be able to provide employment to all those and also a good salary. And how are we going to end hunger and food security? As far as global hunger index is concerned, India's ranking is 102 out of 117. It's a very, very rare thing where a country which is number 6 in the world economy, in hunger index, we are 102. And they say there are 2 countries which have the maximum poor in the world. One is India, the other one is Nigeria. So our partner is Nigeria as far as hunger is concerned. This can be eradicated. It's not difficult, but we require strong governments and strong policies. Higher education institutions in this country, about 1,000 universities and more than 50,000 colleges. We produce about 3 crores of graduates every year, either graduates or postgraduates. They are going to be the future citizens, leaders, bureaucrats, industrialists, everything. If we can produce patriotic, hardworking, and honest individuals supplied to the society, I think many of our problems could be solved. I always say the major disease of the country in our country is corruption, tax evasion, and black money. We require money for everything, and many of those who have wealth, they don't show in accounts. Unless it's all brought into account, it will be difficult to solve all our problems, especially in agriculture we have to take care of. I'm proud to say that I'm the son of an agriculturist and I know the problems. Whenever I speak of agriculture, I always remember the suicide by farmers all over the country. How are you going to stop this? And what is it that we are going to do? We have not used much science and technology in agriculture. I always admire the Israelis, where the maximum science and technology is used. They use less water and produce more crops, more production. For example, another example is our major neighbor, China. Even though it's a bigger country, the arable land in India is much more than China, but their productivity is much higher than us, both in wheat as well as in paddy. I've been studying only these 2. And how is that they produce much more than us? We have to see that we compete with the international farmers and see that our agriculture becomes profitable so that people, even educated people, will go for agriculture. At present, it is restricted to mostly, of course, except some cases, uneducated people alone. And as far as health is concerned, I think the first requirement is government should spend more on health. All over the world, they are taking care of the health of the citizens by spending money. We spend about 1 to 1.5 of GDP on health, which is very, very less compared to many other countries. I would make a request to the governments, both central government and the state governments, to take care of their citizens' health by increasing the expenditure on health. We require more hospitals and doctors to take care of our citizens, especially the increasing population. But the problem is we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough hospitals. For example, those who want to study medicine, who want to apply for NEET, is about 16 lakhs a year. 16 lakhs of students want to become doctors. But the available seats in the country by center, state and private put together is around 80 or 85,000. That's all. We are unable to solve this problem for the last 5-6 decades. And we are talking about having NEET or no NEET, etc. But why can't we increase the number of seats? We require doctors in our own country and all over the world they are needed. We can send them all over the world. It is possible. But we have not solved this problem. This is the problem of both center and the state governments. And another thing is, if you start a medical college, the problem is you have to spend on the hospital. That's why people are afraid to go for medicine. Government is not helping the hospitals. It is time now that the governments take a decision to help the hospitals so that we will have more medical colleges. And the admission in medical colleges. Take, for example, we admit only 100 students or 150 students. That's why even though we have so many, the admission is restricted. I find 400 students are admitted in UK. 600 students are admitted in a college in China. Why can't we go for such models so that more students can be absorbed in medicine? That is on one side. On the other side, even if hospital is available, doctor is available, people are unable to pay for their bill because all of them cannot be treated in government hospitals. There is no way of saving our people, especially during the pandemic. I find that they charge 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, etc. And poor people are unable to pay the bill. And many of them leave the hospital or die there itself. This is the kind of situation. And it is the need of the hour that the government should think of allotting more money for health. As far as water is concerned, clean water and sanitation, as a country,
So kindly unmute yourself.
Dr. Vishwanathan sir, you have suddenly gone on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Please unmute.
Who muted mine? Okay. As far as water is concerned, we are in shortage. As a country, we have 18% of the world population, but we get only 4% of the fresh water of the world. So we have to be very careful in storing water and using water we require for drinking, irrigation, and industrial purposes. But there are certain times where you get enough water. For example, the monsoon season. But how are we going to store them? We have been talking about, in fact, Dr. Thiruvasan was mentioning about Pandit Nehru. I always remember when he declared open the Bakkaranangal Dam, he said, this is the modern temple of India. That's how he gave importance to building dams. Not only dams, there are many kinds of storing water. In fact, when I was a member of parliament, we had a minister called Dr. K.L. Rao from Andhra Pradesh. He used to tell us, if you link Godavari to Kaveri, South India's problem could be solved. In fact, we are talking about the interlinking of rivers from Ganges to Kaveri, etc. This only remains as a talk for the last 50, 60 years. And we have not made any progress in this direction. We are always fighting between the states in the court, etc., for river water. But when there is a flood, we just leave it to the sea. I understand this year alone, if we had taken enough steps, if all the rivers are interlinked, we can stop about 1,200 billion cubic meter of water going into the sea. If this can be done, only if there is an understanding between the central government and the state government and the need for preserving water. We have thousands and thousands of lakes, ponds, where we can store the water. We have to take care of them. These are the things we have to do that will improve the agriculture and also ultimately provide enough water for irrigation, industrial purposes, etc. As I told you, the most important thing of the country is when we go for improvement, economic improvement, it should be inclusive and it should reach all the people. For example, I will give you one example, with that I will finish. We had 9 billionaires in the year 2000. Now, after 21 years, we have increased it to 142. India has produced 142 billionaires, only next to America, US, and China. And their total wealth, I'm told, is $722 billion, or in rupees, it is 54 lakh crores. This is the achievement of India in the last 20 years. I will give you another figure. The average national income of Indian adult, the average national income of Indian adult is rupees 2,04,200 rupees. This is the average. But the bottom 50% of the people earn only 53,000 rupees, and the top 10% earn 11,66,520 rupees. I am giving this figure to show you that there is absolute inequality in the country. We are one of the most unequal nations or societies in the world. Something has to be done drastically so that these people also, no doubt they can earn more, but they should pay taxes. And the government also should see that a welfare government should spend on education, health, agriculture, etc. These are the things which the government has to do and reduce inequalities. The other thing is our money is being kept outside the country or within the country outside accounts. These are the things where we have to be very careful, and the students who are in the universities, they must have some knowledge about all these things. Many of them are good in subjects, but many of them do not have enough general knowledge. In fact, I have found people, when I ask him what is the name of your constituency or who is your MLA or MP, many of them are unable to answer. This is the kind of situation. I think they must be encouraged to know something about everything and everything about something. They can be experts in certain subject. We should have some knowledge about everything because we are in a democratic country and they should know what is happening in the country. That's what the higher education institutions can contribute, and ultimately India should become one of the advanced countries. At present, our per capita income is $2,200. We should reach at least $15,000 to call ourselves an advanced country. I thank the Association of Indian Universities for allowing me this opportunity, giving me this opportunity, and I thank all others, the Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, for hosting this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestions and enlightening words. Thank you so much. University News, a weekly journal of higher education brought out by the Association of Indian Universities, is a journal catering to Indian higher education system for the last 92 years. University news is popular for the richness of its content and clockwise regularity. This special issue of the University News contains articles and reports on Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, 3, and 6, contributed by Vice Chancellors and other eminent academics. Dr. S. Rama Devi Pani is the editor of University News from the last 22 years. I request Honorable Chief Guest to release the University News of AIU. I request other dignitaries and editor of University News, Dr. S. Rama Devi Pani, to join the virtual release. I request technical team to facilitate. Thank you so much. It's an honor for us to have Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar as chief guest of this inaugural ceremony of AIU Vice Chancellor's Meet. Dr. Anil Kakodkar is an Indian nuclear scientist and mechanical engineer. He was the secretary to the Government of India and was the director of the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Trombay. Dr. Kakodkar has worked for the development of the atomic energy program in India. Dr. Kakodkar was among the few involved in the first successful peaceful nuclear explosion experiment that India conducted in 1974 at Pokhran. He also played a key role in the series of successful nuclear tests in 1998, again at Pokhran. India also demonstrated nuclear submarine power pack technology under Dr. Kakodkar's leadership. It's a matter of great pride that Dr. Anil Kakodkar sir is the chief guest of this event. For enlightening us with your words, I would like to call upon Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Vishwanathan, guest of honor at today's meeting. Colonel Dr. Thiruvasagam, President of the AIU, Vice President Dr. Suranjan Das, Secretary General Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Chancellor of the host university which has organized this event, Shri Purushottam Das Pasari, Vice Chancellor of the host university, Professor Upinder Dhar, all distinguished participants, participating institutions, particularly the apex institutions in the education domain, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my gratitude and happiness for this opportunity to be with all of you. The Association of Indian Universities is an important platform, a think tank, which has been guiding the higher education in the country. I have had the privilege of attending some of these meetings, though long time back, maybe decades or earlier. And so for me, it's like, recounting the history or coming back to the platform once again. And I'm extremely happy about doing so. We just heard from Dr. Vishwanathan some of the stark realities that face our country. And this meeting is about thinking, debating as to how higher education institutions can do something about this, but more particularly in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, 3, and 6. That is, the focus of this meeting is hunger, poverty, health, and clean water and sanitation. Now, many things have been said by previous speakers. They are all very important. And we have this dual challenge of being in the forefront in the global community of nations, and at the same time putting our house in order, as it were, or what we heard from Dr. Vishwanathan, several stark contradictions of fast rising economy wishing to be, let's say, close to the top of the table, but having huge disparities within the country. And this is true in the context of everything, and also all the parameters that we are going to discuss in today's meeting. And as we heard, the time is short. Within 9 years, we have to achieve our targets. And what is it that higher education institutions can do in this context? So I want to, this is a complex subject. We can always tell government has to do this. I'll focus on what is it that higher education institutions need to do, and that too not in detail, but in broader terms, what is it that we need to do, and then come back to a few comments on the specific SDGs that we are expected to address in this conference. Now, the first point I wish to make is with respect to the excellence. And I would like to share a quick cartoon for you to ponder over. Are you able to see the cartoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you can look at that in many ways. But in education, we always give a lot of emphasis these days, particularly on student-centric education. We are also talking about a very diverse country, that is India. Now, however, our mindset seems to be to straitjacket everything. Even the issue of diversity, biodiversity is a big topic for all of us. We all know that diversity is the basis of sustainable excellence. But then look at that caption. This is in the context of evaluation. It says for fair selection, everybody has to take same exam. And now you can see the participants of that exam sitting there, and the order is to climb the tree. Now, does that decide the merit? And then we say that everything has to go by merit. Now, I'm not going to comment further on this, and I'm going to take out this picture, but suffices to say what we need to do in the context of achieving excellence everywhere, but more particularly in the education domain. So let me stop sharing this. Yes. Now, so that is the first point that I thought I must begin with. Having recognized the importance of excellence in everything that we do in our higher education institutions, I think the next point that we need to recognize is that our institutions, knowledge institutions, they have to be both knowledge creators as well as value creator. And for doing that, we must inculcate the requisite aptitudes and capability in our students. Now, we can, all of you are from the domain of higher education. We can look for ourselves whether, to what extent we are doing this. And again, I would not wait for an instruction from government or UGC. And of course, insist on autonomy, insist on excellence. But I think each one of us find our own pathways. Broadly, I would like to say that in terms of value creation, and I'm coming from field of science, I know that in terms of the quantitative knowledge output measured in terms of research publications and so on, I think we are doing quite well in our country. Our publication record is continuously growing. We are perhaps the fastest growing country in the world. And more importantly, in terms of number of publications, we are probably at number 3. But the challenge is in terms of value creation. And this is where, of course, we have a lot of emphasis these days on innovation, on startup culture. But there, you will agree with me, we have to make a lot of progress. Because our economic growth and global competitiveness is actually really dependent on where we stand in terms of our innovation capability and the startup culture. I must quickly add here that the startup culture is one thing and high-tech startup culture is quite another thing. Because, innovation always allows you some advantage, which is very important. But I think what the country needs is the kind of go towards the highest level of excellence in high-tech startup. I know we are far away from this, but I want to put a benchmark which is globally nearly the best. And I think we should explore how can we reach there. The benchmark that I want to cite as an extreme example is the University or Stanford University, whose alumni and faculty have created nearly 40,000 companies that generate around 2.7 trillion US dollars in annual revenues. Now notice that this number is related to a single university, but this number is around the size of Indian economy as a whole. That is the power of excellence. We know we are far away, but I think we need to reach there. That is the key. Something is happening. For example, the research park which has come about at IIT Madras is a great beginning, but we need several such research parks. To give you another dimension of this challenge of excellence in high-tech space, I would like to, just imagine that we are now in an era dominated by high-end technologies like semiconductors, artificial intelligence, computing and telecom, clean energy, advanced aerospace and pharmaceuticals. Now soon, in addition to the high-tech industries which I mentioned, new knowledge frontiers are about to open up. They are already open up in terms of knowledge, but they will open up also in terms of technology. For example, new knowledge frontiers exploiting genetics, quantum physics, cognitive and brain sciences, etc., would start dominating the global economic scene. We need to quickly close in the expanding gap between us and the countries advancing rapidly in technologies emerging from these domains. Not being able to do so would not only put us at disadvantage, but could in fact make us vulnerable through emergence of new technology denial regimes, even in the commercial sectors, which will hold hostage an entire segments of our nation's economy. We must therefore very quickly become a massive producer of high-end and frontier technologies, and that requires a well-knit research entrepreneurship ecosystem involving close partnerships between academia, industry, and the government, which is a critical necessity for this purpose. And I think that's the point that I want to stress as a collective of higher education institutions in the country. So that is on one side of excellence. So that was the second point I wanted to make. The third point I want to make is closer to what Dr. Vishwanathan had said. And that is, as we prepare ourselves to be in the forefront of emerging high technology and be a front runner in global competition, we need to be also aware of the need to quickly bridge the growing disparity gaps within the country that are becoming a matter of great concern. A key aspect is the urban-rural gap. Rural development in India, in my view, needs a special focus in this context, because majority of Indians still live in rural areas, and rural income may well be half or less than half of the average urban income. We heard from Dr. Vishwanathan the gap between the rich and the poor. But even if you divide the domains, there is that. So I think we must uplift rural domain, and higher education institutions or higher education systems in the country can do a lot in this context. I am aware that government has been emphasizing universities and other higher education institutions to engage with villages in a variety of ways. And that's a very welcome sign. But I think we need to do something more fundamental and deeper. And that, according to me, is number one, some of the better performing universities, particularly in the technology space, they should engage with the universities which are located in rural domain, or even other higher education institutions located in rural domain, and through them engage with the local surroundings for meeting their livelihood needs. We can reach, create exposure, create capacity building in terms of new technologies with which they can enhance their livelihood. So a lot of extension activities can be created, but not one-to-one, because then it becomes spread very thin. I would say a local higher education institution or a university, if it is existing in the rural areas, even better. And that should create an ecosystem in their surrounding rural domain where there are facilities for capacity building of people in terms of their livelihood needs, much the same way as the Krishi Vigyan Kendras are doing in the context of agriculture. But we should do that in a more comprehensive manner, more broader context. Agriculture is certainly important. Allied technologies or allied domains to agriculture are important. Value addition to food and agricultural produce is important. But even more important to me in this new knowledge era is to look at the possibilities in both service sector and manufacturing sector. Because today's knowledge era promotes decentralization and democratization. So if the urban youth can make a good livelihood, make an impact through IT and knowledge technologies, creation of apps, and generate so much of livelihood opportunity, why can't we do capacity building of rural youth to do the same? And if you do that well, that number being larger, imagine the impact it would have on India's economy, but more importantly, on bridging the disparity gap. I think the same thing is true in the context of manufacturing. Technologies like 3D printing, additive manufacture, this can happen in a distributed way, and rural sector can participate in manufacturing segment in a big way. Now, today our GDP components, the three components, the manufacturing, the service sector, and the agriculture sector. The service sector is the largest one. And I think rural domain can participate in a big way, provided we provide the knowledge inputs to do so. And we could create, in fact, I talk about a concept called silage, which is actually creating a knowledge bridge between urban areas and rural areas. I don't have time to go in greater detail here, but the concept is that higher education institutions, particularly those who are doing well and who are at the forefront, they should, of course, improve their excellence to be competitive in the global domain, but also engage with higher education institutions and universities in the rural areas and facilitate a broader engagement in the rural domain. And I think one can carry out a massive upliftment, which will actually address all the sustainable development goals, and more particularly the three sustainable development goals which we are talking about, namely the poverty, because we must generate wealth at the grassroots, and this is what I'm talking about. We must eliminate hunger, and again, wealth is the first point, but also do a lot of capacity building of people. And I think same thing is true with respect to health and the clean water sanitation. That was the third point that I want to stress. I want to now come to the last point, and that is with respect to how we are building human beings, because universities or knowledge institutions has an important role. While we can do capacity building and make them great technologists, make them great entrepreneurs, there is yet another dimension, and that is how they appear as human beings. Because while the technology empowers humans, the education that we provide to our young people should also make them responsible, so as to ensure that the use of technology remains non-exploitative and the technology is used to empower everyone around through knowledge and minimize the disparity gaps that are becoming alarming by the day. We must recognize that technology is also a contributor to disparity. And in fact, we have seen this time and again. And we are a country of Mahatma Gandhi, who had recognized this problem. He was not against technology, but he was against exploitative nature of technology. And I think the answer to that is to prepare individuals and inculcate attributes in them which they will leverage technology for the growth of wealth at the right level, at the grassroots, but also ensure that we apply technology in a manner that does not become exploitative. And that's the crucial issue, not just in Indian context, but in global context. And that, I think, higher education institutions, according to me, are singularly placed in realizing such an objective. Now, friends, you would recognize that all of us, we have our human needs, and everybody we struggle to realize our human needs. Sometimes we do this leveraging our human instincts, and which are quite different from the animal instincts, which we are all part of animal world. But the important thing is while existence of animal instincts is quite natural, but I think as human beings, we must make sure that the human instincts always prevail, and we'll make sure that by way of this education, we are able to ensure that we're able to bridge the gaps across the board in terms of key human needs. And key human needs, I don't have to mention on this platform. The human needs, you can have a whole hierarchy, the Maslow pyramid, but the basic needs of identity, prosperity, and security must be met for everybody. And that is the key to usher in peace and harmony, and to make sure that this world becomes a better place. So friends, I will stop here, but only to sort of make a strong suggestions that in your discourse during this meeting, I think several things can be done around what I have said. Of course, the apex bodies can themselves think about this, and they have, of course, a great facilitating role, permitting the local initiative. And if we do like that, I think there is no stopping of a great country of ours, that is Bharat, the Atmanirbhar Bharat or Saksham Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving perception and new possibilities for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals with your knowledgeable and remarkable address. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Anand Rajawat, Director of Shri Vaishnav Institute of Information Technology at Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, to propose the words of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to all. Honorable Chief Guest of the function, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkarji, Chancellor Homi Bhabha National Institute and former Chairman Atomic Energy Commission. Guest of Honor Dr. Govind Semi Vishwanathan, Founder and Honorable Chancellor of Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. Colonel Dr. G. Trivasagam, President AIU and Vice Chancellor Amity University, Chennai. Professor Suranjan Dasji, Vice President AIU. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, Shri Purushottam Dasji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, esteemed Vice Chancellors of different prestigious universities, chairpersons and speakers of different technical sessions, head of the institute, head of the department, press media, and guests. I feel honored and privileged to get an opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this remarkable occasion. We deem it our proud privilege to stand before you and place on record the contribution of every noble heart towards organization of Central Zone Vice Chancellor Meet 21-22. We open our hearts in gratitude and thank you all for blessing us. I would like to extend a special thank to our Chief Guest, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkarji, IIN Satish Dhawan, Chair of Engineering Immense of India and Secretary to the Government of India. Sir, your presence and the gentle words of appreciation are a source of encouragement for all of us. Sir, thank you for sharing your thoughts on sustainable development goals, which are to be achieved by 2030. I wish to express the gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Govind Semi Vishwanathanji, Founder and Honorable Chancellor of VIT Vellore. Thank you, sir, for joining and gracing the event. I also wish to express the gratitude to Colonel Dr. G. Trivasagam, President AIU and Vice Chancellor Amity University, Chennai, and Professor Suranjan Dasji, Vice President AIU. Thank you very much for your guidance and support. A big thank you to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU. Ma'am, I think your support will take this platform greater heights during the time to come. I would like to extend my gratitude to Shri Purushottam Dasji Pasari, Honorable Chancellor Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, and Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, for their kind support, motivation, and encouragement for the successful execution of our plans. Last but not least, my special thanks to Team AIU, Dr. Mrs. Rama Devi Pani, Mr. Alok Kumar Mishra, and Mr. Vijendra Kumar, as well as SWV IT team for their sincere efforts towards organization of this meet. Thank you once again for being with us and looking forward to interact with all of you during the 2 days of deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we came to end of the inaugural session of AIU's Vice Chancellor's Meet. Thanks to Chief Guest and everyone for gracing the event with your presence. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you.
Our next session is the Apex Body meeting. For this, I now hand over the session to Professor Pragya Jarolia. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Recording stopped.
A very good morning to everyone and welcome to the esteemed interface with officers
Recording in progress.
in Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2021 and 22 on realizing sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for securing basic essentials of well-being, organized by Association of Indian Universities in partnership with United Nations, hosted by Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth, Indore. Association of Indian Universities is one of the premier institutions of country working to facilitate higher education system. As we all know that the Vice Chancellors faces several challenges which they would like to discuss with the head of apex bodies. Keeping this in view and to facilitate fulfillment of the planned objectives in its Vice Chancellors Meet, basically AIU organizes an interface session with head of apex bodies. This interface also streamlines the communication of head of apex bodies with the Vice Chancellors. In line with this, I would like to welcome and introduce the chairperson, Professor Suranjan Das, Vice President, Association of Indian Universities and Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Sir is also the honorary professor at the University of Exeter, UK. Earlier, Professor Das also served as a professor of history at the University of Calcutta and served that institution both as Pro-Vice Chancellor and Vice Chancellor of the University of Kolkata. He was President of the Modern India section of the Indian History Congress and the General President of the Punjab History Conference. A very warm welcome, sir. In this interface, we also have Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU and co-chair of the apex body session. Respected Madam already had been introduced during the inaugural session. Welcome, ma'am. Our first speaker for the session is Dr. Rakesh Chandra Agrawal, Deputy Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi, and National Director of National Agriculture Higher Education Project, World Bank. Sir is a fellow of National Academy of Agriculture Sciences. He is a recipient of Dr. M.S. Randhawa Award of NAAS for outstanding contribution in agriculture administration. Digital India Award of Government of India conferred by Honorable President of India and many other national and international awards. On behalf of AIU and SBBB, I welcome you, sir. Next speaker for the interface is Dr. Rajendra Kakade, Advisor, AICT New Delhi. Previously, he was professor at Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Rashtra Sant Tukadauji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Maharashtra. Dr. Kakade, as a Senate member and Academic Council member, made significant contributions in reforms in examination and syllabus patterns. He has served as Dean of Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies as well as Coordinator of Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences. He is also recipient of CMI Level 5 certification in Management and Leadership. Most welcome, sir. We also have Dr. Jagannath Patil, Advisor, NAC, as a speaker. Dr. Patil is the immediate past president of Asia Pacific Quality Network. He has served as consultant on various national and international missions, including UNESCO, World Bank, etc. Sir was invited as a chair of international panel to review the regulatory framework of the Territory Education Commission, Mauritius. On behalf of AIU and SDGs, I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Vinita Sahu, Assistant Advisor NAC in the Apex Body session. For proceeding further, I would like to request Chairperson and Co-Chairperson to take over the session for opening remarks, followed by the discussion. Sir and ma'am, please.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Could I first say a very big thank you to the Honorable President of the AIU and the Honorable Secretary General of the AIU, as well as the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the host university, Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, for giving me this opportunity to chair this particular session. This particular session of creating a platform of interface between the Vice Chancellors and the regulatory bodies, which has also been held in the other zonal Vice Chancellors conferences, has evoked considerable interest. And I'm sure in the Central Zone Vice Chancellors Conference, this session will also consider considerable interest. We also evoke considerable interest. We're indeed very happy that we have, as in other sessions, Dr. Pankaj Mittal as the co-chair. We have Dr. Agarwal of the DDG of ICAR. I had also the opportunity of interacting with him in other panels, in other sessions. We have Dr. Kagde, advisor AICTE, and we have Dr. Jagannath Patil, with whom I had the very good fortune to work very closely at the NAC, and Dr. Vinita Sahu. With these words, Dr. Mittal, could we straight go to the session?
Yes, sir. Of course, we can invite Professor Agarwal, sir.
Yeah. Professor Agarwal, it is indeed my very great pleasure to once again welcome you to this particular session, and I'm sure, as in the earlier zonal conferences, your session will be most provocative and incisive. Thank you, Dr. Agarwal.
Vice President, sir, I am President speaking. Vice President, can I have a word?
Please, sir.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I would like to convey the sincere thanks to the officials who are going to take part today. Out of my experience with them, with these organizations, I found a lot of support which are being extended by all these organizations in the recent past. So I have to share those supports, what we have derived to all the participating Vice Chancellors today. To start with, and as far as NAC is concerned, today the advisor Jagannath Patil is available. And see, we have been knocking the doors of NAC for last couple of years, asking for separate or manual for certain type of sector focusing universities like maritime, finance, performing arts, likewise lot of sports, etc. Because other universities of education and pharmacy or medical, they have been given. As a matter of fact, as a president of AIU, I met several occasions Dr. Shri Sharma, the director, and sent so many communications to them, requesting them to go for a manual for this type of specialized institutions. And for a kind information, sir, the NAC has responded our request very, very favorably and has sent a communication very recently saying that there is going to be a manual exclusively for special category universities, sir. Special category universities. Not only they have sent intimation, but they asked our comments and remarks from all the Vice Chancellors of the concerned universities. Moreover, last week, Dr. Jagannath Patil conducted a consultative committee meeting with the Vice Chancellors concerned. Really, we should be thankful on behalf of AIU to Dr. Shri Sharma, Dr. Jagannath Patil for having considered our request which is going to be a very great help to the sector focusing universities and specialized universities, sir. On behalf of AIU, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to NAC through Dr. Jagannath Patel, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And okay, fine, sir. It is the same way with AICT as well. Sorry, Vice President, sir, it's a time to thank.
Please, please, sir, go ahead, please go ahead.
And the information must reach the participating Vice Chancellors also, sir. The AICT really right now, the advisor Rajendra Hekte is available. He is always a dynamic person, listening the grievances of the member university Vice Chancellors. For the last 2 years, especially last year, the process for giving sanction for courses, new courses, and continuing the courses in the professional universities are taken very serious interest by this Mr. Rajendra Hekte, Dr. Hekte, and without any delay, all the process have been undertaken and permission has been given before commencing the academic year itself. That shows how much a chairman of AICTE and how much the advisor Dr. Rajendra Hekte has given importance for our member universities, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for all the support. Hopefully, this same spirit will continue in the coming years as well. It is my duty to thank Dr. R.C. Agarwal also. And Dr. Pankaj Mittal used to have very good rapport with him. And out of our association with him, recently he has signed MOU with the AIU, which MOU is really big boom to all the non-agricultural universities, sir. Sir, the MOU tells the non-agriculture university students can visit near agriculture universities or agricultural colleges and spend 4 or 5 days totally there, taking food, going around the facilities, infrastructure, learning about agriculture and returning back, along with the supporting of ICAR. This kind of MOU signed with the initiative of Dr. R.C. Agarwal, sir. Now it has been circulated to all the universities. Universities and students are very fond of undertaking that project, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to us, Dr. S. Agarwal, sir. So thank you very much, sir. Such good things will come in future also from all these major organizations. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, Vice President, sir, thanks for allotting time to me.
No, sir. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Agarwal, could you please make a submission?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you once again, Professor Suranjan Das, the chairman of this session, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the co-chairman, Dr. Thiruvasagam, the president of AIU, all the office bearers, for giving me this opportunity and for considering ICR to put forth their viewpoints for the agriculture universities. I'm thankful to all the vice chancellors who are attending this also. Now, as I've been telling, that we have to give due importance to the agriculture education, for which the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, which is the driving force behind these 74 agriculture universities, which have deemed universities, which have central agriculture universities, which has state agriculture universities, to go for the quality and the relevant education, agriculture education, I say. And for this quality and relevant education, agriculture education, we have presently a special project funded by the World Bank, that is the National Agricultural Higher Education Project, under which we have given due importance to these universities for having the global reach. For having the global reach, we have sent till date around 500 students, spending around 15 to 20 lakh rupees per student. We are sending the faculty also, so that we know what are the best practices being followed across the globe, and the same thing we can adopt in our Indian system. We have taken a lot of steps for the entrepreneurship. As you know, the prime objective of our government is the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for being the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the individuals also have to be Atmanirbhar. They also have to be self-dependent. And to make them self-dependent, we have to just see that how best we can have the job creators, not the job seekers. And for that, we have to have the entrepreneurship skills amongst the students. And we have received a lot of success in this. And one of the provisions which we made during the last Dean's Committee, we have a Dean's Committee which puts forth the revised curriculum for the UG programs. And another committee is called the BSMA, Broad Subject Matter Area Committee, which gives the revised curriculum for PG and PhD programs. So under that, this Student Ready, the Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana, which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister in 2015. So we have these 4 components, but one of the most attractive component which is there is the RAWE, the Rural Awareness Working Experience, where we attach the students to the farmers, to the villages, to get more and more hands-on and more problems being faced by the farmers, and to share the knowledge with the farmers also. And similarly, we also attach the students to the in-plant training with the different industries like pesticide industry, the dairying, the animal science, the veterinary, and many such kind of avenues where they get the in-plant training also, and student projects. And the important thing is experiential learning. ICAR has funded 485 experiential learning units to these 74 universities, where all kind of experience these students can gather, whether it's to make a bonsai plant, whether to have the micro, any kind of biopesticide, or any other thing related to the nanotechnology, dairying, the fisheries, many things you can have, seed production, so that the students have been given a motto in that you earn while learn. So whatever profit they make for 6 months, that also is kept by the students, like by making the nursery, by making the seeds, by making anything, whatever they produce, so that they feel they have some kind of entrepreneurship during this. And we are now also focusing to give more and more incubation centers. In the next EFC, we have made a provision so that end-to-end the student should have, from beginning till the marketing, what kind of entrepreneurship skills, the marketing skills they can gather from this. And for this, we have also made the BSMA. BSMA is for the PG and PhD programs, and that just on the 3rd of December we released the new academic regulations, where we have allowed the students for the teaching assistantship to assist in the projects running in universities, and they can be paid also for that. And we are paying a huge sum in the form of scholarships, so that they get a lot of interest, and they can be retained in that agriculture, and it can give the financial support also. So there are many things which we have included, and the course curriculum has been totally revised, keeping in mind the many provisions of this NEP. And the next academic session, this current academic session, the universities have started implementing this revised course curriculum for PG and PhD. And for UG program, we have again constituted a committee to again take care of multiple entry, multiple exit, and to take care of the academic bank of credit. And recently we have started a lot of diploma courses, a lot of one-year certificate courses as part of this NEP also. Here also, one thing I want to just highlight, because the AIU is focusing on the sustainable development goals. And if you see the 80% of the sustainable development goals, they depend upon the agriculture, whether it's a poverty alleviation, whether it's a hunger conservation, or the climate change, many, whatever you just talk for, you will have a relation with the agriculture. And for that, also, the revised curriculum is having sufficient provisions to take care of all the relevant topics, whether they are national policies, whether it's a more crops per drop, or whether it's a the irrigation efficiencies, or it's a making 5 trillion economy, or many things, whatever the Honorable Prime Minister has given, everything we are trying to incorporate for the green economy also. And now we are going to have a mass drive to have this certificate courses. Like just 3 days back, I was in one of the veterinary university, and we could find that they have a massive program for training from each village, one person for artificial insemination, so that they can have 1 month certificate course, and then they can independently have their own employment and certain. So that kind of thing at a national level now we are going to have. The another strategy is for the implementation of NEP. As you know, we have already developed a roadmap. The roadmap has been submitted to the Ministry of Education. It has been widely circulated to all the governors, to all the vice chancellors, chief secretaries, and to Prime Minister office also it has been circulated, and we are working on it. Next month, I am going to call a meeting of all vice chancellors to have the detailed program now, that how much they have implemented already and what are their timelines. And we have certain challenges. We will just see that how best we can convert our deemed universities. For that also, just 2 days back, we had a meeting with the minister to convert the deemed universities into the model research universities by immediately we are doing, but we have to complete this process before 2030. The challenge which we have got now is how to increase the gross enrollment ratio, because that is highlighted in the NEP also. That they say that the agriculture universities constitute 9%, but the enrollment is just 1%. And for that, we are making a study. Within 6 months, we will have the results that what exactly is required in different sectors, so that we can have the increase in the GR according to different disciplines, not just blindly we go on increasing the seats. So that study we are making. And but from this year itself, we have asked all the universities to have at least 10% increase in the number of seats which they have in their universities. The another important thing, I'll take just 2-3 more minutes, Honorable Chairman. So the resilient agricultural education system we have recently launched, again from the World Bank project, where we want to reduce this digital divide, and we want to make accessible all the digital contents to all the students despite their economic conditions, whatever and wherever they are. And for that, we are launching a platform. We are digitizing all the contents. We are having all the online, we are trying to make all the online contents, and sufficient capacity building we will have for all the teachers, so that they feel comfortable while taking this online classes through virtual classrooms. Presently, we have around 400 virtual classrooms, and we are going to have some smart classrooms also under this project. Then for entrepreneurship, we have also made some studies, and we are also just trying to focus that how best we can have the market linkages and farm to market, how the best collaborations can be there. And not only for this, we have started, as you know, the hackathons. And I made a request to AIU also last time that to give a wide circulation to our hackathon. And we could receive 800 applications of a lot of good ideas from other than agriculture universities also. So there has to be a linkage between the agriculture universities and the traditional universities, so that we can have more and more such ideas and more involvement. And that is what, as the President was saying, that we have signed the MOU to have the interest of the non-agriculture students in the agriculture fields, especially for engineering, for biotech, and there are many other opportunities where we can have such kind of involvement. This next Dean's Committee has a lot of terms of reference, and a special one being to start this certificate and diploma courses, and this multiple entry exit. And we have to see more and more courses which covers the entrepreneurship, which covers the self-employment related things. Then under this RAS, as I told you, we are touching many provisions, and there are many themes and we have already started working on this. And for that, we are going to have an international workshop conference during the month of July, if the things go without COVID. And we'll invite around 50 countries where we will have more and more discussion of the best global practices for resilient agricultural education system and for different kind of revenue generation, so that we can make our universities self-dependent. We analyzed certain data that what are the possibilities for having more students. So all kind of things we have already done, that what is the percentage of the students at UG, PG level at CAUs, central agriculture universities, state agriculture universities, and so on and so forth. So these are the 6 volumes recently we launched based on this NEP in different categories, 19 categories of agriculture for PG and PhDs: plant science, plant production, physical science, basic veterinary science, and like fishery science, dairy science, many more things. And we are also finding what can be the employment opportunities. We are going to have now the placement cells. Already placement cells are there, but we are making the uniform guidelines for the complete SOP for this placement cells, and finding at what kind of level, what kind of opportunities can be there for the employment generation. We have digitized all the MSc, PhD thesis right from beginning 1940 till date. And that's really a very good repository. And the good thing, I want to end with this and by saying that there is a lot of interest now in the agriculture. There is an increase of around 60% number of applications for the entrance examination, which we are conducting through ICR. And for PhD, you can see there is an increase of 200%. For PG programs, there is an increase of 12%. And the latest development, which I want to share with the August gathering, is that we are now including all our ICR institutes. You know, we have around 112 ICR institutes to provide the education, and we will link it with one of the 4 deemed universities, and then try to have more and more students for PG and PhD. And also we are going to start the UG program at the IARI from this ensuing academic year, so that we can have more and more involvement, more and more GER as required by the country. And we have to focus more on the pupil, process, and technology to have the better agriculture education. And by pupil, I mean we have to attract more and more rural youths. We are going to give some kind of incentive and some kind of reservation to the rural youths for the agriculture education. And similarly, for the process also, we are trying to have the rapid response, resilience, by having the involvement with the industry. And in the PG program, we have already instructed all the universities that in the advisory committee, they should have one of the advisors, one of the committee members from the industry for each and every student, so that we can have real-time problems of the industry, so that the students are industry ready also. And for technology, again, as I told you, we are making a lot of efforts to have the IT infrastructure and to have a lot of capacity building programs for the students. And I end by saying that whatever change we are making, we have to be the part of this change, and we are changing for the better future. And I can say that at least we cannot predict the future, as nobody was knowing that there will be a pandemic which we are facing all. But at least we can shape the future. And for shaping the future, I think agriculture education has to be given due importance, as its motto is the land grant pattern. Based on the land grant pattern, where extension, research, and education, they go all together. You cannot take out any one component out of this and if you take any component out of this and make the agriculture education, it will have no value and it will not have the significance in the country's economy. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you once again, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal, for that extremely informative submission on how we can shape in future the teaching learning process in agricultural science and agriculture education. And I'm sure this will create new entry points for a very interesting interactive session. It now gives me very great pleasure to request Dr. Rajendra Kagde to please make his submission. Echoing the words of our Honorable President, could I also assert and reconfirm that AICT is becoming increasingly an innovative and also at the same time a friendly regulatory body. And this I say from my own experience, that whenever I have interacted with AICT, I have found it very, very interactive and sympathetic, particularly to the cause of the students. And I had the opportunity to interact with Professor Kagde a number of times, and we do look forward to Professor Kagde's presentation. Thank you, Professor Kagde.
Professor Das, I may have to leave by 12:30 if you just.
Okay. So, Dr.
So
Mittal, can we have the question answer session on Dr. Agarwal first?
Yes, sir, we can. If there are any questions, we can take it.
Yeah. Well, the floor is open for discussion on Dr. Agarwal's submission. Is there any question? Well, Dr. Agarwal, could I break the ice? I'm sure once the ice is broken, there will be questions.
Thank you, sir.
You referred to the multidisciplinary bachelor's program in agricultural science in tune with the new education policy. Could you please highlight what sort of multidisciplinary program you are envisaging?
In fact, now, like I'll just give you an example of one state where they made a lot of universities from one single university. They have made the universities like animal science university, they have horticulture universities, and now even the organic universities are coming. So now they are being now again converted into the general universities. So that means there will be agriculture universities having the fishery science, having the animal science, having every kind of things. So that everything is at one place, and the UG students can opt for any kind of things, and we will have the connection with the traditional universities also now. If somebody is trying to have, say, fine arts, somebody is trying to have, say, the history or any kind of thing, so that sports, so that they can have all kind of, and basic sciences also now we are trying to have in all the universities, wherever it is not available. The physical science.
Yeah. At this point, could I make a suggestion? Can we think of integrating agricultural economics and perhaps agrarian history into the course model of the agricultural education? Because they could certainly provide important inputs to broaden the horizon of the agricultural sciences.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
So I have a query, sir. Since the agricultural institutions follow the curriculum and the syllabi prescribed by the ICAR, and in view of the National Education Policy 2022-20, the ICAR has not yet come out with the recommendations what curriculum or syllabus we have to follow. It has not come yet with the recommendations. Whether the NEP has been is to be carried out in toto, or what are the modifications made by the ICAR?
Sir, as I told in my presentation, for the UG programs, already we have constituted a Dean's Committee, which have started around 4 months back, and they have started deliberating to reorient the complete UG program as per the NEP. And for PG and PhD, already we have implemented this, the revised course curriculum from this current session. And they have all the provisions and the course curriculum which are required as per the national policies and national priorities.
I think they have not put up such recommendations on the website, sir, as yet.
It is there on the website, on the education portal. There is a portal, education.icr.gov.in.
There's a portal, sir. There's a portal.
Yeah. I can send you the link.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We even got the recommendations of ICAR in terms of how they are implementing NEP. So that complete booklet is also there, that how ICAR is implementing the NEP in agriculture education. So that
has
also
been widely circulated.
No, we are already following 15th committee's recommendations.
Yes.
We are already following that. But in view of NEP 2020, there are no such fresh guidelines from the ICAR for undergraduate students also.
Which is your university, Professor Dhar? Which is your university?
I'm in Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth.
Okay, so that's why, because we don't come under agricultural university per se, so ICAR may not be circulating it. But Dr. Agarwal, what you can do is you can send a copy of these to us. We can circulate to all member universities of AIU.
Right. You need the hard copy or soft copy?
Thank you.
Soft copy. Soft copy.
Okay, sure. I'll do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other question?
May I ask?
Please.
Please.
So one thing that like IITs has included multidisciplinary programs, like a technology student can study the philosophy, economic and English language, different thing. So your organization is also introducing like they can study the sociology also with the agriculture, like they study the philosophy, because even now the ministry is going to multidisciplinary.
I fully agree, Professor Mishra-ji. And we are that's what we have given the mandate to the Deans Committee, which is a committee of the deans, where they are just seeing all kind of dimensions. And I think they will come out with such recommendations.
Okay.
We will do that. Certainly.
But in addition, what you should also be doing is that the students in general universities, they should also be knowing a bit about agriculture. So if you can prepare some small course, say 1 credit or 2 credit course, MOOCs course, which can be delivered in the general universities also, so that they know about agriculture. One of the reasons for having that ICAR AIU MOU was that our general students could be knowing about agriculture. So if there can be a 1 or 2 credit course, that will really do wonders for our
We'll love to have it if the universities are ready to accept this.
Just give the course, let it be a sort of an optional course.
Certainly I can do.
Our institution has offered such courses to other institutions during this current academic session.
Sure.
There are some 4 courses we have offered as elective courses.
I am of the opinion that we have a lot of mandatory courses like environmental science, disaster management, human rights.
That's common for all the universities and institutions.
India is an agricultural country. India lives in rural part. So why not we think about it, because we are all in an autonomous body, taking a subject of agriculture as a mandatory subject with the compulsory credits. That will give credit to the discipline of agriculture as well. We need not treat agriculture as a secondary one. It must be a primary one as far as giving education to the students of India. It's of my opinion. Hopefully, we will recommend to the UGC as well. The new education policy that need not be optional, need not be one of the electives. Let it be a compulsory subject, agriculture compulsory subject for all the students of department of all the universities as well.
Dr. Mittal, can you send me the recommendation that we need to have 1 credit, the course curriculum or the MOOC courses for 1 credit course in the universities, so that we can start working on it?
Yes, we'll send
it. Please give us from the AIU side, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent idea.
Okay, and thank you, Professor Agarwal.
Thank you very much, Professor Agarwal. If there is no other question, could we request Professor Kagde to make his presentation? Professor Kagde, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I am hearing?
Yes.
May I? Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, today I'm from home. I'm corona positive, and that's why I'm at home and making presentation from this.
Wish you a very speedy recovery.
Yeah. Thank you. Show must go on.
Very good. Recovery, early recovery, Professor. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're looking on my presentation. It is shared.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to represent AICT at this platform. As a SDG given to focus on, and we are at AICT trying to match the same for well-being of the stakeholders. Every year we call the suggestions from the stakeholders. We make a brainstorming on that, and we include the into the policy. I will just focus on the some of the initiatives which is taken by the AICT after launching this. Professor, as in the introductory remarks, I have gone through all the lectures given by the Professor Dhar, Professor Mithal, Professor Thiruvasagam sir, Professor Vishwanathan, Professor Anil Kakodkar. They rightly mentioned what is the importance of this SDG and how we have to fulfill in within the 9 years. So we at AICT we are also the promised to complete this task, and we are mostly stressed on the Atmanirbhar Bharat and startup policies. And every year we are introducing new and new schemes and initiatives for the stakeholders. So I just stress on some of the schemes which is available for the faculty, students, institutes, and general schemes. So these are the various schemes for the faculty. Includes the STP staff development and National Institute for Technical Teachers Training. Then Best Teacher Award we have introduced last 2 years back for the teachers. Previously it was not. Now we honor the work done by the teachers. Then quality improvement programs, research promotion scheme, quality improvement program with the foreign universities, faculty development programs, short-term training programs for physical education, technical university joint training programs for teachers, technical university joint programs for librarians, professional development schemes, INAE, distinguished visiting professor schemes, IST orientation refreshers programs, technical book writing and translation programs, distinguished chair professors programs, students learning assessment programs. These are the various schemes for the faculty, and I hope the faculty to go through the website. They got various schemes to deal with this SDG. We have the students development schemes. AICT having we introduced this year Swanath scholarship schemes, then youth undertaking visit for acquiring knowledge Yuvak scheme, Lilavati award for the girl students, then PG scholarship, GATE scholarship, then our GPAT scholarship for the students who are doing the post graduations, AICT doctoral fellowship programs, Pragati scholarships, Saksham scholarship, support to the students for participating in the competitive competitions in abroad, Prime Minister Special Scholarship Scheme. It is a very famous PMSSS scheme, ANIE Travel Grant Scheme, Smart India Hackathon 19. So these are the schemes and continued. This year we have the hackathon, Toyathon. Then MTech project as internship with small and medium enterprises. AICT internship. This year we have launched 12 lakh schemes, and if you want, you just go through this website which is given here. Our internship are as Indian as a Pani Puri. So students get the benefit of this scheme when they join these schemes. Either they're getting stipend or without stipends, but they get benefited from the knowledge which is provided by the industry. Then institutional development schemes. So we have the Idea Lab, very fantastic idea by this Idea Lab. We are giving 50 lakhs to the university or institutes, and it is a lab where it's open for the 24 hours. There is no lock, and hands-on training is going on there for the teachers as well as the students. Then scheme for promoting interest, creativity, and ethics among students, SPICES, grant for organizing the conferences, modernization and removal of the obsolescence. These are from last so many years. These are going on, and we are continuously giving the fundings to these schemes. Ishod, Sindhu, subscription to e-journals, schemes for campus accommodation and facility enhancing, social experiences cafes. We have started these. Then grant for augmenting infrastructure in northeastern regions, gainers. Margadarshan initiatives. So in some cases, if they are needed in the Margadarshan, so we are providing their Margadarshak for these. Then research and innovation development schemes. We have many schemes, out of which the collaborative research scheme is there, CRS, under the TechWhip. We have general schemes. This year we have started this Karma Kaushal Augmented and Restructuring Mission of AICT, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Sansad Adarsha Gram Yojana, Atal Ranking of Institutions of on Innovation Achievement. So various schemes are there. So as I mentioned, for the schemes for the faculty, schemes for the students, scheme for the institutes, and these general schemes, you just go through the website, you get everything there. So I just mentioned here what the schemes are there. Then what initiatives we have taken from the last so many years. We have the AICT students learning assessment projects. Then Jal Shakti Abhiyan, we as in the SDG 6, we are saying about this clean water and sanitation. So we have also focused on that, the Jal Shakti Abhiyan. Then one student, one tree, UKRI programs for the research. Then our hackathon, Smart India Hackathon. Then our startups, we also provide the startups to make the India Atmanirbhar. Then clean and green campus. So these are the various schemes and initiatives taken by the AICT, and continuously we are following these initiatives. Then in line with the NEP, I am being a head of the approval process, and we have implementing many of the things into the in line with the NEP 2020. So first of all, that it is a subject barrier diminished. Last year, everyone knows that engineering is done only with the physics, chemistry, mathematics. But we have given one idea to them, students, that the students which is not having the mathematics, so they also come into the engineering, provided that university has to provide the bridge courses of the mathematics to these students. So that if anyone students from the biology background, he don't say that I am not become a good engineer. So these has the provision. We have sent the letters to all the universities to make the provision of these bridge courses. So and the Professor K.K. Agrawal committee this year mentioned about this, that which subject is necessary for the which nomenclature, whether in biotechnology what type of the subjects are essential, for the agriculture engineering which subjects are essential, for software development which type of the which subjects are necessary for this. So it is a list now it is a list given, and whenever there is a necessity of these subjects, the university has to make the bridge courses for the students. So we have introduced this to break the barriers of these subjects. Then we have also introduced this year the merger of the institutions. So two institutions from the same society, they can merge. Previously, the limit was 2 kilometers. Within the 2 kilometers, they can merge. But now we have extend this limit to the city limit. And again, in future, we are expanding the limit to merge these institutions. And we focus on that when they merge and they want to utilize the facilities from these child institutes, then there should not be any more intraday movement of the students. They can stay at one place and they take education there only. But if they want to take the advantage of the child institution, the facilities available there, they can go another day. So this facility of the merger is merger of institution implemented last year. Then flexibility of the land, because of the less land availability, we feel that there is a highest land needed is the one. As example is, if any society running the PG courses, diploma courses, and degree courses, and they need the land of 5 acres of that. So it is a maximum land provided, subject to condition that they fulfill the criteria of the infrastructure. Infrastructure must be there, sufficient infrastructure must be there to run these courses. So every day, every year, so we are reducing the land. which is needed for these courses. And even though if the excess land is there, we'll give the NOC to run the other courses. So only subject to condition is that they have to fulfill the whatever the infrastructure or a build-up area needed for that particular courses. Next is the regional languages. Last year we have introduced these regional engineering in the regional languages for promotion of these regional languages. So the students from the remote and villages who don't have the English language to learn these courses, and we give the one condition there that the NBA accredited institution will start these courses. And at presently 10 state adopted these, 19 institute having started these regional courses in 26 courses in 6 languages. And these introduced languages the Hindi, Marathi, Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Bengali. Teachers play an important role here. And it is a supernumerary which is given when your institute is accredited, NBA accredited. Or otherwise, if you want to start this regional languages engineering, you can close your any of the one division and you can take the regional languages courses in engineering. Then we have also promoted this multidisciplinary and holistic education, as everyone knows that our multidisciplinary education research universities are concepts coming forward. And you know that Banabhat's Kadambari 64 Kalas. So if any student from the mechanical engineering and he want to learn the music, so it is very easy. Either he go through the Swayam MOOCs or take the advantage of the other institutes. So there is a collaborate with the other institutes, or call the faculty from the that institutes. So in future we want the holistic and multidisciplinary education for the overall growth of the student. Then because of this moratorium, we have again this year we have extended 2 years moratorium because of the less enrollment. So for this employability, we have started some courses which is having the demand at world level: artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, 3D printing, robotics. And we train under the Atal training and ranking. So we train the teachers. About 2 lakhs teachers are trained under this Atal scheme, and they get a benefit of this new courses. So emerging areas introduced about 36 areas we have introduced in our approval process handbook. You can see all these things, minors and honors, and what are the new courses we introduced. Then internationalization, collaboration in internationalization of the educations. We have the KVS ranking of the 500 from the foreign universities, collaborate with the Indian universities having the NIRF ranking of 100. So if these criteria follow, then they will start the collaboration between these two. And we have to attract the students for the rich heritage of our Indian music, yoga, art, social sciences. So but in true manner, so we'll be the at the age of the internationalization. Previously, Nalanda, Takshashila universities was there, and I hope the students from the whole of the countries comes to the India for the education. And we want to be a Vishwaguru again through this internationalization and collaboration. Then in national collaboration for aspiring institutes, now this years we have also started the collaboration of the 2 universities or 2 institutes under the NIRF ranking 100. But now we are in the mind that one of the institutes of 100 below 100 ranking and another should not having any ranking, so that it helps to develop the another university or your institutes. So we promote this Indian and national collaboration. Then for increasing the GR from the 26 to 50% by 2035, we have about 11% of the higher education, or 40 lakhs of the students gone through this open and distance learning education. So AICT also promotes the courses like management, computer application, logistic, artificial intelligence, data science, trial and tourism. And about more than 50 universities have taken the this open and distance learning credits. We have given the NOC through the University Grant Commission, which applications comes to us. We have permitted them. These are the technical courses which is run at the universities. And more than 50 universities have taken these courses. And we promote to give them about 50,000 admission per university. Then we also promote the grant of graded autonomy to the standalone institutions for excellence in the education. If the institutes having NBA accredited courses, more than 50% eligible courses, then we'll promote to give the graded autonomy for standalone institutions. Then promotion of these vocational courses, we promote vocational courses. Only 5% of workforce in India is between the age of 19 to 24, but in USA it is at 52%, in Germany it is 75%, and South Korea it is a 96% at the highest. And what the industry needs and how we cater to them, we design the many courses of vocational, and to promote these vocational courses we have a waive of the TER charges from the last year. Then multiple entry, we have already multiple entry and exist are there. In second, after completion of the diploma, the students can get the direct entry to the second year. So it is going on continuously from the so many years. And in future, we also promote this multiple entry and exit. If the if he completed 2 years, then diploma, then 3 years, then degree, or 5 years, then PG. So whatever it is in the brainstorming sessions we'll decide what to do and how to promote this multiple entry and exit in the engineering. Then at last, I will finish my due to the constraint of the time. I hope India becomes the whole Vishwaguru. Everyone knows about this, that most of our CEOs at the world level, they are from the India, and no one can stop to become Bharat a Vishwaguru. I hope whatever the SDGs are there, we will fulfill in a time period. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak at this platform. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kakde, for the wonderful presentation. The floor is now open for discussion. Are there any questions?
Sir, we are in a way to add more and more nomenclatures. What are the requirement as what the India needs, and how we can promote our students? As last year, sir, also rightly mentioned that for the marine time, what they need. So we promote that. We are always there to promote what the students need, what is the stakeholders need, what is the India needs, and how we look forward for that.
Thank you very much, sir. We have accommodated requests of many universities and changed the nomenclature as well, which is very much useful for the replacement. Right. Thank you, sir.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Right.
Dr. Kakde, what is the status of the TechWeek programs now?
TechWeek is going on, sir. We are promoting this TechWeek internet collaborations. And
we have completed the second phase. Is the third phase coming? We have completed the second phase. Is the third phase coming?
Sir, we are in process, sir. Because of this pandemic, it was somewhat delayed.
I feel third phase will depend upon the World Bank, whether they are.
And we are in process.
No, Dr. Kakde, I think third phase will depend upon the World Bank. So if the World Bank is ready to fund the third phase, then it will be there. So I'm not very sure, because in some meetings, World Bank has indicated that it may or may not continue.
Right. Absolutely correct. Right. So I am always there. If anyone having any questions, I have already given my mail ID also. I am always ready. They call me or whatever their ideas, I am ready to implement if it is a feasible and if it is a good idea for the development. Right.
Sure. You're always helpful. The only suggestion, if I can make, is AICT, if they can provide some more time for filling up forms and things like that. Sometimes, we get a notification within 2 days. You have to do it, and particularly for a big university, it's very difficult to coordinate.
Right.
So that was the only suggestion that I wanted
I will
to
give.
make.
We'll give more and more time, but we
Please.
now we have make one portal, fantastic
Yeah,
portal.
yeah,
Whatever
that's a
the
very
queries
very
we have,
interactive portal.
yeah, immediately, and every day my colleagues, I have given the direction that no one query is there. At the end of the 5 o'clock, it is the 0. So all of them give the answers to everyone immediately.
Yeah, that's a very interactive,
So,
very efficient and interactive program. I wish other regulatory bodies can also imitate that. It will have great help to the university.
Right. Thank you. We will try ourselves. And one thing what I want to say here, that I have already told in the so many meetings that my aim is within 3 years we have to make it 100% transparent. And when you fill all your information on the portal immediately will give you the approval. Where there is no human intervention.
Sure.
There should not any human intervention. Immediately within this target is within 3 years. When you fill all the informations, we have to give the approval. So if mandatory fields, what are the mandatories, on the basis of the AI data science, we are making the portal transparent, so that there is no way to go for the human intervention. You immediately after filling the information, you will get the approval.
Sure. In fact, if I can mention, AICT has a chairman who is also very, very interactive.
Right.
I mean, I have hardly found any of my emails unanswered.
Right.
You send an email in the evening or in the night, dead of night,
sir,
the next morning is answer.
Absolutely correct, sir. Up to at night 2 o'clock, we are responding to the email.
Yeah,
this happens. This happens.
Not only attending emails, sir, he's attending our calls.
Yeah.
Of time, he responds and he give replies as well. He's very active.
And Professor Kandi, if you could please send our best wishes to the chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And,
Yes, sir.
I
will convey
your record
your
our deep appreciation of the way he's taking the ICT forward, and also make it very, very interactive and friendly to the engineering community. Thank you very much, Professor Kandi.
Dr. Agde, it is a compulsory rest to you. Compulsory rest to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. They have given me for the
Thank you,
sir. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal. Can we then request Dr. Patil to make the presentation?
Yes, sure. Sir.
Dr. Patil, we are all awaiting your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Session chair, Professor Suranjan Das. As he said, we know each other for last 15 to 20 years. Being part of the NAC family as assessor, as EC member, and so on. Also the session co-chair, Dr. Pankaj Mittal Madam, Secretary General, who is also associated through UGC and various other means with NAC. And also Colonel Dr. Tiruvasagam, current AIU President. Thank you for your kind words towards us, the effort that we are making about introducing diverse manuals, especially to accommodate the highly specialized institutions and other things. My fellow panelist and friend, Dr. Kakdeji, and all distinguished vice chancellors, the host university officials, and all the colleagues. I'll be sharing my screen shortly. Just a moment. Slideshow. Yeah, Chairman sir, can you see my presentation?
Yeah, Patil, we can see. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I am joined by my colleague, Dr. Vinita Sahu, Assistant Advisor, who will join at the end of the presentation. Let me thank AIU Secretary General and AIU team for inviting us on behalf of our Director, Professor S.C. Sharma. This is a brief presentation. I am very much aware that most of the distinguished delegates, attendees are very well aware about the NACS framework and its various nuances, but let me just briefly go through it to give you a glimpse of the revised accreditation framework. Many of the colleagues are associated with NACS since last 20 years or more. So this revised accreditation framework was launched in July 2017. And from qualitative peer judgment to database quantitative indicator evaluation, it is kind of a paradigm shift, as we say, with an objective of increasing the transparency and objectivity, and towards extensive use of ICT, confirming scalability and robustness in terms of simplification of the questions, size of the report, days, and so on, and also mainly to boost benchmarking as a quality improvement tool. So we have this various elements like pre-qualifier for the peer team visit. One institution has to get at least 25% on the initial data submission, and this is entirely system generated scores are there. And we have introduced this data validation and verification. So it means not all the submission in terms of SSR, what is made by institution, is assessed by peers, but majority of it, almost 70% of the data is assessed by a third party, which are anonymously subjected to review, document review, and we call them as a DVV partners. So we have made several changes to bring it and make it more inclusive in terms of involving all stakeholders, including students, alumni in the process. So the steps are, as you know, this is initially IIQA, Institutional Information for Quality Assessment, then SSR submission, and followed by very important data validation and verification. And parallelly, student satisfaction survey. It is a very unique component what we have added in the NAACS accreditation framework now. Rarely in any other part of the world, the student satisfaction survey has been integrated directly in terms of scoring of the institution or accreditation of the institution. And there are routine components like peer team visit and assessment outcome. So this is the flow chart from registration to IIQA to DVV to verification and student satisfaction survey, and finally combining all these quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics and the student satisfaction survey. The standing committee declares the results of the institutions. This is the statistics I have tried to give it only for the universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated colleges. Broadly, this framework remains same in terms of criteria and key indicators. We have 7 criteria, 34 key indicators, but the number of quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics vary. In universities, there are 79 quantitative metrics, whereas in autonomous colleges, they are 72, and for affiliated colleges, they drastically fall to 58. Qualitative metrics are those areas which are assessed by the peer team members as usual, and the total metrics also vary, and this can change. The 7 criteria, as you know, they do not change. They are common across all the variety of manuals that we have. We have more than 13 variety of manuals now. So this is a breakup of the weightages under each of the criteria and the key indicators. And within that criteria, key indicators also, there is further subdivision in terms of metrics, which are quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics. As I said, quantitative metrics which form majority of the data, followed by qualitative metrics which is evaluated by the peers on-site visit, and a component of student satisfaction survey 3 to 5% gives the accreditation outcome. So just tell you briefly about what was the expected outcome or impact of this entire revised accreditation process is about reducing the subjectivity due to the variance in the peer team assessment, as we were witnessing that, and also about inculcating competitive spirit by providing quantitative benchmark, improving the data management practices, increasing use of ICT, and also integrating the stakeholders' involvement and feedback. And also we have been talking about introducing and accelerating outcomes-based education encouraging the culture of innovation and startup on campuses, reinforcement of value and ethics, institutionalization of quality culture, promoting gender sensitivity on the campus, and also incentivizing the inclusive practices such as various categories of reservation policies, differently able, Divyangajan friendly campus, etc. And this is very much in sync with the this conference's SDG goal alignment. One of the intention of these reforms is also to encourage students to participate in extension activities such as Swachh Bharat, AIDS awareness, gender issues, promoting e-resources, focus on research in universities, just as our chief guest of today, Dr. Kakodkarji, was talking about, to give emphasis on research, innovation, excellence. That's why there are so many metrics in universities which talk about the patents, startup ecosystem, and publications, and so on. There is also increased emphasis on skills and correlation of academics with world of work. And we have made an attempt to have a golden mean of advantages of rankings as well as quality assurance processes, and this introduction of new concept. So we are talking about NEP now, and it is just to mention that NAC was created on the basis of recommendation made in National Education Policy of 1986. And after 25 years of pioneering efforts to launch internal and external quality assurance in India, new paradigm of quality with revised accreditation framework has been started in 2017, and NEP 2020 takes the quality movement to higher level. There are several recommendations which revolve around accreditation, and the primary is about recommendation of multiple accreditation regime led by NAC, not NAAC, but NAC. And it is envisaged that accreditation will become the backbone of quality and new regulatory architecture of higher education through NEP 2020 recommendations. Status upgradation, autonomy, funding, operations like ODL, even determination of fees, scope for internationalization, all those things are now being linked with accreditation already before the NEP, and in NEP that is likely to be strengthened. So NAC is already working on the NEP based accreditation framework, and shortly we would be coming with that. But in the meantime, we have already made an attempt to encourage institutions to prepare themselves for NEP. What we are calling it as an institutional preparedness for NEP. This component has already been added into all the manuals now as a part of the profile. And now I'm going to request my colleague, Dr. Vinita Sahu, to share these slides about our institutional preparedness component introduced in NAC manuals. Dr. Vinita.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And before I continue with my presentation, I would like to place my heartfelt thanks to chair, co-chair, and the other panelists who are at the present forum. So, a very good afternoon to one and all. And as sir has already explained about the present RA framework, institutional preparedness for NEP. So, we know that NEP 2020, it was launched and it has major reforms in the field of higher education. It talks about graded autonomy. It talks about phasing out affiliation. It talks about single regulator, public disclosures, SDGs zones, and a National Research Foundation, multidisciplinary research, outcome-based education, etc. So considering all these things and going through the document very rigorously, we have identified 6 areas or parameters under which we have designed a few of the metrics. So there are total 27 metrics which we have designed, which are pertaining to national education policy. And these metrics are being put up nicely into these 6 parameters. So I request Patil sir to please go for next slide, sir, please. Yeah. So this is the first parameter, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. In this particular parameter, we have made 6 metrics, which talks about the holistic multidisciplinary education. It talks about STEM. It talks about the multiple entry and exit at first, second, and third year of the undergraduate education. So we are just sensitizing the institution or creating the awareness amongst the institution by asking the pertinent question related to multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary research. Next slide, please. Yeah, next is academic bank of credit. So we have made here 5 metrics pertaining to academic bank of credit. This talks about the whether the institution has registered under the ABC or not. Then it also talks about the fulfillment of academic bank of credit as proposed in NEP 2020. It also talks about seamless collaboration of the institution, internationalization of education, joint degree between India and foreign institutions. So any efforts institution has taken to fulfill the academic bank of credit related requirements is proposed in NEP. So such metrics we have designed here. May I request, next is the skill development. This is much talked in NEP. We are talking about the National Skill Qualification Framework in NEP. We are also talking about the vocational education, which is very important, and the teaching, learning in ODL and blended mode. So similarly, we have introduced 9 metrics here to sensitize or to create awareness amongst the higher education institution, whether they have made any effort to strengthen the vocational education in line with NSQF, whether they are providing the value-based education to the students through the incorporation of vocational education into the curriculum, etc. Next is about appropriate integration of Indian knowledge system. And so when we talk about this particular parameter, we understand that teaching in Indian language, bilingual language or multilingual language, and preserving the culture is also very important. So this was also very much talked about in NEP. So we have extracted some of the important points from the NEP, and we have made 5 metrics in this regard, wherein we are asking the institution describe the efforts of the institution to preserve and promote the Indian languages, which include Sanskrit, Pali, Prakrit, classical, tribal, endangered, etc. We are also talking about Indian ancient traditional knowledge, Indian arts, etc. So whether the institution is planning to provide the teaching, learning in vernacular language or bilingual, etc. The last is about distance education and online education. So we are talking about whether the institution is focusing on the outcome-based education. And I would also like to share with all of you that the present framework which NAC is practicing, it is having the major component about the outcome-based assessment. So we are talking about the public disclosure. We are talking about the student progression, student placement, research outcomes. So most of the things we have already captured into the present system. So there was very much left out for us to include, but still we have included 3 more metrics here. In terms of curriculum, the institutional initiatives to transform its curriculum toward outcome-based education, then how the institution is capturing OBE in teaching and learning, etc. And one very important thing which we have introduced, considering the different types of institution, one metric which is common for all the 6 parameters is describe the best practices of that particular parameter. So institution, that would be a kind of qualitative metric. All these metrics are kind of qualitative metric, wherein we are not asking the institution to submit the data. They can only provide the detailed brief information, and all these things we have incorporated presently into the SSR profile section. So there is no evaluation, only for sake of information and for the sake of sensitization of higher education institution towards NEP alignment. All these metrics are framed. So here I think I have covered up, and now before concluding, I would like to hand over the platform again to Patil sir to conclude the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vinita. Just by way of conclusion, I wanted to say that as far as implementation or inclusion of NEP related parameters by NAC in assessment process, we are aware that it is still in the beginning, in the nascent stage, and many institutions have still challenges. There are clarities yet to emerge on various issues. Therefore, we have now kept it as a profile or reporting format only for all types of institution. It is not getting evaluated. So it is just to encourage institution to make efforts in the direction of whatever they can implement in terms of NEP recommendations, and report that things to NAC through the manuals, through the SSRs. And one of the important component of all these metrics that we have added is to report the best practices about NEP implementation. The purpose is that that will help in creating a platform among the institution to share the best practices about NEP related implementation. So to sum up, I would like to say that entire framework revision of NAC is in form of enabling framework. It is a framework that enables institutions to adopt certain tools by using data and quantitative techniques, and especially benchmarking is very important tool, so that institution can compare themselves against the national benchmarks of the best in class institution and try to develop themselves by adopting various good practices. That is the framework, and it is like any framework, it has its own pitfalls or challenges, and I am sure our team is working rigorously on various issues, and as and when the feedback come, efforts are taken to solve the problems and issues. So that kind of transparency and openness we have tried to maintain. So once again, let me thank the organizers for inviting us, and if there are any questions, we can answer the same. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Patil and Dr. Shahu, for that very informative and exhaustive presentation, highlighting the ongoing NAC procedure as well as the procedures to which will be adopted in the wake of the implementation of the NEP. I'm sure there would be a number of questions from the floor. Could we have the questions from the floor, please?
May I start, sir?
Please, please.
Dr. Patil, like you were saying that the reply with regard to implementation of NEP, you are taking in the report format. And as you know that it is now almost more than 1.5 years since the NEP has come, and the government is trying its very best to ensure that the NEP is implemented in letter and spirit. So my take on this would be that if NAC includes the NEP implementation in its metrics at the earliest, that will help in speedy implementation of NEP, because everybody is worried about the NAC grade. So as soon as it is a part of the NEP NAC metrics, I think it will aid in NEP implementation. So what is, Ivan, do you have any timelines by which it will be included or something like that?
Yes, madam. I think that is the viewpoint that we also hold. But for some reasons, perhaps the concerns raised by stakeholders, it was felt that for time being, we will keep it as information. But I completely agree with you that if we put it in evaluation format, if these parameters will be evaluated and scores given, then it will definitely hasten the process, and we will be just waiting for the clearance of our authorities. Our homework is done. For us, we have to just give some weightages and score to that. The homework is there. So,
but in the same breath, I would also say that if the NAC has the capacity, it can also sort of do the capacity building of the institution to implement NEP, because many of them don't even know how to implement. Even if they have the good intentions of implementing, they don't even know how to implement. So if there can be some capacity building exercises in terms of training the faculty or the higher education leaders on how to implement NAC, sort of a step-by-step process. So how to implement NEP, a step-by-step process, that can be very, very useful. I don't know you have that type of a capacity or not. At AIU, we are trying to do this, but of course, NAC can complement.
But Dr. Mittal, would we not be putting the cart before the horse? Because unless the NEP is implemented, how can NEP's parameters be included in the matrix? I refer to Dr. Patil's thing that many of the stakeholders objected. I know, because say some of the state universities, I have not been able to implement NEP. There are other states which will not be able to implement NEP until the state government clears. So
what I'm saying, sir, is that if we start if they start including it in the NAC evaluation matrix, the state governments will be forced to implement it faster.
That will be completely wrong. Hello. I beg to differ. I beg to differ, because what will happen is that you will be putting the universities located in those states where the NEP is not being implemented.
Absolutely.
Those universities will be in a disadvantageous position.
Yeah.
Whether I like it or not, I cannot move an inch in the implementation of the NEP until the state government gives the clearance. So, for example, unless I introduce NEP, how can the parameters included in the NAC matrix, so far as NEP is concerned, can be included? And that was the reason why a lot of reservations are made.
Sir,
so I think we should.
I was not saying all, but they can start including slowly.
Dr. Patel, and right now, see, we are representing all the universities. That's why all the office bearers are keenly participating. Now, I totally agree with my vice president. For the kind information of Dr. Patel, 2 days ago, we had a consultative committee meeting inviting chairman and vice chairmen of the Higher Education Council of all the states of India. Out of all the states participated except to one state. There was no representation from government of Tamil Nadu, point number 1. Number 2, among the participating vice chairmen, the vice chairman from West Bengal, state of West Bengal, vice chairman from state of Kerala, they openly told our government have not taken any policy decision about implementation of NEP in our state. And they have given lot of apprehension also. As you know better, you were in the UGC as well. Madam was in UGC also for many years. Without the approval of this concerned state government, no vice chancellor is expected to take one step further as far as implementation is concerned. Take it for granted, I am from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu government totally told they are totally opposing NEP as well. I don't know, in due course they will understand and they will tell. I am also moving with the government. If we oppose totally, our students will be the losers. Our university will be the users. We have to join with the mainstream. That kind of dialogue is going on between AIU president and the Ministry of Education of Government of Tamil Nadu as well. But unless we get a green signal from all the state government, it is very difficult for the vice chancellors to take it forward to the syndicate, academic council, senate, where government secretaries are there to give approval. So the government secretary will be in a critical position, vice chancellor will be in a critical position. So now I totally agree with Dr. Patel, slightly disagree with my Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Draft format is fine. Draft format is fine. Now you are giving signal to all the universities and the states that NAC is going to have this much of 27 parameters. Okay, it's a big issue. 27 calculated in terms of weightage and mark. The universities cannot stand before it. So now keep it. And it is a duty of NAC also. Get the concurrence through any sources from all the state governments. Then only vice chancellor will be very safe and they can, without any hesitation, happily they will implement it, sir. This is from me as well.
Dr. Patil, there is a talk of this binary system of accreditation. So can you please enlighten us on that line of thinking?
Yes, sure, sir. I'll just first, in this debate, I will put my viewpoint. I need to put my viewpoint as a speaker. So, and that is also perhaps NAC's viewpoint also. So, this kind of experience NAC or similar bodies will have from the beginning, where there will be obviously resistance for some, issues that it is not that in principle you are opposing this, but there is a atmosphere which is not conducive for implementation, and that is your challenge. And that's why the state universities or some stakeholders will say that you don't implement it. So this kind of experience NAC has had since beginning, and our experience is that, for example, making recruitment was one issue. I mean, majority of the states and many places now recruitment is a challenge. State governments are not allowing to fill the positions of the teachers and so many things. But still NAC has that parameters, because we have taken a stand that unless you have a qualified faculty in place, how can we rate A or A+? If you don't have, you don't have it. So that's the problem of the state government or the institution, that they have to address the issue. So similarly, perhaps we do hope that the letter and spirit of the NEP will be understood gradually and the resistance will come down. So therefore, perhaps I think it is job of the national agencies to keep this as an aspirational target so that we reach slowly towards that. So that is the stand we have taken, and I hope that will be successful in phases. Coming to Professor Suranjan Das sir's question about the binary accreditation, the NAC had appointed a committee of to examine and explore the implementation of binary accreditation under the chairmanship of Professor M.K. Sridhar, who was also part of the one of the key persons behind the NEP drafting. So I think the committee's report is awaited, but what I understand is that even in NEP it is mentioned that binary accreditation will come after few years, say about 10 years or something like that. It will take some time because at present there are several things, several schemes, several policies, several entitlements of universities and other institutions are linked with the accreditation, graded accreditation. So my take is that for some time, graded accreditation will continue to be there, and after some time, the binary accreditation will come. That can be at two levels. It can be at initial level, just as a candidate stature, or those who continuously achieve certain status of graded accreditation, they may also come to a binary status. But I see that it is in a 10 years time, 5 to 10 years time, the binary accreditation will coexist with the graded accreditation.
And also, is NAC thinking of accrediting programs? Because in future, when you are talking of ABC, maybe till the courses level we have to go. Institutional accreditation may, of course, will be there, but it will be in addition to that, program-wise accreditation or course-wise accreditation is on cards.
Yeah, that is something that in couple of years ago, it was decided in General Council that NAC will not take up the program accreditation. When we put forward the proposal of yoga as a program accreditation, it was deferred, and now we have accepted yoga, teacher education, and some other things as an institutional accreditation. So perhaps in the new regime, the ecosystem is expected, and if we are looking forward to an ecosystem similar to that of US or any other developed country, it is expected that there will be multiple agencies, and like NBA is doing program accreditation, it is expected that large number of agencies focused into certain programs will come up under the umbrella of NAC. NAC alone, I think it will be too ambitious for NAC to think that NAC will be able to do program accreditation, because it is job of, say, 100 agencies do that in USA or 25 agencies do that in Japan. So how in a size of India, NAC alone, NAC may do it as some kind of a torchbearer experience strategy, but NAC alone will not be able to do it. That's what I personally think, madam.
Are there any other questions on the floor? Well, if there are no more questions, could I sincerely and warmly thank Dr. Patil and Dr. Shahu for their presentation. And we'll be going back with new food for thought, taking into also account Dr. Mittal's suggestion. Let's see what happens. But thank you very much for that very, very interesting presentation. And we do look forward to further interactions between the universities and the NAC, so that, as Dr. Thiruvasagam said, that we need to move forward in a unified manner, so that there are no dichotomies within the higher education system in the country itself. So with that, could I once again thank all the panelists, and it gives me also very great pleasure also to thank Dr. Mittal for joining me as a co-chair. Dr. Mittal, would you like to say anything?
It's fine, sir. Just thanks to all the three presenters who presented very well, and to the participating vice chancellors who raised some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of AIU and SVV, I am thankful to the speakers of the session for their valuable insights and words of wisdom. I would like to thank Chairperson and Co-Chairperson for the smooth conduction of the session for achieving the objectives of Apex Bodies discussion. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the respected Vice Chancellors, other senior academicians and participants for sparing their valuable time to make the session successful. Thank you all. I would like to announce that the technical session 1 on contribution of HEIs in ending poverty in all its forms will start from 2 p.m. Thank you. Thank you once again, everyone.
So we may proceed for the lunch break. Thank
Yes.
you.
So Professor Dhar is providing virtual lunch.
Yes, a virtual lunch. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. See you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Should we start, Dr. Ramapani?
Yes, it is 2 o'clock. We can start.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji.
Recording in progress.
Can we start, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Rupa. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all in the first technical session of Central Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 21-22, organized by Association of Indian Universities in partnership with United Nations and hosted by Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. The theme of the meet is Realizing Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, 3, and 6, that is poverty, hunger, health, and sanitation through higher education institutions. Ending poverty in all its forms everywhere forms the first goal of 2030 Sustainable Development Goal. SDG 1 encompasses the aim of eradicating poverty not only in monetary terms, but in all forms and dimensions till 2030. The discussion in this session is in the direction of SDG 1 on the theme Contribution of Higher Education Institutions in Ending Poverty in All Its Forms. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about this issue. Today, we have with us as chairperson, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri University, Cuttack. The speakers for the session are Ms. Ami Mishra, Senior Economist and Head Policy Unit, United Nations Development Programme, Mr. Ajit Pai, Distinguished Expert, Economic and Finance Cell, Niti Aayog, Mr. Praveen Mehto, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, and Mr. Jagdanand, Member Secretary, Center for Youth and Social Development. We are really honored with the presence of our distinguished chairperson and speakers of the session. We welcome you all. Now moving towards the session, first I would like to introduce the chairperson, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh. Professor Ajay Kumar Singh has taken over as Vice Chancellor Shri University on 10th May 2019. He has more than 32 years of teaching experience with 206 publications. Professor Singh is from the Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. He has been a member of various committees of the University of Delhi. Professor Singh is a fellow and managing trustee of Indian Commerce Association. Professor Singh has earned many awards and recognitions in the field of education. We welcome you, sir. We are really honored to have you as the chairperson of the session. Let me now introduce the first speaker of the session, Ms. Ami Mishra. Ms. Ami Mishra is the Senior Economist and Head of Policy Unit at United Nations Development Programme, India. Her expertise are in the field of public financial management, development finance, education, climate change, and gender. She has worked with national and subnational governments, public policy think tanks, and bilateral and multilateral development agencies across India and Africa. Ms. Mishra served as the Economic Advisor, Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, erstwhile DFID, at the British High Commission in New Delhi. Here, she provided evidence-based advice to the UK government on the development policy and managed large global and bilateral aid programs. We welcome you, ma'am. The next speaker of the session is Mr. Ajit Pai. He is Distinguished Expert, Economic and Finance Cell, Niti Aayog, New Delhi, where he heads Economics and Finance and oversees public disinvestment. He is also consultant to the Vice Chairperson of Niti Aayog. He is the Nodal Officer for the Ministry of Finance, its subsidiary departments, and the Department of Public Enterprises, and handles matters related to the World Bank, IFC, IMF, ADB, NDB, OECD, and the G20. He has been awarded over 6 years an unprecedented 5-1 and 1-2 Starmine Awards in the Forbes Financial Times World's Best Analyst Survey for the forecast accuracy. We welcome you, sir. The next distinguished speaker to honor us with his presence is Shri Praveen Mehto. Shri Praveen Mehto is an officer from the 1992 batch of the Indian Economic Service. Mr. Mehto is presently holding the position of advisor at Project Appraisal and Monitoring Division in the Niti Aayog. Prior to this assignment, he held the position of director in the erstwhile Planning Commission and the Office of Development Commissioner. He has over 26 years of rich experience in various infrastructure sectors and public-private partnership models. At the think tank, Shri Mehto is closely associated with the preparation of several model concession agreements for the infrastructure projects. He also represents it in the Expenditure Finance Committee and Public Investment Board meetings, which are held to be approved public-funded schemes and projects. Besides, he represents Niti Aayog on the board of India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited. We welcome you, sir. The fourth and the last speaker of this session is Mr. Jagdanand. Mr. Jagdanand is the mentor and co-founder of Center for Youth and Social Development, Bhubaneswar. He is a member of the Standing Committee and an expert in drafting of the National Vision 2035 document and the convener of the Subcommittee on the Youth Engagement and Design at Niti Aayog. Started as a youth hostelier, community organization, and professional mountaineer, he was a state information commissioner and a member of the State Planning Board of Odisha. He was also a member of the Committee on State Agrarian Relations and the Unfinished Task in Land Reforms formed by the Union Ministry for Rural Development. He has held offices as chairperson of Voluntary Action Network India, Credibility Alliance, and Southern. He was a visiting fellow at the Civicus World Alliance for Citizen Participation and worked on the issues of legitimacy, transparency, and accountability within civil society at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, Cambridge, USA. Welcome you, sir. Now, I request the chairperson of the session, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, to give the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rupa Shandeji. Namaste. Good afternoon. Welcome to all of you and to this session, technical session 1. Honorable dignitaries, Honorable President of AIU, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagamji, Professor Suranjan Dasji, the Honorable Vice President of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, Honorable Secretary General, Dr. Rama Devi Paniji, Editor-in-Chief of University News, our esteemed panelists whom you have introduced just now, Ms. Ami Mishra ji, Mr. Praveen Mehto ji, Mr. Ajit Pai ji, Dr. Jagananda ji, and all the esteemed Vice Chancellors, fellow colleagues. A hearty welcome to each one of you. This is amazing thing that AIU is doing. Last year it was on NEP 2020 and this time it is on Sustainable Development Goals, very properly structured in different regional zonal meets and then coming to the annual meet at the end of all these. It's a wonderful way of bringing, structured thinking, brainstorming sessions and all that, and then putting a concept paper on this, which is to be implemented in the future. I am on behalf of Shri University pleased to share that Shri University was part of top 1,000 universities of the world in Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2020. And in top 500 in terms of SDGs that we are going to discuss today, 1, 2, 3, and 6. And in SDG 1 and 2, Shri University was ranked among the top 201 to 300 universities. So this session is very dear to us as Shri University in terms of contribution of higher education institutions in ending poverty in all its forms. Since the time is less today, in the opening remarks, I will not speak much. Maybe at the concluding, I would speak because I know 2 of the speakers have to leave by 2:30. So I might take this opportunity to invite Ms. Ami Mishra first as a senior economist and head policy unit, United Nations Development Program, to please initiate as the first speaker of today. Let's welcome virtually Ms. Ami Mishra ji. Please, all yours. You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Singh, for your kind remarks, and thank you for the very kind introduction. I first want to thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this prestigious event. I must admit that it's a little nerve-wracking to be in a room full of academics and professors and indeed vice chancellors when one has not really been a model student over the years. It sometimes brings back, some nerve-wracking memories, but still, thank you for being here and for allowing me a chance to speak. Now, India's history of its remarkable higher education institutions and the role that they've played in nation building over the years is well documented, so I won't get into that. What I will say, though, is that as UNDP, it's very heartening for us to see that this august group of India's higher education leaders, such as yourselves, are engaging with the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, coming to the SDG 1, which, as Dr. Shinde pointed out, is about eliminating all forms of poverty. The first point I'd like to make is that if you look at the years preceding the pandemic, different robust and very credible measures of poverty had recorded a dramatic reduction in the incidence of poverty in India. These include, of course, estimates from the World Bank and our own Human Development Index. Even the most recent SDG index shows that India has had a clear improvement in its performance between 2019 and 2021. And this positive stride has been largely driven by exemplary performances in goals 6 and 7, which is about clean water and sanitation and affordable and clean energy. Now, this, of course, should come as no surprise to any of us because, as we know, it's been a result of decades of concerted efforts made by India's national and subnational governments on economic growth, expansion of social protection coverage, and large-scale investments that have been made to address the many multidimensional aspects of poverty, which include access to water, access to sanitation, clean energy, etc. So it's no surprise that these results were beginning to show. Coming, of course, to something that we all know has been the game changer. Much of this progress has been emphatically and brutally derailed by the pandemic. Now, and this is true not just for India. If you look at the numbers globally, the pandemic has derailed the efforts of governments to meet SDG targets. It has reversed decades of progress in health, in large-scale losses in learning, in jobs, in private enterprise, and millions have slipped back into poverty. For the first time in a generation, the world has seen a rise in extreme poverty. And if you look at the projections, poverty rate is projected to be about 7% in 2030, which would mean that the target for SDG 1 is quite likely to be missed. So what is it that higher education institutions can do? Now, the first point I want to make about this is that when we look at the SDGs, we need to see these as an interconnected concept. HEI is linked not just to SDG 1, but to very other important SDGs as well, including health and well-being, which is SDG 3, gender equality, which is SDG 5, decent work and economic growth, which is 8, responsible consumption and production, which is 12, climate change, which is 13, and so on and so forth. So what I want to first impress upon all of us is the importance of the interconnectedness of SDGs. Now, in my experience and looking at the evidence that exists, I see three channels or three avenues through which HEIs can help this country achieve the SDGs. The first, which is really the most obvious and the most well-discussed link, which is between higher education and employability. Development economics literature has long studied the role of education in alleviating poverty, and there's clear consensus among experts that the absence of education reduces earnings not just in your lifetime, but also worsens intergenerational poverty. Higher education helps you not just get jobs, but better access to nutrition, sanitation, health amenities, etc., and frankly, just make better choices, all of which again have an impact on poverty, both in the immediate term as well as for the generations that come after you. Our own work at the UNDP on skill development has found a worrying gap between the skills that young graduates carry from higher education institutions and the skills that are in demand amongst employers. So 21st century skills, which frankly range from functional skills such as IT literacy to softer skills of working with teams, communicating better, etc., but are critical for employability, are severely lacking in many graduates in the country. And this gap, which serves as a barrier to entry into higher paying jobs, is only set to get worse with the advent of increased automation, AI, and robotics. So working on this gap and reducing this gap, I see as a clear mandate for higher education institutions in India if we are to achieve the first SDG. The second role really is not just about of higher education institutions, not just creating the workforce, but creating the citizens of tomorrow. Now, projections tell us that India will continue to have one of the youngest populations in the world till 2030. This gives us a demographic window of opportunity, or what's been called the youth bulge, or even the demographic dividend. And this dividend really is ours to work with. For us to benefit from this dividend, it's imperative that these young citizens are not just educated, but they are engaged, they are informed, and they are interested in the democratic process and in the process of nation building. And I believe that HEIs can play a very, very important role here. There's robust evidence that higher education has a very important role in promoting civic engagement and creating more informed voters, who then in turn are more involved in the push for public policy needed for targets like poverty reduction. So in your role as creating the workforce and in your role as creating citizens, I think there's a very, very important contribution to be made in the achievement of SDGs. Finally, I'll come to my last point about the contribution of HEIs, which is really, as a development practitioner, something very close to my heart. And this one comes from the role of higher educational institutions as centers of innovation, of knowledge generation and experimentation. Now, if you really think about it, India has very complex development challenges, and many of them require, frankly, complex solutions here. And we can all agree that there's no dearth of options. If I were to give you an example of the learning gap that children face, and that has been documented really, really well across primary schools in India, is that we've managed to get children into schools, but they're not learning very well, whether it's basic mathematics or reading ability. There are some severe gaps. So what should governments do? Now, the answer can frankly vary very widely based on who you ask. Some will tell you that you need to regulate teachers and you need to have stricter monitoring. Some will tell you children just need to be taught at the right level. Some will say it's a question of poor infrastructure. Some will say midday meals need to get better. Some will say there are not enough books. Some will say, frankly, children are carrying too many books. So what is the right advice? If I'm a policymaker with limited resources and limited time to make a decision, which of these should I pick? I firmly believe that higher educational institutions can play a key role here in their, when acting as centers, not just of knowledge generation, so not just original research, but assimilation and evaluation of the existing evidence, assessing it for its relevance to the Indian context, and use that and use experimentation to identify policy solutions that the government can use that are actionable, that are cost effective, and that carry the potential to be transformative to bring the changes that we need. And this kind of support, of evidence-based support to decision-making for governments, is frankly invaluable. And it is almost a natural extension, I feel, of higher educational institutions as centers for collaborative research, open science, innovation, and as places that house massive pools of some of India's most talented people. And this is valid, of course, not just for long existing challenges of education and health, but those of climate change, urban planning, and water conservation, etc. So to sum up, I think in all of these roles, higher education institutions have the potential to create transformative change as we both get into not just another year of the pandemic, but also start building back better from the worst of it. Once again, thank you for inviting me. I'm very pleased that leaders of HEI, such as yourselves, are asking these questions and are engaging with the Sustainable Development Goals. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ami Mishra ji, for giving the direction regarding how HEIs can contribute not only by generating workforce, but also making citizens, and the role as knowledge creators, knowledge generators, and collaborative research and all that. So that would really add a lot of value to the discussions that are going to be held today. And one question from my side to you, if where the HEI should put more emphasis on in terms of curriculum development, which has SDGs as embedded into it, like we have environmental studies as part of the compulsory course, and maybe some practical aspects of it. What about circular economy concept? Should universities focus on that also as part of their ecosystem? So what exactly in the curriculum and practical aspects the university should focus on concerning this?
Thank you, Professor Singh. Absolutely, that's a very valid point. The integration of SDGs into the curriculum is a very, very important step that needs to be taken. But the way I see it, that is the tool to the next steps. That is really around which we need to organize our thinking. SDGs give us a framework to think about the problems that India faces, and within those, which of those I think are priority is something that needs to be, that will vary. Of course, I mean, for the nation, we're going to have a set of priorities, and then regionally, we're going to have a varied set of priorities. So there's a role for consultation, not just within academia, but of academia with industry and with the policymakers to identify the critical areas where more capacity needs to be built.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ami Mishra ji. And I know the other speaker also has to leave by 2:30, so it's very tight timeline that we are walking into. So may I now invite Mr. Praveen Mehta ji, the Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, to please come forward. And thank you, Ami Mishra ji. If there is any other question, we can take up quickly, but I have not seen any questions, so that's why I'm here. Yeah, somebody wanted to say something.
Yes, sir. I'm Rama Devi, sir. With your permission, I would like to request you to invite Shri Ajit Pai ji because he has to leave. Okay. And request Praveen Mehta ji to wait for his turn next.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ajit Pai ji, the distinguished expert, economic and finance cell of Niti Aayog, please.
Good afternoon, Professor, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted and honored to be with the Association of Indian Universities to discuss this topic, which is basically the SDG 1, poverty eradication, and how HAIs can help. I must say that I completely echo a number of the thoughts that Ami Mishra made just prior to me. But my focus is actually going to be primarily on the first point that she raised, which is the mismatch right now of the skills that we are actually getting people to acquire, or the kind of educations within the higher education and the employment that is being generated in the marketplace. So I think that one of the biggest challenges that we have right now in a country which is yet to rise up the productivity curve is that as we have growth and as we improve our productivity and become more competitive, the amount of employment that we are generating in this country is not keeping pace with all those other potential dividends. When we talk about the population dividend, when you talk about other dividends that are oncoming. So what do we do about this? Because while there is a lot of talk right now, I think even your concept note talks about the increasing social protection, increasing sort of targeted assistance to the poor and vulnerable. We have to do a lot more work in ensuring that we actually reduce the number of people that require this assistance, not just the assistance itself. So as a nation, over the past 70 years, most of the government, most of our systems have been geared towards this redistribution, have been geared towards taking care. But in a country where the per capita GDP has only now reached about 18% of the world average per capita GDP, where countries such as China, that was not very different from India in the early 90s, is today almost the world average, which is 5 times the per capita GDP. I think a bigger issue right now is actually increasing the pie rather than how to split it. So while redistribution is definitely very much part of our constitution, very much part of our preamble since the early 60s, and a lot of work is being done on it, I think the neglected part is the former part, which is how do we actually increase the pie and increase it rapidly? What was referred to as SDG 8 will actually impact SDG 1 quite significantly. So when I look at the role of higher education institutions, and I say, what is the role that they can play? What is the single biggest inefficiency that I see in India as far as the higher education institutions go? And I know this might surprise a lot of you as vice chancellors, but it will not surprise many of you, is the fact that we do not have a very sort of good feedback mechanism for the questions that Professor Singh just asked. He said, where do we invest our time? In which areas? Circular economy, all of that. And why is that missing? It's because our Indian universities and our higher education institutions do not leverage the alumni network sufficiently. The alumni network of universities in India, there are very few, and they actually do quite well. The IIT Kanpurs, the IIM Ahmedabads. But the institutions that I'm speaking to right now have the potential to develop and actually inculcate these networks for mutual benefit. And why do I say this? I say this because it is not just where you should be working, but your job is not done when you graduate a student. It is to ensure that he has suitable placement. It is both in the benefit of the student that you're graduating and the benefit of the university, that you create a pipeline of people that are within industry, that are successful in their discipline, that have acquired an education that is well matched with the job market, and that alumni that are finally out there, whether they stay within the country, whether they go overseas, are providing feedback and guidance to the university and to the next round of students. So to create that sense of loyalty to institutions, to create that sense of accountability and responsibility, the institution also has to encourage rather than discourage these networks in the right way. Most successful universities around the world and even in India, I gave a couple of examples, have used this very, effectively. One of the issues that we have is that we have a large number of government institutions where the funding is from the government. There's resistance to sort of, getting inputs from outside the system, from an alumni base. But there are ways to work around it. Both IIM and IIT are two institutions which have, had faced similar challenges to many other government institutions or even autonomous institutions funded by the government, but worked effectively, at creating a sense of alumni loyalty, alumni base, and getting them onto the advisory boards, even if not the actual board, to be feeding this. And this will be critical because if you have a look at the mismatch between what we are producing, we're trying to offset it with, skill development, all of those wonderful initiatives, which, need not necessarily be higher education, could be even vocational training. But at the higher educational level, if you have a look at, our placement and a record of the institutions helping in that placement, it still leaves a lot. And the feedback mechanism to create loyalty so that these individuals and alumni that graduate and go into the field, that they pull from their old institution, they build on it, they provide feedback of what's required, which are the areas to work. And that, I think, given the limited time that we have right now on the subject, but I think capital formation on how to grow the pie is very key and I should be focused on sufficiently. I think placement is very, very important. And I think the direction of universities to better match with the marketplace is best served by getting people that are loyal to the institution and the institution interacting by allowing a forum and encouraging forums, whether electronic, whether virtual, or actually including them and creating bodies would be, my suggestion. I thank you so much for having me on this forum. I would have loved to be hearing other speakers. This is a subject that is very, very close to heart. Unfortunately, I did have a prior commitment before I, could accept this, but would love to get the takeaways from this very important discussion on a very important subject by a constituency that I think is critical to the future of this country, which is the higher education institutions and the vice chancellors that are in the seat that can have the greatest influence on improving things in this very, very important regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ajit Bhaiji, for throwing light on what higher education institutions can do in terms of increasing the pie instead of just, the government is doing the redistribution of the income in terms of providing support, how we can do the capacity building or the competencies of people can be developed that they become, great income earners. And once they earn a lot of money, you are saying that they should come back to the institution and repay it back in terms of development of the institution, giving feedback to the institution and all that. So how, my question one to you, quick question is that how in the increasing of the pie as such, one you mentioned that the employment, the placement part is to be seen, the alumni is to be tracked and all that. Any more areas which you think HEIs can contribute towards enhancement of the pie as such?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first, just to clarify, it is not that the individual will make a lot of money is what I was suggesting. The main concept was that the individuals will become more productive wherever they go. So if someone goes into a job in the government or someone goes to an educational institution, and if they are placed over there, they may not necessarily make a lot of money. But the fact that they are placed in something that is synergistic and that is focused and that is actually increasing the productive capacity of the country faster. Those efficiencies are what I'm referring to, rather than just the individuals that are graduating, sending back lots of money and giving time. Now, what I'm also suggesting is that people that are already within the workings of the Indian economy, whether at the top, whether at the middle, or whether at the bottom, wherever they are within the overall ecosystem of the workplace, you require to get inputs within the higher education institutions from every level, where people are entering, where people have slightly greater vision, and where people are right at the top. They are also close to the end, but what they are seeing from where they are from a future need. So engagement with alumni is a very effective way, not just to deal with HR organizations, but to be able to get feedback and knowledge and perspectives from the top to the bottom, not just in profit-making ventures, but in scientific organizations, in educational institutions, other educational institutions that might not be, but this a higher education institute might be producing people that will go on there for research. If you look at, for example, the Indian Institute of Science might take in people from many other, undergraduate institutions later. But this whole forward loop and backward loop is what we are suggesting, that higher education institutions managing the alumni network, seeing where they are, what they're doing, and how they align with the institution's, overall agenda today, and how that can change, and getting them to give feedback right through, not just when they are very successful, but through that process, is what I was, suggesting as bringing efficiencies to the job market, not just for the money, but those massive efficiencies which today are not functioning. That was very broadly what we are saying in the placement market. From your other question, which is on the capital formation side, what can higher education system institutes do? It is identifying bottlenecks itself. So rather than the rigid sort of format that many institutions follow, which is based on quotas and decisions that were made a long time back, the Darwinian analogy, which is not the smartest that survive, not the strongest, not the fastest, but the ones that are most adaptable to change. So as institutes, we have the best feedback mechanism because you have a class graduating every year. You have the aspirations and you know where they are going, or you should know where they are going, and keep a track of that. And automatically with what you're seeing, to change your curriculum fast enough, if it's additive manufacturing, if it is a need for more people in, doing jurisprudence, doing law, there are lots of bottlenecks in the Indian economy across the board, whether it's a very high compliance and regulatory burden, whether it's judicial reform, whether it's reform in many, many areas, services, manufacturing. If you look at agriculture, 43% of our population is employed in agriculture, whereas the best practice in the world is less than 1% of a country can feed its entire population and have excess left exports. So we need to address some of those challenges. And as institutions, higher education institutions, we need to ensure that our curriculum, our research, and where we are training talent and creating capacity is well matched to those challenges. I think this forum that you have organized is one such forum, which if we have a repetition of this in other areas and keep addressing challenges and ensure that the VCs of many of these higher education institutions and universities remain engaged with this topic, you will be able to feed and you will be able to move constructively in the right direction towards capital formation, because reducing inefficiencies increases the pace of the economic growth faster, better matching, and also will result in faster capital formation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Ajit Pai for enlightening all of us. Is there any other question from the house?
Can I make a quick comment, please?
Please, madam.
Okay. I'm Dr. Pankaj Mittal. I am Secretary General with Association of Indian Universities. So I am speaking from the side of Association of Indian Universities, that although universities, right now we are talking of the first SDG, no poverty, although employability, increasing placements, alumni network, that is of course very, very important. But one more area where the universities can work is doing a lot of research in the area of how to do poverty alleviation. And because the Niti Aayog is mandated to sort of work on all the SDGs. So if you Niti Aayog can use some of our universities who have very good expertise in research on these areas, we'll be very happy. And if we can connect together like AIU and Niti Aayog, and if you want us to identify the universities which can work in this area, we'll be happy. And second, the government is also running many schemes to remove poverty from the country. But the impact analysis of those schemes is not always done. So again, the universities can be engaged in doing the impact analysis of all those schemes, so that we can very well know that which scheme is working and which is not working. So these are also the two ways in which the universities can contribute.
Oh, absolutely. I think those are very welcome suggestions. The first, we do absolutely, as you mentioned, a lot of research on what is effective, what is not effective. That is, we have a arm of Niti Aayog, an office called the DMEO, the Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office. You'll be delighted to know that it looks at all the government's schemes and it looks at their effectiveness. They have an OOMF, what they call an OOMF framework, the output on, outcome monitoring framework. And we would love for us to, look through that framework together. So we will provide an introduction over there so we can, more closely engage on that front. On the first front, which is on the targeted, poverty alleviation in various areas outside of creating employment, all of that, we do have a lot of work going on at Niti Aayog on that front. Over there, I think you and I can take this offline and have a conversation on those specific skills. The person you have chosen to speak from Niti Aayog is the economics and finance person. So it is looking from it from a different perspective. But we do have a very active aspirational districts program, which is taking the bottommost districts, over 100 districts in India, encouraging them to change their metrics. We do have many others. We even have an SDG vertical at Niti Aayog, which is focused on the SDG verticals. So once we speak on the areas where you think that the universities can add the most value, the select universities, we can identify which part. It might actually include, many areas which I look at as well. When you look at financial inclusion, we're looking at the Jam Trinity, formalization of the economy. But there might be other areas that might belong in other places. But completely open to receiving that list from you. And then we can prioritize after we get those two lists. We can actually work with the other sort of constituencies and stakeholders within Niti Aayog to identify, which ones are best suited to be working with this August body.
Okay.
I hope that addresses your question.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I have one hand raised from Dr. Alok Mishra ji. Would you like to ask a question?
That's good afternoon. I want to just have a question to Madam Mishra is here or not? I'm audible?
Yes, we can hear you. There is some noise coming. Somebody has to mute, I think.
Actually, one thing that Niti Aayog, that can be a formal collaboration with the AIU. And in last discussion with the Niti Aayog CEO, that he extended his willing that AIU, if work on the area that we will really want as a partner. So this thing that was a very vague thing that time, but right now because AIU is conducting the SDG programs, so there is a Niti Aayog have such type of mechanism to like in collaboration and the partnership such way for long terms.
Yes, we do have mechanisms for collaborating with organizations and universities. We have active collaborations and with universities, research programs, fellowship programs, other things. So I think if you engage with the GCS vertical, Dr. Yogesh Suri at Niti Aayog, you'd probably get further information on all of those. He's a senior advisor and that looks at that. But we do have many active engagements, collaborations, both on the research side as well as other collaborations. And there's no reason, why we can't explore that further. And if you can keep me in the loop, in the copy, when you send him an email, then at least I'll know where that's going, because the CEO is the right place to begin. So you began at the right place, but it would have been, quite effective for him to have triggered it and sent it. But in case too much time has elapsed, then to send a direct request to Dr. Suri, keep me in the loop. We can try and see on how we can push that further.
Okay, thank you very much. I will appreciate if you can, in the chat box, you can drop his email ID and maybe contact number so that we will in touch.
I'll send it across. I'm just late for a meeting that I'm getting called for.
Yeah.
So I'll just send it across in a little bit.
Okay.
Right? Okay. To the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajit Bhaiji. We are humbled by your presence and the way you have answered all the questions and openness for having collaboration of AIU and NITI Aayog for the future implementation programs pertaining to SDGs. Thank you very much.
Dr. Singh, there is a question in the chat box, maybe not to him, but to others during the question session, we can address that question.
Yeah, it's more of an observation that I saw. So I did not ask this particular speaker for that because he was not having much time. So we will take up those aspects.
Sure.
Yeah. So may I now invite the next speaker, Mr. Praveen Mahato-ji, the Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Let's welcome Mr. Praveen-ji.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Association of Indian Universities for inviting me to the Central Zone Vice Chancellor meet on SDGs. It gives me immense pleasure in being a part of this August gathering. But unlike other speakers who had, I think, straight away gone into the role of HEIs in poverty alleviation, what I would like to do is, since I have been associated with Department of Rural Development, which has been taking a lot of steps with regard to, achieving the goal number 1 of SDG, which is poverty alleviation. So I would like to briefly touch upon the various steps that have been taken by the Department of Rural Development with regard to poverty eradication programs. So as we all know, to measure India's performance towards the goal of no poverty, 6 national level indicators have been identified. Out of these 6 national level indicators, 2 indicators are those with which Department of Rural Development has been very closely associated. The first indicator is persons provided employment as a percentage of persons who demanded employment under Mahatma Gandhi NREGA program. So, as we all know that NREGA 2005 aims to provide 100 days of guaranteed wage employment in every financial year to every rural households whose adult member volunteers to do unskilled work. So, the target that has been put under the SDG is 98.95%. So basically, we will be achieving almost 100% by 2013. As against this, at this point of time, the achievement has been hovering around 84 to 85%, and there is a need to improve this percentage figure. The second indicator that has been under the is one of the national indicator is percentage of households living in Kacha households. The target has been set at 0%, implying that no household should reside in a Kacha house, which is a non-durable and temporary form of housing. As per available information, about 4% of our population still they reside in a Kacha house. So, Department of Rural Housing, Rural Development, we are basically implementing the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin in the rural areas. And the focus of this program is that we should basically achieve in the next 2 to 3 years all Pakka house for those who are living in Kacha houses at this point of time. And we propose to assist in construction of 2.95 crore households. So, assistance is provided to various households who are still in Kacha households. So this is another focus area. Apart from these 2 national level indicators, Department of Rural Development is also implementing National Social Assistance Program. Now, this National Social Assistance Program is for old age, widows, and disabled persons. So we have at this point of time various schemes which are being implemented under the National Social Assistance Program. In addition to the center, the states are also implementing their own programs for these vulnerable groups. And as per our information that we have collated from the states, center and states combined, we are basically, helping or providing benefits to about 8 crore of households. So this way, Department of Rural Development is helping a number of beneficiaries, and the average assistance that is being provided under these programs is to the tune of somewhere around 1,000 to 1,100 rupees per month. So this way, we are helping a lot of poor people to subsist at a minimum standard. So this is how. So I thought that these are some of the programs that I should highlight with regard to Department of Rural Development. Now coming to the role of higher education, it is well known that there is a strong linkage between strong higher education system and poverty eradication. This is because higher education has immense capacity to enhance capabilities of individuals and directly affect the material deprivations they face. Higher education is thus important in addressing determinants of income poverty. Income poverty is generally associated with either low levels of education or poor quality of work or inadequate design of economic policy for redistribution of income. In this way, there is a vicious circle. Income poverty is associated with precarious education, health, and work, which in turn hinders the acquisition of the necessary skills to earn an income and get rid of income poverty. The greater the coverage in education, the more likely it is that the poor will have opportunities to overcome poverty through enhanced capabilities. So therefore, an inclusive education system can play an important role in this regard, which in turn could encourage upward social mobility amongst the most disadvantaged sections, which in turn will lead to inclusive and holistic development of these vulnerable groups. It is therefore important to continue with the idea of public funded education in order to keep education affordable for the most vulnerable groups. Apart from this, every country needs well-trained professionals as well as technological innovators to tackle local and national level challenges. Adequate investment in research and development allows country to find innovative and cost-effective solutions to address the concerns of the most deprived. However, India's R&D spending as a percentage of GDP has stagnated in the last 2 decades, and bulk of this spending has been focused on the atomic energy, space, and defense sectors. India's health and education sector remains severely constrained. So therefore, there is a need to increase India's spending on R&D with increased focus on medical and educational research. Given that I'm from Department of Rural Development, I would also like to focus on the problem areas with regard to this in the rural areas. One is that we need to give due importance to rural youth and higher education policies. At present, poor quality education has adversely impacted the lives of rural youth. Growing privatization of education along with no assurance of quality is placing a huge burden on them. The fact that rural candidates are finding it increasingly difficult to gain entry into professional education and lack to fit between their degree and the job market means that several lakhs of them find themselves both unemployable as well as they are unemployed. Overlooking the general adverse integration of the rural into the large macroeconomy and only placing emphasis on online and distance learning cannot stem this rot. Thus, emphasis should be given to establish quality and affordable centers of higher learning in rural areas to prevent a sense of alienation among rural youth. So we have to basically start focusing on higher education even in the rural areas. So this is another thing that we can do. So these are some of the limited points that I just wanted to share with you all. So before, once again, I'd like to thank you for inviting me and allowing me to share my views on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Praveen Mehtaji, for sharing with us the initiatives taken by the Ministry of Rural Development in terms of the employment schemes and the financial assistance that is directly being transferred, particularly now it is in the direct benefit transfer mode. So there is no leakage in that also. That is to be appreciated by all of us, that all the money goes directly to the account of the individual. So beneficiary is getting 100% what is being sent from here. And you are right that higher education institutions should be established in almost every district, maybe, or maybe lower than that level in the future. So as we are talking about a medical college in every district, that is a plan of the government of India. Similarly, we should have actually multidisciplinary higher education institutions also in every district. So I think that point is a very valid point, which you are at the right place to make it happen in the government of India. We can support you from the side of AIU and the university's thought process on that, that yes, it is required. And we see, like I'm from University of Delhi right now, I'm Vice Chancellor of Shri University. So in University of Delhi, we see people coming from all parts of India. So rural India, we see that it is represented there, you know. But yes, you are right that public funded education institutions are to be at all the places. Only then this can be solved. Otherwise, there would be migration from the rural side to the urban side and the cities, which will have more strain on the public facilities and all those ecosystem which is required at that level. The house is open, sir, for the question. If we can take one or two questions now, or if you are available, we can take it after the end of the last speaker, if you have time. You are on mute, sir. Praveen ji, you are on mute.
I'm okay both ways. Only issue is that I have to leave at 3:30 sharp.
Okay, then we can take, I think, one or two questions now if they are there. Secretary General, Madam, do you have any observation at this moment?
Not right now.
Okay. And there were certain observations and some questions written in the chat box also. Should HEIs not allow for crafting a model to enhance economic self-sustainability in their immediate vicinity? I believe, yes, they should do that. May I request Mr. Praveen Mathurji to also give his opinion on that? There are 4 parts to that, but let me take the first one first. Or the last one first. There is a specific question directly. Mr. Praveenji, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. I think these are very important things. Only thing is, all this requires a lot of resources, and that is where the problem arises. So while these are good ideas, that yes, there is a need to have these kind of self-sustained kind of institutions as we were actually talking that we should have such kind of things in close vicinity to the rural area, so that we can basically stop the problem of such migrations and all kind of things. But obviously resources is one area where everything gets stuck down. So that's the reason I think we need to really think of some kind of a collaborative models where the private sector and the public sector can come together, and we can have public-private partnership. Now, a lot of effort when I was in Niti Aayog and prior to that in the Planning Commission, a lot of effort was made at that point of time to bring PPPs, that is public-private partnership, in the education sector. But somehow, there was not much of a enthusiasm from the private sector, and more so at the higher level. Forget about the school education, which is something which the government is taking care of at this point of time. But at the higher education, it was felt that a more collaborative approach between the private sector and the public sector can help in bridging this divide, where you have only good centers located only in the urban areas, and most of the people in the rural areas, they find this huge divide, and which also impacts their livelihood actually at the end. So these are things that we need to think from the government's perspective as well as from the private sector, that if we can collaborate together and try to achieve these goals.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And there are some programs run by industry-supported kind of clubs. We can say Enactus is one such activity where a lot of companies have supported students to work with the community nearby and to make entrepreneurs out of those who don't have even 2 times a meals to eat. So there are some structured initiatives available with the support of industry also, and the government is also saying adopt a village and do like that, so that itself is focused on having your attention on the nearby community areas to be developed. So there are structured initiatives which are there, but yes, more ecosystem is required to be enriched. What you said, Praveenji, is the need of the hour. And there is one question on, we keep hearing about design thinking, which starts with empathy. But is this not more relevant for HEIs in its social responsibility?
I can deal that question when I speak about it, Professor Singh.
You can even speak now. You can answer that question even now. Yeah.
No, then I can take over. And if you allow me, I can share my thoughts.
Please. Please. You are most welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm really delighted to be part of this conversation. And Pankajji, if you remember, we had invited you to Bhubaneswar 2 years ago to have a conversation with the universities in Odisha to articulate their roles in Odisha's development. And you were very kind. You had come from the UGC that time, and I'm so delighted that you are taking this process forward. And I'm extremely happy that we are touching on a subject through the university system. How do we deal poverty and poverty-related issues? I'm so happy about it. I think, friends, before I move, actually, now goal number 1, the poverty goal, is a over-archaical goal which deals with all social goals. Because if you see the SDG framework, whether you talk about people, you talk about planet, you talk about peace, you talk about prosperity, and you talk about partnership, people part is a very heavy part. And that is a kind of, critical part. If people part is not dealt, you can't move the other side. Similarly, if you segregate these 17 goals, the social goals, the economic goals, the what they call the environmental goals, and the peace and partnership goals, if you divide all these 17 goals, again, the social goals are very dominant goals, and poverty goal is overarching in the social goals. I would like all of you to really, brush up our memory and develop a shared understanding around it. Then, what are the 7 targets which has been set up around the poverty goal? The most important targets are eradicate extreme poverty. Eradicate extreme poverty. So extreme poverty has to be out. Reduce poverty by at least 50% balance. Extreme poverty is gone, then at least we reduce poverty by 50%. Then implement social protection system so that the vulnerable, the disadvantaged, they are taken care of. And access to basic services, which includes health, education, drinking water, sanitation, etc. And the other goal, other target, which is a very important target, that is build resilience to environmental, economic, and social disasters, actually. And we are going through one of the biological disasters of history at this point of time. And then the final target is pro-poor public spending. And this is very, very important for the university system. Pro-poor public spending, social sector spending in our budgets, in the priorities of the government. How do you know that? So if this is the backdrop, and if we move further, SDG also offers, this is a political consensus at the highest level. There is a, what you call, political commitment also to do it. And today, SDG has also become a mantra almost, global mantra, right? The bilaterals are talking, the national governments are talking, provincial governments, state governments are talking. Everyone is talking and talking and talking. And the multilaterals are talking, of course, including the UN system. But where is the localization of SDG happening actually? You know, SDG realization can only happen if it is localized actually on the ground. So therefore, what I'm going to focus is, I'm going to focus on how do we localize SDG at this point of time, and then what is the role of higher education institutions. Before I move further, let me give you a small anecdote. I was part of the university system in the 80s. I resigned from my university job in 83 to be precise. Right? I was leading the National Service Scheme Volunteer Program. Once I was part of my monitoring trip to a college, went to a village in which there was a camp with about almost 60 boys and girls participating in a camp. It was a 10 days camp, summer camp. And that was the 8th day of the camp. On the 8th day, when I landed there as part of my monitoring, regular monitoring trip, I usually spend a day or an evening with the volunteers. And because I spend some substantive time, I get to know what is the mood of the students, how is the faculty member who is handling the camp is dealing with that. Then the students, they really enjoy that interaction. And when I became very friendly, they said, "Sir, we are here. Today is the 8th day. Sir ने हमको non-veg अभी तक खिलाया नहीं. हमने अंडा का क्या है? We have not even seen an egg sale actually." That was precisely the Odia English version of the Odia thing which I understood. So then I took it very seriously. I said, "Oh, I'm so happy that you are coming out with your problems. And one of the biggest problem which you are facing now is non-veg खाना नहीं मिला कैंप में. यही है ना? ना, yes sir. एक मील तो कम से कम हमको मांगता है." So I took that opportunity, asked the students who were attending the camp. I said, "Can we do a nutrition survey of the village tomorrow morning? And by evening, I guarantee you a bada khana. I guarantee you a bada khana." I cancelled all my trips further and I stayed in that camp. Gave them a little framework. How do they do a nutrition survey of all families to see the nutrition content of their meals and to calculate what is the calorie intake in the families? My friends and colleagues, let me tell you, that was a game changer in my career. That was a game changer in many students' career. Towards the end of the day, when they came back, each one, it was a very heavy camp day, evening that day. They were all complete sonata in the camp. Complete sonata. Nobody was happy. They were all very sad. I said, what has happened? नहीं सर, नॉनवेज खाना छोड़िए, कल से सर एक दिन कैंप है, राइस दाल होगा. हम गांव में, we have identified 18 families. They should come and have their meal with us, sir. They're really literally struggling for a decent meal during a day. And we are thinking of A, B, C, D. A major change happened in some of the students, thinking in their perspective, in their framework. And they came back and we did a bada khana. That is, in Odia, we have a khana dalma. Dalma is a combination of dal and vegetables. So rice and dalma we did and invited everybody. And we had a real meal and everyone was happy. What did we learn from that? What did we learn from this camp? One camp. And today, some of the students who were part of that camp, many of them are professors, many of them have retired, many of them are development experts, many of them have gone to the World Bank, some have, been part of the UN system, very, very, very good professionals actually. But there is a heavy load of empathy in them. They understand what is happening at the other side. They understand how to empathize with the poor. I think, friends, poverty issue is one which cannot be addressed if empathy is not built. But are we really promoting that empathy culture in the institutions of higher learning? That is the point. That is a very important point, and I would like all of you to think about it. Think about it. The second example I would like to give is, you see, after the SARC came up in the early 80s or late 70s, I still don't remember. You know, one of the seminal piece of work which SARC Secretariat did was by setting up a poverty commission, because they felt if there is anything common in the SARC region, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Pakistan, whether it is India and Sri Lanka, that is the commonality of all these regions is poverty. So they set up a poverty commission, and a very interesting poverty commission report, which was, you know, acquiring dust in the SARC Secretariat in Kathmandu. When I picked it up, reprinted 5,000 copies and circulated it very widely. You know, it's a very seminal piece of work. What did this poverty commission? Who were the poverty commissioners? They had picked up 5 people from across the SARC, with one academician from Delhi School of Economics, that time, Professor Hasim, who later joined as the Planning Commission as a member, the Vice Chancellor of Sri Lanka University in Colombo, Dr. Then there was a one of the banker in Bangladesh, BRAC. And then there was somebody who was a member of the Planning Commission in Nepal, actually. And one NGO from Pakistan called Aga Khan Rural Support Program. I think what did they do? They looked at, and at that time, the flagship programs, the poverty alleviation flagship programs were in India, we had IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program. And in some states, like very specifically in Odisha, where I come from, my state was running this program called Economic Rehabilitation of the Rural Poor, ERRP. So IRDP was the dominant anti-poverty program in India. In Pakistan, it was the Rural Support Program. In Sri Lanka, it was the Janasevia program, which was a small savings program. And in Kathmandu, Nepal, it was a irrigation program, participatory irrigation management. And in Bangladesh, it was a program of savings credit, thrift program, run by BRAC, by Professor Yunus and many others in a very small way. They looked at all these 5-6 major programs and came to a conclusion that what is the commonality of this program, why the program is a success, why the program is a failure. They identified wherever the countries have spent adequate resources, time, energy, and adequate research on the social mobilization aspect, programs have clicked actually. It has been successful. Wherever the hardware development has happened, it has not really gone down actually. So social mobilization was identified as a key component of poverty alleviation programs. I think, friends, today also, I think there is a very, social mobilization is so important. Social mobilization is so critical. Without social mobilization, poverty alleviation, poverty elimination program cannot really move. So I thought, let me flag these 2 very concrete, examples before you. The Poverty Commission report is still available, and I'm sure it will be lying in SARC Secretariat. If you find difficulties, you can write to me. I will be very happy to forward you a copy. Very important report, and it was done by a combined multi-stakeholders like academics, by civil society practitioners, and the government. And sorry, from India government, we had Mr. Venugopal, who was the secretary to the Prime Minister, who was part of the Poverty Commission. Now the question is, what higher education institutions can do to achieve these 7 targets? I think there are 2 ways in which higher education institutions can involve actually. The first way is developing this empathy, and developing this empathy with the students, with the faculty, members of the faculty. Actually. I think members of the faculty is very, very important. I see there are 2 types of faculty. And then how do we do it? I think that can be only done very well if we have a structured rural immersion program. We have a structured, internship program, which is very structured actually. It's not a Khana Purti program I'm recommending. It's a very structured program, because in my organization, we get interns and, what you call immersion program, what you call participants from a range of universities and institutes around the world. Students who come from the outside the country, they will come with a very serious bent of mind, spend 3 months, very intensive. Students who come from professional institutes like IRMA, like the Indian Institute of Management, like the Indian Institute of Technologies, their faculty will come a month ago to identify the village where they are going to stay, make couple of more visits during the placement. So, and students are very serious. IRMA's program of 6 weeks village immersion program makes a very important change in the life, in the thinking of a student actually, and in the thinking of a faculty member. I think that is one thing I would certainly urge Pankaj for the Association of Indian University to really take it up in a very structured way. We need to really develop a very structured program of internship and village immersions, rural immersions, so that the empathy is developed, the problem is known, the problem comes out actually, that is one. The second thing I would suggest, you see, how do you really help in the planning process? Universities can play a very important role in the planning, the people-centered planning, whether it's a Gram Panchayat level planning, whether it's a tribal village development plan, whether it's a disaster resilient development plan at a community level. I think these 3 things will make the localizing SDG a possibility. Otherwise, we'll be all busy in doing talk shows and we'll be in rhetorics actually. How do we convert rhetorics to reality is localizing SDG. Localizing SDG at the panchayat level. How does a panchayat develop a SDG plan in their own panchayat? How, that is the second part. The third part is, there is a lot of what you call citizen-led monitoring accountability tools which are floating down. That is the community resource, the citizen report cards, the community score cards, the social audits, the public hearings. Where are the universities in this system? So I would like to really provoke all of you to think through, how do you get involved in the citizen-led accountability tools? If there is an inequality report which is coming globally and we are talking about it, it is being published by some civil society organization called Oxfam, actually, which is not a university. How does universities play in this role in bringing out the hunger reports, the unemployment report, the inequality reports? That can only happen if we get involved in citizen-led accountability tools. That is the second part. And then the third part is bringing best practices from the ground, participatory research from the ground. And that can only happen if there is a design at the university level to engage. That calls for partnership. That calls for partnership between the university system and civil society organizations. That calls for partnership between institutions of higher education and action-oriented organizations who are working on the ground. Then that partnership can make a difference. With these words, let me thank everyone for really giving me an opportunity to share some of my ideas. And I'm sure if SDG has to be really realized, because this is an urgent thing. It's an urgent thing. 2030 is the goal, and the goal is no one should be left behind. That is the tag. If no one has to be left behind, that means if universities are thinking that they will do something next year, they should start it from tomorrow onwards. If somebody is thinking of doing something, the week after next, they have to start it next week itself. So, and if there is a desire for a structured internship program across Indian universities, I will be very happy to work with any system to develop the best system available in the world. And there are many like me who will be available to work on this. If there is a societal immersion program which has to be designed, we will design that together. But I want my students and my faculty in the institutions of higher learning to connect with the society. Today, that connection is missing actually. And without that connection, SDG connectivity will be a rhetoric actually. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jagadananda ji, for taking us to the ground with the real life stories that you had with the students of the NSS camp, and you extended the camp and did a nutritional survey which touched their hearts, and the transformation happened not only in their lives, but your life also. You mentioned about that. So localization of SDGs, as you highlighted, is the first important point which you have made, is really important. And this structured rural immersion program, as the ICAR expert was talking about, RAVE program. In Sri University also we have BSc Agriculture, where one semester is the rural immersion program itself. So there are some programs wherein rural immersion is actually very structured, not only at the university level, but at the national level also. That is governed from ICAR side. So far as some corporate kind of programs are there in terms of MBA and all that, where they have internship with the industry because they want them to be placed in the industry. But for others, how it can be done, it's a very good thought, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, that how rural immersion is also to be embedded in the all kind of programs. That's a good thought to be considered at the level of AIU. And there are several pockets of immersion of different kinds, like doctors do immersion in terms of their internship, but going to the rural areas for all kind of internship is maybe smaller and duration could be considered, but everybody, if they have the experience of what the rural India is, the real life at the grassroots level is, probably that will have the empathy being developed in each of the students, the future citizens of India. And then you have rightly mentioned that about the Gram Panchayat level and the level, how we can help in the planning process, how the universities can take lead in the being the partner in the planning process of all stakeholders who are around. So that's also something important. You have given a challenge that what Oxfam is doing and others are doing, why can't universities do that? Maybe AIU can take lead on those aspects. Like we have even annual status of education report, ASAR report, as we see, where it says that the kind of education which a person should have in 8th or 9th class, he is not even having, most of them not even having of 2nd or 3rd standard. So the money is going in terms of Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, but the report, ASAR report, says the outcome is not to the desired extent. And yes, it is our responsibility as Association of Indian Universities to have our reports also coming out. So that's a valid, I think, suggestion, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji. You should consider this kind of citizen-centric accountability tools what Dr. Jagadananda has talked about, and bringing best practices from the ground and partnership with civil society organizations. These are the 4 important points raised by him, and I'm sure AIU would definitely take into account all these aspects to consider for future implementation part of it. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, would you like to say something now at this moment?
Thank you, Dr. Singh. A very nice presentation by Dr. Jagadananda. And I feel that National Institute of Rural Development, they are doing some sort of a curriculum. They are making some curriculum for this sort of a program. So I think this will see the light of the day very soon, because there is a sensitization in the government that this is required. Like I would also, like you were narrating that incident of nutritional survey. I went to, Dr. Tej Pratap is here. I went to his university. He is the Vice Chancellor of G.V. Pant University of Agriculture, Science and Technology. And I saw there how the crops are grown, how the apiculture is there, how the dairy is there, poultry is there, everything. And then I came and my son was also with me. And then when we came back, I realized that most of our students are not aware of the food which is on their plate, from where it is coming. So when I was the vice chancellor of the university, I asked a student, the food you're eating in the mess, who are you grateful to for that food? He thought, and then he says, maybe my parents, because they paid for this food. And then I said, okay, think a little further. Then he said, okay, the person who has cooked the meal, but he could not go beyond that. And then I asked him, what about the person who has grown the wheat or the rice or the spices, the one who has transported, the one who has made the maybe ghee, oil, whatever. So there are thousands of people who are behind this one plate of food. So are you not grateful to them? So the person says, I never thought it that way. So the issue is that we need to sensitize, and that is where in collaboration with G.V. Pant University, AIU signed an MOU with ICAR that non-agriculture university students should go to agricultural universities and see how the crops are grown, how all these things are coming, and how it's not easy that you get the milk you drink, or it's the ice cream you eat, or the clothes you wear, or the food you eat. It's not very easy. Many people are working for it, then only you're getting it. So that was one type of sensitization which we thought we should be doing at AIU. But your suggestions are very well taken, very encouraging. We will be taking it up at the AIU also, and the universities and the students both need to be sensitized on all these issues. So the program you're talking about, maybe we will also speak to NIRD if mandatory, not mandatory, not optional. So similarly, everybody feels that we should have these mandatory courses, but the list of mandatory courses becomes so big, but that it is very difficult to accommodate in the current curriculum. So somehow we have to, I think, give liberty to the students that they can choose what they want to learn. So mandatory is something which I have started disliking. So it should be optional. Students should have the choice to learn whatever they want to learn, but the sensitization should be there. They should know that why I need to know this. So let us see how we can do this further, how we can progress further. Over to Dr. Singh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, for highlighting also what NIRD is doing. And we have an MOU, Shri University has an MOU with them, and they have designed the course curriculum at undergraduate level also for rural development area. And the point is that, yeah, please. If somebody wants to say something, any question from anyone from the house? The session is open.
You still have 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes.
Session is
I just wanted to add a small thing before you close the session. You see, today in our country, taking the hardcore poor, the ultra poor, out of poverty, circuit is the greatest challenge we are facing as a country. Actually. The ultra poor. I'm not talking about the borderline poor. I'm not talking of the semi-urban centric poor. I'm talking of hardcore poor.
OBC layer poor you are not talking about.
Absolutely. So the hardcore poor. Then the problem there is, today we have a program called Antodaya, right? Mr. Pai would, know that it's a program. Antodaya scheme gives them free rice up to 25 kilo, this, that, etc., etc. Identification of this ultra poor and tracking how they are handling their social security benefits. What is that they are handling? What is that their entitlement is? How much they are getting that? That itself is a beautiful research project. Beautiful research project. So I think we have to really engage in about a dozen such research projects across the country. And maybe Professor Anant, who is on the chat box, he can take a lead in some research project. There are some others who can take lead in some other research project. And towards end, after a year, when we come together and say that these are some of the policy level changes which need to happen actually in Antodaya program, then only we will be able to make a huge contribution towards our responsibility to accomplish goal number 1, that is the poverty goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is some comment here. If recommendations suggested by Honorable Dr. Jayaram would be taken into consideration, then it would definitely meet the goal of no one should be left behind. And just like as her name reflect, happy for many of us. Okay, right. I'm tempted to share some of the stories of Enactus students of University of Delhi, particularly Shri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, and others. One of them was that they identified some women destitutes and they were not able to earn money at all. Then they found which skill they are good at. They identified all of them knew cooking. So they made a group of 8 to 10 ladies, and then they organized their, like Dabbawalas are in Mumbai. So they organized the industrial area, that those workers who need food to be cooked and served to them. So the supply chain was fixed for them, and the MOU was signed between them, and they started earning money. So they created an enterprise of those people who are not able to think how they can earn money to have a livelihood. The students of the university under the Enactus were able to convert those people into entrepreneurs. One such case was in a JJ colony in Delhi. They identified an entrepreneur or a person whom they made an entrepreneur, that there would be a water purifier. The problem was in JJ colony, pure drinking water, clean drinking water is a challenge. So they planted one big one, industrial kind of water purifier. They got that person a loan from an NGO to buy that particular thing, and then he started selling in the community itself. So again, a case of converting a person who was not able to find how to live life in terms of having income source, they converted him to an entrepreneur. These were the people who were at the end, what you were saying, until their kind of a thing. And then one very important thing, again a story, when the cycle rickshawalas who were actually paying rental on a daily basis. So suppose they earn 200 rupees, they pay 100 rupees or more as rental for that particular rickshaw, run for the whole day and earn less than half of what the earning they had. So they tied up with the banks and ensured that the collaterals that are required to be done is managed, and they are given a loan to buy the rickshaw. They become the owner of the rickshaw, and the amount that they were paying as a rental to the rickshaw owners earlier, they were paying to the bank now to become rickshaw owners. So these are some of the very heart-touching success stories of the students of an higher education institution connecting with the village people or who needs their support and converting them into entrepreneurs. When I said initially, Enactus is one such platform where I've experienced that people are being converted from normal beings to entrepreneurs. So I think we have only 3 minutes left now. So I must thank all my panelists for making this a very lively session, and a lot of policy initiatives needs to be taken. I think AIU has taken note of that. Secretary General is smiling. That it's a very fruitful session from our perspective, and each one of us would actually take the points forward. I see one hand raised up by Professor Anand. Would you like to say something? You can unmute yourself.
Someone want to ask? Yeah, Professor Singh, thank you. Thank you. It was a very profound deliberation that's happening. But, to cater to about 84 million people or 6% of the total population, which is under poverty, the work is massive. And I would say, ideally, we need a framework which every higher education institution needs to look at implementing. So that at arm's length, whatever we can do, this revolution needs to happen in this country so that this can be addressed. While we talk about the SDGs at a global scale, but the problem itself is extremely massive, and we need to start. We should have started it yesterday, possibly, but then no harm. We are together. I think at the apex, we need to look at how the implementation framework drifts down to every HEI, and we make something possible. In a year's time, we may produce some statistics where the HEIs also come forward in the next AIU meet and say that this is what we have done. I'm just placing it for record. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Anand, for giving your comments. And this is now 3:29, so my time is almost over. I thank AIU for inviting me to be part of this conference, and it was really delightful experience for me to be part of this extremely enlightened panel, and that discussion was amazing. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, on behalf of AIU and Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore, I take this opportunity to thank all the speakers for sharing their profound knowledge with us in today's session. I extend a hearty thanks to the chairperson of this session, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, for being with us and enriching us with his expertise. Thanks to all the distinguished speakers, Mr. Ajit Pai, Ms. Asmi Mishra, Mr. Praveen Mehto, Dr. Jagdanand for sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you for making excellent presentations and making this session interesting and meaningful. Thanks to Dr. Pankaj Mittal for being the backbone of the meet from planning to execution and motivating us. A hearty thanks to Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor SDGs, for his constant support and guidance. Thank you, Dr. S. Ramadevi Pani, for all your support. Last but not the least, thanks to all the Honorable Vice Chancellors for their active participation in this session. Many thanks to all of you. Have a great day ahead. Ma'am, are we supposed to take a comfort break, or should we, proceed to the next session?
No, it's at 3:40, so we have to wait for this.
We can have comfort break for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, as per schedule.
Okay.
Yes, we should honor the schedule. Thanks to the
Dr. Tej Pratap sir, we will wait for 10 minutes.
Recording
and
stopped.
3:40 we will start.
Maybe in the meantime, we can have informal discussions if we all are here.
It is.
Madam can get it.
Recording में जा रहा है, madam ध्यान रखेंगे.
YouTube live.
So recording में है ये.
The comfort break means take some comfort.
Singh Saab, namaskar. That's very good.
Namaskar sir, namaskar. Good to see you.
Good to see you also. Yeah, मैंने तो अभी देखा, मैंने कहा ये श्री यूनिवर्सिटी वाले तो मेरे से पहले लगे हुए already when I joined.
I saw you in the morning session in the inaugural people.
I peeped in for a while and then बीच में थोड़ा दोनों काम चल रहे थे ना, अपनी दुकान भी चलानी होती है तो औरों की मदद भी करनी होती है.
Last year, Dr. Tej Pratap sir was saying कि मेरी किस्मत ऐसी है, सारी conferences online होगी.
मेरी तो 100% online थी. मैं तो
इस बार भी ऐसा ही होगी.
इस साल भी कुछ ऐसा ही हो रहा है यहाँ.
एक नमस्कार.
उपिंदर दर जी नमस्कार. कैसे हैं?
फाइन, आप कैसे हैं?
खैरियत, एवरीथिंग फाइन जी.
नाइस टू सी यू वंस अगेन.
जी, कोरोना से बचे हैं? एवरीथिंग फाइन?
जी.
That's very good.
सर अभी इस बार जिसको भी हो रहा है ना, कह रहे हैं कि जिसको हो रहा है उसको बूस्टर डोज लग रही है. मतलब that is the sort of a booster dose.
अच्छा, हाँ, बूस्टर डोज तो लगा लिया, अब एक्स्ट्रा वाली हो जाएगी उसकी तो. It's just fine. इतना ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं. हमारे यहाँ काफी केसेस आए, but very mild. And guys are not even bothering about जी हाँ पॉजिटिव तो है, पर I'm just, and good thing is it is not going down the throat. थ्रोट तक की लिमिट रह रहा है.
बस खांसी, थोड़ा गला खराब हो गया,
खराश ही है गले में आपका, भाई क्यों लंग्स का कि नहीं सर नीचे नहीं गया. So that's one good. और 3-4 दिन में नॉर्मल. तो इसलिए बच्चों का आर्गुमेंट था कि हम घर नहीं जाएंगे सर, जब तक घर जाएंगे तो ठीक हो जाएंगे, इसलिए यही निपटा लेंगे. मैंने कहा ठीक है.
तब आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी खुली हुई है सर?
यूनिवर्सिटी बैच ओपन एनीवे, पर स्टूडेंट्स हमने काफी घर भेज दिए हैं. जो ऑनलाइन स्टडी किया, एग्जाम वाले यहाँ हैं, PhD वाले और MSc वाले यहीं हैं. बाकी अंडर ग्रेजुएशन वालों को भेज दिया थोड़ा रश कम करने के लिए. शुरू में मुश्किल हो गई थी, पैनिक की. पेरेंट्स रोज फोन करें, आप हमारे वार्ड्स का क्या गारंटी लेते हैं? मैंने तुम ही गारंटी लो, हम कितनों की गारंटी लेंगे? क्यों सिंह साहब की हो, 2 की या अपनी गारंटी नहीं, औरों की क्या लेंगे? वो तो कोरोना गारंटी देगा तभी बात है. It didn't go well. So it's we have elections, so the work is affected by other sense. वो election duties वाला लोगों की ये वो लगा हुआ है.
तो श्री यूनिवर्सिटी खुली है बंद है?
No, we also had to send students back, so we are again in the online mode purely from last about जब से भी वो हुआ था उसके बाद से जो है Monday से हुआ था, so we send them back after that. So
you have got some deadline for reopening?
No, we have not given any deadline. The online classes are on. As soon as the government will announce, we will do that, because generally it gets extended. Whatever is the initial first announcement, it gets extended. So we have said till further orders. It is purely in the online mode. Now less than 150 students are in the hostels.
So we still have large numbers, of course, around 1,000 out of 1,000 वो कह रही थी तो हमारे वैसे भी नहीं जाते उधर सर घर जाते. We have students from Odisha, from West Bengal. ओके सर जाते जाते जरूर हमें कोरोना होगा, यहाँ तो ठीक है. मैंने कहा बात तो सही है, इसलिए यहीं पड़े रहे.
और आपका वैष्णव विद्यापीठ भी बंद है डॉक्टर धर सर?
We are continuing online only. ने offline बुलाया नहीं अभी तक.
अच्छा बुलाया ही नहीं.
We are continuing online.
पर बच्चों का नुकसान तो बहुत हो रहा है. मतलब बच्चों ने बहुत सारे तो ऐसे है कि डिग्री कर ली, यूनिवर्सिटी की शक्ल ही नहीं देखी.
एक बैच ऐसा है.
And that's also a very interesting thing. Some students, there are some of my relatives, they their only one grouse is that they have graduated, but they have not known the culture of the university. बोला हमें तो मालूम ही नहीं चलेगा क्या होता क्या है.
Actually यूनिवर्सिटी कर लिया उन्होंने.
और क्या वैसे बैठे बैठे ही.
नहीं, और फिर क्वालिटी सही में इम्पैक्ट हो रही है. क्वालिटी
but it is a reality, whatever it is. We can't really.
प्रैक्टिकल सब्जेक्ट सर क्या है? प्रैक्टिकल सब्जेक्ट जो है जहाँ पर बायोकेमिस्ट्री है, जहाँ पर फिजिक्स के एक्सपेरिमेंट है, वहाँ सब जो है काफी भी होता है. मतलब जो एमएससी है लेवल पर
खैर लैब वर्क वगैरह तो सफर करता है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है. वी आर स्टिल नॉट परफेक्ट इन यूजिंग इवन वर्चुअल सिस्टम्स. So impact is there, negative impact is there, but then it is a reality. We have to face with it, learn to live with. So what can we do?
अब तो children are finding it so easy to pass कि सारे जितने भी बैक लगी हुई थी ना सब पास हो गई. और इसके अलावा अब वो कह रहे हैं कि हम वहाँ क्लास में आके देंगे ही नहीं, हम तो ऑनलाइन एग्जाम दे देंगे.
मेरे पास रिप्रेजेंटेशन यही है कि सर क्लासेस तो आप ऑफलाइन रखें, क्योंकि यहाँ उनको घूमना है, लड़कियों को भी मिलना है, क्लास फेलोज को भी मिलना है. एग्जाम हम वही ऑनलाइन देंगे. मेरे कहा भाई ये उल्टी गंगा कब से चल पड़ी. And I said, well, you promised you go home, but examination will be offline only, not online. कि जी हम क्लास नहीं लगाएंगे तो मैं एग्जाम के लिए ऑनलाइन में बड़े खुश हैं. Delhi is fine now.
फाइन सर, फाइन तो क्या है, टेस्टिंग कम कर दी है तो केसेस कम हो गए.
अच्छा फाइन लगता ही है नेचुरली.
मतलब जो पॉजिटिविटी रेट तो 28-30% है, पर अब टेस्ट ही कम करोगे तो अपने आप नंबर्स कम हो जाएंगे.
मतलब हम उसको लाइटली लेने में लग गए होंगे, कोई खास फर्क तो पड़ेगा नहीं. ठीक है. और दिल्ली की सब्जी मार्केट का रश रखें तो वो तो रोज ही फैलता जा रहा होगा, वो कौन सा काम है.
बस वीकेंड कर्फ्यू है, रेस्टोरेंट्स वगैरह सब बंद है, उसकी वजह से थोड़ी भीड़ कम है.
तो
जो शॉप्स है वो अल्टरनेट डेज पे खुलती हैं, ऑड इवन करके.
अच्छा चले, इतना भी काफी है. एक डर बना रखना चाहिए कि
एक आर्टिकल पढ़ा था मैंने डॉक्टर राजेश टंडन का, जैसे कहते हैं ना वीकेंड कर्फ्यू है, वीकेंड पे तो छुट्टी होती है, तो उसमें लिखा था हुज वीकेंड, किसका वीकेंड. मतलब क्या जो ये फेरी लगा रहे हैं इनका वीकेंड, कि खाली ऑफिस जाने वालों का वीकेंड, तो किसका वीकेंड खाली होता है. बाकियों का तो बेचारों का नौकरी खत्म हो जाती है, मतलब लाइवलीहुड ही खत्म हो जाता है वीकेंड ऑफ करने से, वीकेंड कर्फ्यू लगाने से. और हमें लगता है वीकेंड कर्फ्यू लगा दिया चलो कोई बात नहीं, क्योंकि वही रियलाइजेशन की जो थोड़ी देर पहले बात हो रही थी ना, वी डोंट इवन रियलाइज कि किसके वीकेंड की बात कर रहे हो भाई. कितने % जनता का वीकेंड होता है.
हाँ, ये तो बात सही है। तो कईयों को तो टाइम ही वही है कमाने का। बोले अच्छा जी, संडे को और सैटरडे को लोग आएंगे, खूब रश होगा, बाकी दिन तो उनका ऑफ वीक होता है। The last week I went to Haldwani and the shopkeeper said the same thing. उसने मेरी शक्ल देखी, देखा कोट का ड्रेस करके कि सर नमस्कार सर, सर आई एम वेरी सॉरी, ये तो वीकेंड डेज हैं, संडे था, कि इतना रश होता, वी कुड नॉट अटेंड यू, यू सीम टू बी समबडी इम्पोर्टेंट। मैं कहा नहीं यार, तो मैंने उसको बताया मैं ऐसे ऐसे हूँ कि जी आप छुट्टी वाले दिन मत आए, ये तो पैसे कमाने को तो यहाँ से रश होता है। So it's perfectly that way. उनका तो वही वीक है एंड नहीं, अगर उस पे बंद कर दिया तो बोले बाकी के दिन तो वैसे ही नहीं लोग आते हो, तो दफ्तरों में होते हैं।
मेरे ख्याल से we can start this session, sir.
Yes, it is 3:40.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yes. Who is the next reporter, please?
Yes, sir. Garima ma'am.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute.
A very good afternoon to the chairperson of the technical session 2, Dr. Tej Pratap, Honorable Vice Chancellor, GBPUAT, speakers, all the eminent speakers, Mr. Bisho Parajuli, Head WFP India, Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Director Samarthan, Mr. Prashant K. Swan, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, Director RIS India TBC. I welcome you all in the technical session 2, that is contribution of higher education institutions in ending hunger and promote sustainable agriculture. I would like to introduce our honorable chairperson. Sir, I would like to continue with the speaker, Mr. Bisho Parajuli. Mr. Bisho Parajuli, currently the resident coordinator at UNDP Zimbabwe. He has an experience of more than 30 years in the development sector. Former country director in World Food Programme, Sana, Yemen. Former resident humanitarian coordinator, UNDP representative at Myanmar. He has wide variety of contributions.
Recording in progress.
Development, policy analysis, capacity building, human rights, sustainable development, and many more fields. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Director Samarthan. Dr. Yogesh Kumar is the founder member and executive director of Samarthan Center for Development Support of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. He has an experience of more than 25 years in the development sector and is a professional of international repute on the issues of participatory governance and development. Dr. Kumar has an active engagement in local governance with expertise in participatory planning, social audits, citizens report card, community sport card, etc. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi.
I think Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi is not joining. Ramaji?
Yes, madam.
Sorry, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite our honorable chairperson, Dr. Tej Pratap, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, GBPUAT, for continuing for the opening remarks. Please, sir.
Yes, before the session starts, may I intervene? We have as the fourth speaker, Dr. Firoz Hussain, Principal Scientist, IARI. And I will read his while when his turn comes.
All right.
Over to the chairperson, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's start with it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Secretary General, Madam Pani, colleagues of AIU, and all my colleagues, Upendra Dharji and others that I can see, and others are online. Well, it's a platform of intellectuals, the academicians of the university. And this afternoon for 1.5 hours, you are going to discuss an interesting topic. Higher education institutions are not directly involved in development. These are academic institutions. And then today we are debating about issues that is about development, sustainable development goal 2. The subject matter for this afternoon, 1.5 hours, is it's 2, not really 1. One is ending hunger. Another one is promote sustainable mountain agriculture. Now, if I put things in perspective, then we are not going to debate here what kind of implementation strategies and others should be there. It's about academicians thinking about it. What's it? So I pose a few questions to you. Now, when it is ending hunger, and as good academicians are think tanks, and their job actually, if it is about contribution of HEIs, in a larger context, the education institutions full of academicians act as think tank to any subject. If it is like that, then our job is to actually look at the analysis of the issues, the problem, and that becomes, after problem analysis, you generate knowledge information. That becomes a contribution to the wider understanding for evolving strategies and developing a good vision. I would also put it here, and my able speakers after that would then thrash more issues on that. I think if we understand a problem very well, only then we can have good solutions and we can have good results. If the problems are not understood in perspective, then we will never have solutions that would be hard hitting. And I liked Jagdamba Prasad's contribution the past session, that how, if we have not a clearer understanding of the things, we deviate. To that extent, now I am coming to the real problem. Ending hunger in India, that would be India's contribution to sustainable development goals. What is the problem? So if it is about ending hunger, I ask, what is India's problem of hunger? If you are unable to answer it at a macro level, a micro level, and then only probably we can, give a right kind of analysis. So going 2 steps further on, ending hunger. Now, whose problem it is? So what is the problem? And when we go a little bit further, hunger, is it hunger of consumers only? And we have 2 kinds of stakeholders here. And I think it has been made visible during the past 1 year that we have seen. Whenever it is about hunger and agriculture, there are 2 broad stakeholders, consumers and producers. Hunger also is among producers, and distress is also among producers, and hunger is not one simple dimension. We are saying that hunger should also be understood in terms of access to sufficient food, and it's about safe food, and it is about nutritive food. And when these 3 dimensions of hunger are taken, then it is equally important to the producer also. Even the farmers are not outside the ambit of hunger. They will also fall into same dimension. I would like my speakers to dwell on that. What is hunger? And in these 3 dimensions, in India's context, we have seen 1 year-long farmers' agitation. It's partly centering around it. Their distress about remaining poor and their, access to safe food. Assuming that farmers are sufficient in their food, probably would be a wrong dimension. Not all farmers. They may be growing single crop. Only those farmers today are happy if they are going single crop and they are economically viable. Fine. But then they will have nutritional insecurity. They will have not a safe food. You may have enough food, but then out of these 3 dimensions, I would also like the gathering to understand what is it that HEIs can do in these 3 areas. Is providing sufficient food something that HEIs can do about? I think out of these 3, if HEIs can consider a more active role, a technological kind of role, where you can give your contributions. It is in actually helping grow safe food, helping go, then nutrition. Several studies have shown that access to food, sufficient food and nutritious food, they are not directly related to production. There are other dimensions to that. So that also should be seen. Everything, whenever in an agriculture platform we discuss about agriculture development, we tend to forget that and we focus on your one thing: produce more, produce more. I think we don't need to produce more. We need to produce sensibly in safe food. Then the second topic, it is linked with that, sustainable agriculture. How do we promote it? What is the problem in promote sustainable agriculture? Why do we need to promote? First, we need to understand what is it. The sustainability of agriculture has three dimensions again. One is ecological sustainability. That has become very clear today. One is a larger outside the agriculture domain, problem. That is global warming, climate change impacting the overall production of agriculture. One, for that sake, the contribution of higher education institutions is much more in terms of, technological research. How do we cope with the kind of different unforeseen problems we are facing? More than that, the kind of technologies we need for safe food production, even if we are growing enough of food. Our biggest problem in India today is we are growing enough food, but it is not safe food. The kind of vegetables, milk supplies, fruit supplies that reach the homes of all of you who are listening to me, we are consumers, that may not be safe. Somewhere the levels of safety, they differ. And here HEIs are directly responsible also. And it is their contribution here. If they don't contribute in a good way, then we have unsafe food. If they become responsible, then they can actually play a greater role in providing technology. I will then briefly say what are those. So far, there has been a major role of chemistry. It's chemistry of agriculture today. If we talk about safe technologies, the use of physics, biological sciences, microbiology, nanotechnologies based on microbes, and physics of agriculture. The Vedas have all physics of agriculture. They use physics more than chemistry. And microbiology or role of biological sciences in food production is still, there is a great potential. It is not explored. I would stop at that in this case. Sustainability's other dimension is that sustainable food production is technological one. Definitely, it is also ecological. That is beyond the ambit of HEIs, but definitely generating knowledge saying how we will be able to cope with global warming conditions in coming 2-3 decades, if at all it impacts our production systems. Well, I don't want to use more of the time now, leaving it to learned speakers. With these questions posing, what is the problem in hunger? What is the problem of sustainable agriculture? If we could answer these, what is and what are, probably that would be good enough thing for us to do justice in next 1 hour or so, not more than that. Vishu Parajuli ji, it's over to you, and it is your role now. Welcome to this. Should I call it a debate or an intellectual input, whatever you call, welcome, and floor is yours.
Sir, Tej Pratap sir, Rama Devi. Sir, actually, I just want to inform the House that we have 4 speakers for this session.
Yeah, you said
Mr. Visho Parajuli, head WFP. Second, we have Mr. Prashant Kumar Swai, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture. And third is Dr. Yogesh Kumar, Director, Samarthan. And fourth is Dr. Firoz Hussain, Principal Scientist, IARI. The anchor could not take the names of all the people. I am extremely apologetic.
No, that's okay. Not a problem at all.
Prashant Kumar Swai, sir, please join the
Ji Parajuli ji.
Okay, thank you so much, and namaste ji. Wonderful to join this honorable and distinguished gathering to share my thoughts. I've spent over 35 years in development, particularly working on food security and nutrition security in over 10 countries. So I'm really delighted to join. And my journey begins in Punjab, Ludhiana, as an agricultural student. It's really, I'm very, very delighted. In fact, I spoke about similar areas sometime back at a gathering at the Punjab Agricultural University also. Indeed, it's really a pleasure. And I think you have, Honorable Dr. Tej Pratap, you have really laid down many important points. So my discussion and debate would be pretty easy. Now, basically, in the overall context of Zero Hunger or SDG 2, there are about 6 areas we wish to achieve to complete, the success in Zero Hunger. One is ending hunger, that is ensuring access to food by every people, particularly the poor and vulnerable, children, safe, nutritious, and in sufficient quantity. That is fundamental number 1. Number 2 is ending all form of malnutrition, including achieving by 2025 internationally agreed targets on stunting, wasting in children under 5, and address nutritional needs of adolescent girls, pregnant and lactating women, and older person. That's number 2. Number 3 is doubling the agricultural productivity and income of small farmer and small scale food producers, in particular women, indigenous population, family farmers, pastoralists, fishermen, etc. And the 4th is ensuring sustainable food production system and implement resilient agricultural practices that increases production, productivity, as well as maintaining the ecosystem. And finally, maintaining the genetically diversity of seeds and cultivated plants and farmed and domesticated animals and their related wild species. With these 5 areas to achieve, I think there is tremendous progress, I must say, globally in this area. However, there are still huge challenges. I will lay down on that. It's not that there is not enough food produced globally as well as in India. I will dealt on it in India as well. But the situation is taking from globally, and India constitutes the bigger portion of that global statistics. 811 million people don't have enough food every day before they go to bed. Sadly, the COVID pandemic has doubled the highly food insecure population from 130 million to 270 million. And therefore, the challenge is, how do we ensure that that everybody has access and adequate, and we have a nutritional security, and it's not just we produce, but it's available to everybody. In fact, the UN Secretary General convene a food system summit looking exactly this issue. There is a feeling that the existing food system is broken. That's why everybody is not receiving the food they need, although the science has really helped us to produce so much more than necessary. But then the challenge is access. The challenge is preventing losses, and challenge is ensuring adequate nutritive food for everybody, including children, poor communities, and etc. Now, if we turn that to India, the whole situation. In the last 50 years or so, India has made tremendous progress in food production, as you rightly said, from 50 million tons or so about 50 years back. Now India produces 300 million tons. enormous progress. It has 100 million tons in surplus. But then India has one of the highest level of stunting and malnourished population. Why so? Many factors in this, and the good news is there are enormous effort being made to address this. So the whole food security law, with the provision of public distribution program and the midday meal program and the integrated child development, are a fantastic, great example globally. And during the whole period of COVID, I think these programs have demonstrated great examples in terms of success and reaching food, ensuring food access, and becoming a lifeline for millions of people. I mean, 800 million people. Sadly, the midday meal could not run, but they have adopted alternative modalities, take-home rations. Some are giving cash, but there are weaknesses in that. And then there is the integrated child development program, where children are fed and provided nutrition food under Anganwadi to small kids, pregnant women, and lactating mothers. That has also got a little bit affected. The main problem in the context of India is we have seen it during the COVID time, the lockdown and other period. There are 70, 80 million people, migrants. There are people depending on income earning and livelihood. And if you don't have the job, you have nothing to eat. I think that is the challenge. And the other challenge is also in spite of this program exist, now some of these elements of concern is being corrected. If somebody is from Bihar, is in Punjab, and with the food ration, they could not access it. But now one nation, one ration card system has been introduced, which addresses that challenge. And now the other thing is, when you don't have enough income, you cannot diversify your meal. There is the rice or there is the chapati, wheat is available, but a healthy body needs vitamin, mineral, and all that. And more so, women and children, they have a different requirement, especially a child until 2 years of age. The 80% of the body, the mind development takes place. So if that child doesn't have enough nutrition, that child loses the whole future full potential in terms of growth and development. And so the nation suffers because there is that less full potential human capacity in the country. But then, in addressing some of the nutritional challenge and deficiency in minerals and other, the government now recently, in August, the Prime Minister introduced this, announced the fortification of rice to complement that. And there are also efforts to maximize that. And some of these states, like UP, have multiplied these locally nutritive food production units. So the children get that, take-home ration, which is locally produced, and others. And then there is also the element is the social issues, and cultural issue, the food habits and social taboo, restricting eating certain food at a certain period or life cycle, and especially many of the people are vegetarian, and so if they are not eating a lot of fruits and vegetable or milk, they will have the deficiency in balanced diet. And then, there is certain groups are eating a lot of carbohydrate and sweets. There is also the concern of obesity to watch and note on. Now, these are the challenges. And then you made a very good reference about climate issue. The whole Southeast Asia, India included, have a enormous challenge due to climate change. 25% of the global emergency climate change related element is happening in this area. So which is going to affect availability of rain, obviously, which has an implication on yield of crops or productivity, and also which has a push in the time, the rain period. So really a very important thing to be prepared, because there is this concern that the climate change is going to be a next serious problem. So therefore, preparing for climate change, building resilience, adaptation are really fundamental. And then also to mention that the overall livelihood aspects, because one thing we must stress: food availability doesn't equal to food production doesn't equal to availability. As you rightly mentioned, there could be the farmers who produce are already also could be the food insecure, but there are others who are not producers, who are landless and have a major problem in terms of access. If they have a job, they have food. If they don't have, they don't have. If they don't have job, they don't. And many work during a day to buy a meal at night. So therefore, these elements are of concern. Now, what is the solution going forward, and what is the role of the universities? Solution is obviously we must keep increased productivity and production because population is rising. So therefore, the supply has to match with the demand side. That's number one. So we must keep that. Second is agriculture must be sustainable. In some states there is excessive use of water, and the water table have gone so low. One day that water would finish. So therefore, we have to look for crop varieties which uses less water. We have to also find technology innovation which uses less water, and we have to also promote crops which can adapt to less water. In fact, in certain states, probably also in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan and Odisha areas, like there has been so much shift from millets to maize and others. Millet is a very healthy crop and nutritious crop, but we have undervalued it because of various things, and we need to look at and think about that. That's number two. And number three is, in spite of all these investment government is making, there is still people who are not receiving the food. They should receive for one reason or other, because they don't have the ration card, they have not been included, they have been left out. So the states must play an important role to make sure that no one is left behind and ensure that. Now, going towards the nutritional part of it, there is enormous effort is being done on that. In fact, there is an acknowledgement that why should India, with all this investment and efforts and technology, have one of the highest level of malnutrition. Absolutely, it should not. So efforts like these, fortification, finding biofortified nutritive foods, or now physically fortified, and provision of iron or supplementary food. Now, I've seen personally, school meals in some of these states are fantastic. There's a combination of egg or milk or good amount of mix of vegetable and pulses, etc. But there are some other states, it's just liquid dal and very little vegetable and very little rice. We have to improve on these qualities. So it should not be only symbolic, but it should be really substantive. And then finally, I would also say is constantly bring innovation into this, private sector's involvement into this, and technology into this. India is so advanced on technology. I mean, this impressive One Nation, One Card system is a great example. Somebody from Bihar or Madhya Pradesh is in Delhi can access food. I mean, so, but we need to constantly work and educate them, because a lot of these workforce are, and WFP, which I'm heading, we are bringing a lot of innovations. In fact, the whole biometric system introduced on the food ration cards, the improvement the food department has done is tremendous. We have been partnering and working on that. And we have been working on finding a solution in terms of improve take-home ration. We established few pilots in UP. In fact, the state of UP has multiplied that by 200 times. So it is scalable. And then we are expanding the same model in Rajasthan and in Odisha as well. Now, I could talk a lot, but given the time, I want to sum up the university's role. As I said, I came out of the agriculture university, and I was so impressed with the role of the university, La Punjab Agriculture University, in transforming and bringing green revolution. So you have an enormous role to play. It's not just academic, but you have to also sift it. I mean, I raised a question to the Vice Chancellor Dillon at Punjab Agriculture University when I was invited. I say, in my study, I was never exposed to sustainable agriculture, use less water, sift, etc. We must think about that. And then he was very pleased to hear that, and I was very glad to hear they have begun introducing that. But we have to be aggressive. Let's not flood with excessive water. Let's teach farmers the value of that. Let's also work towards diversification, and let's also promote different type of crops to different situations, because for farmers it's easy to just continue what their fathers, the grandfathers have done, but we can really help with the advancement of technology. Of course, there are challenges at times in marketing, but with these web applications and market application, I'll tell you, we introduced this web application during the COVID time to farmers group to help farmers reach to the market during this lockdown period. So there is enormous opportunity. Now, innovation, research, I mean, who else is better than yourself? Employment, I think you have to bring in young generation to be an entrepreneur. I mean, all top 5 in the US are Indian origin people, and you all taught them. So therefore, I think you can really transform. So I see enormous role for universities, honestly, and making knowledge practical, making knowledge sustainable, making knowledge transferable, and really demonstrating in a smaller way, and then helping to scale that up, bringing private sector to invest and practice with you. In fact, we have now partnered with IIT Delhi in Delhi, and we have been working to support the food ministry to reduce cost by supply chain approach in a way that, logistics supply chain, making it effective. You can really help on that because normally there is an approach to take food from one place to another place. But if you do a real modeling, you can really make sure how you reduce that logistics cost by reducing thing. There is 1/3 of the food is lost as it's reported. So we produce it, but we are losing it. So that is the same. I think universities can really bring innovative elements. I used to participate in some of these award ceremonies of the university. The young mind, they can bring lots of ideas. Why not to promote students to really be creative, reward them, have grants given to students to do research. Let's invest in research. I think this is really fundamental. So I mean, you are the future. You are the light bearers. So I would say, I mean, you have enormous role to play. So I mean, we expect so much from you to change the world for the better with academics. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Parajalaji, for closing down with a very positive note. I'm very pleased to know that you are an alumni of PAU and that you are an agriculture scientist. You have said it very right. Let us look at it positively. I think positivities are that universities have a significant amount of role to play in making both zero hunger and also, especially for sustainable agriculture. That's why I said, what is the problem? Problem has started from the universities. It is our research domain where the perceptions we used earlier for making strategies for research and education. And there were loopholes which made agriculture unsustainable. It is basically food safety is one of the root causes or victim of that. Also sustainability of future things. I think you would agree with me on one thing. The role of non-agriculture universities. Agriculture universities, your last comment, 1/3 of the food is wasted. Also, please remember, more than half of the research that's being done in our agriculture universities is wasted today. It's that must be a news to you. We are doing it because scientists and farmers have the same mindset of production. The scientists are as bad as farmers in marketing their ideas and technologies. We are really victims of that. If that is the simile, then the social sciences universities, the social science in agriculture, agriculture economics, for example, since you are working in India, you would know how many institutions are doing work in agriculture policies. There's only one, NCAP in Delhi, very small. You count, there are not even 50 scientists in India who are doing some meaningful work in that. Social sciences subjects in general universities, they need also to incorporate. And it ends up normally farm economics, cost-benefit relationship only. No, I think it had to be a lot of these things. Understanding the whole issues properly, then technological problems crop up from there. And agriculture universities, the basic infrastructure of research technology generation does exist in India. It's only we have enough of soldiers, we have guns, all we need is money for ammunition and the targets, right targets. I think India can still work a lot.
There is a lot of money, Professor. There is a lot of money in India. I don't think you need to market to get that money. Nobody will bring you money. So
it is there, yes.
Value, they will put money. Tata, Birla, Reliance will all come flooded with money to put on you.
This is the change that is happening now. So that's exactly. But government institutions, others, there is no dearth of intelligentsia really to cope up with provide solutions. It's something there are. We still have to probably debate a lot to bring up these key issues. What is it? These linchpins, missing points and then we can wonder. Thank you very much. Let me call the, are you available, or I invite questions right now? You would enjoy, let's listen to other speakers.
I'm going to wait and listen.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful then. Then may I invite
questions if necessary later.
Yes, that's right. Prashant ji, are you available?
Sir, I would introduce Prashant ji to the house. Mr. Prashant Kumar Swai is presently the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture. He's handling climate change, sustainable agriculture, organic farming, natural farming, micro irrigation, MSP, agricultural infrastructure, PM Kisan, etc. He's an MTech in electrical and electronics from IIT Delhi. He has done his master's in finance from École Nationale d'Administration, INA, in France. He's a gold medalist and MPhil in public administration. And earlier he has, of course, worked as Joint Secretary and Director in Ministry of Agriculture, and he has handled agricultural marketing, including market reforms, market and value chain development, and farm laws, etc. He had also developed INAM as well as development of the scheme for providing 1,000 FPOs. And I welcome you, sir, to be a speaker in this session. Please.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank Dr. Ramadevi. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are
okay.
audible.
Thank you. Let me first of all thank Dr. Ramadevi on behalf of the Association of Indian Universities for inviting me to this session. Yesterday we spoke to each other, and we thought that this being a very important association in India, having presence of more than 800 universities in India, of the almost 1,100 universities, represent that big universe of the universities in India. Probably, as told by Dr. Ramadevi, it is one of the biggest association of universities in the world. First of all, my compliments to the organizer for organizing such a seminar, and particularly on the sustainable development goal, which is really pressing us to align our policies, schemes, and programs now in India to ensure that the second largest democracy in the world also ensures that ending of hunger and going on the path of sustainable agriculture. So there are two issues: ending hunger and promoting the sustainable agriculture, in fact. Of course, let me also first of all welcome on behalf of the ministry, Dr. Tej Pratap and Mr. Parajali. Mr. Parajali spoke so well. Just listening to him, probably he has touched upon every inch of on this subject, which probably any speaker could have thought of, while responding to, of course, Dr. Tej Pratap, who provoked the speakers in coming up with what is hunger. Of course, in fact, he also spoke about Dr. Tej Pratap provoked by saying that the producers, whom in India we call now Annadata, the producers are also suffering from hunger. Because Dr. Tej Pratap belongs to that G.V. Pant University, which is a very leading university, agri university in India, with whom I had worked earlier in my director's team to develop the integrated cold chain report of India that set the first trend in India long back, because there is no knowledge base in India. So I had to research all through the entire globe to get that booklet published, where actually Dr. B.K. Sikka had worked with me those days, and I had prepared that booklet, and it actually then I set up the National Center for Cold Chain Development based on my recommendations and working with sector of people. That time I had prepared, I had came up with a model of terminal market and the cold chain development in India, two things. Of course, now I am more in the Joint Secretary Marketing. I have worked in particularly the market reforms, market development, including the farm law. But more than that, I have, in terms of technology, I have developed Kisan Rath during this COVID period, and ENAM, of course, prior to that, rolled it out. And now the 10,000 farmer producer organizations, the scheme that you must be hearing, which I prepared in. So having said this, of course, I am currently also, let me also inform to what Dr. Ramadevi said, I am also the senior visiting fellow to Chicago University Economics Department, Baker Friedman Institute in Chicago, in USA. So having said this, let me also say, come around this topic of sustainability and the ending hunger. First is I'll start because I'm handling currently the climate change and sustainable agriculture. To my mind, I'm not an agriculture graduate like what Parajuli said. He's coming out of that Punjab Agriculture University, the leading university. But I, being a technocrat and particularly the economist, so I'll say that it is, and I'll take the common man's language rather than a kind of technocrat's language. So this is sustainable development is the development that meets the need of present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own need. That actually encompasses the entire gamut of Paris climate change or the COP, including the COP26 that we had recently, where Honorable Prime Minister had adapted and gave the Panchamrit solutions to the entire globe in that very clearly. So now, given its primary role as custodian of ideas and knowledge producers, the higher education institutions can be the change agent to facilitate a more sustainable future. So that is where I welcome this seminar organized by the Association of Universities. It's fantastic. Making quality education available at every stage of life is an essential prerequisite for sustainable development. Having said this, let me come over to this, the nourishment part of it. Of course, the statistics that Parajuli has said, very important, because the COVID, when I was actually giving a kind of push to agriculture, and I remember on 25th of March when the national lockdown started, I worked day and night without sleeping to ensure the markets get open and all the interstate movement starts. So that was for about 10 days, I have not slept to really make it work. And the distribution in all the cities through FPOs and others. So we had made a lot of changes from 25th of March to almost 10th of April to turn around the entire situation, for which we saw agriculture took a kind of headlong in the GDP sector. And if we could improve that, we made everything opened up so that when the industry and the service sector was actually reeling under the COVID pressure, agriculture sector actually propped up the economy and gave the kind of buoyancy for which today we see agriculture sector contributes to more than 20% of the GDP, never before. That kind of reversing the growth process. Of course, people talk about that it should be single digit, like the Western countries, like USA or the Japan. They quote sometimes the single digit figure. But then let me say, in India, more than 55% population depend on this agriculture sector. So given this, agriculture has a primary role. As World Bank, if you go through the World Bank reports, it says it's a great leveler. Poverty reductions plays a huge role in poverty reductions. Because our rural area, India lives in the rural area. So agriculture has a key role to play. And when it comes to the hunger or the nourishment rather, globally, the proportion of undernourished people in developing regions have fallen from 23.3% in 1990 to 92 to 12.9% in 2014-16. That's a figure I'm quoting from some of these reports. FAO estimate of 2017 saw the third consecutive rise in world hunger, with increase in number of those facing chronic food deprivation to level of estimated 821 million people. Of course, Mr. Parajuli has spoken about the COVID's contribution to supply chain breakdown and increasing the hunger and poverty both way. So given this, if you have to look at the kind of hunger, it is also linked to the nutrition. So it is important that we should get the nutrition matrix right, which is important. Undernourishment, which is based on calorie adequacy in India, because it's a calorie is the basis, may not account for the quality of the diets. That is one issue we need to take into account. People consuming enough calories may still suffer from symptoms of malnutrition. Let me just put it once again here. That could be because of the kind of food they are eating, So that could be one of the reason of it. The second is, of course, Dr. Parajuli has said very clearly, access to the nutritious food, which needs improvement. Of course, we have a lot of these issues such as PM Garib Kalyan Yojana, we have the PDS system, we have the midday meal schemes. So despite this, the access to the nutritious food, that needs to be, in fact, with the growing productivity of the fruits and vegetable segment and milk and egg segment, we see that India is spending the expenditure basket of the NSSO. We see that the shift in the expenditure in favor of this high value food such as fruits and vegetables, milk products, meats and eggs. But yet that access to this food needs to be looked into very clearly. The third aspect is the regional disparities, which is very, very important. Like, of course, Parajuli Sahab is very close to, his heart is very close to Punjab. So he's talking so full of proud and happiness about Punjab Agriculture University. But let me also say that is where we have to look into that regional disparities in the food, nutritious food. We need to look into that very clearly. Then, of course, the other issue is that the ensuring that the women and children, they get the kind of proper access into this. The other access, that the fourth is that investing in the agriculture, that's very, very important. Investing in the agriculture, capital formation, and particularly there are aspirational districts, there are dot-prone districts, which you need to take into account in the policy prescriptions, so that we level up that quality of life through the route of agriculture very clearly. Having said this, the goal number 2, the Sustainable Development Agenda, seeks to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition and double agricultural productivity next 15 years. So ensuring this sustainable access to nutritious food universally will require sustainable food production and agricultural practices, both. India, as you know, occupies 2.4% of the global landmass, but also it has got to feed more than 17% of the global population. There is a disparity between the landmass and the population that it has to feed in India. So given this, and if you have to see the water resource, it is only 4% of the global water resources. And if you have to look at it, 55% population depending on the agriculture and allied sector, with contributing, agriculture contributing to 42% of the labor force. It has a huge role to play in Indian economy. If done right, agriculture and forests, because you have got more than 24% of the area under the forest. So forest and agriculture can become they can provide the service for decent income for our population. We are now looking into, like Mr. Parajuli said, doubling of farmers' income. I'm also handling policy where the doubling farmers' income are being debated every day. So we need to really look into that very clearly for that. So having said this, Government of India has been promoting in various aspects. Let me bring out first Government of India's some of these major attempt at handling this, both in terms of agriculture while improving productivity, making it sustainable. And second part is access to the food and nutrition. The Government of India has been strengthening the agriculture through measures of irrigation and promotion of micro irrigation, crop insurance, improved technology. In fact, a lot of technological interventions have been given, and improved input, including seed, that has been talked about by Mr. Parajuli. It's definitely one of our major approach to improving productivity in the agriculture sector. And we are now currently focusing on both organic as well as natural farming to ensure that this safe food, while ensuring improving the soil organic carbon, reducing the emission. As you know, the agriculture has also there is an emission out of the agriculture. But luckily for India, the emission from the agriculture is about 15%, unlike the global average, which is much higher than India's emission agriculture. So given this, still with the commitment of the Honorable Prime Minister of COP26 that we need to make make it emission free by 2070. So obviously we have a major role to play, that we need to make it emission free also. Or sometimes now we have been debating on carbon neutral agriculture very intensively, and coming up with various measures to handle that, whether it is National Bamboo Mission or agroforestry, jointly with the natural farming, or this thing, or even nano urea, or even such kind of things which will help in preserving, protecting our soil and the water very clearly. So given this, of course, we are promoting and encouraging innovations to the promoting startup ecosystems. I have been also the Director General of National Institute of Agriculture Marketing and brought in a lot of innovations and this startup ecoculture through RKVI schemes to India through Agriculture Ministry, where we have to promoting the Startup India concept through our agricultural startup schemes. So we see that they are now we are now in not only in the food processing segment, but even in the technology segment in terms of production, monitoring, in the entire value chain from pre-production to the post-harvest management side. Having said this, we are also promoting the farmer producer organization because 86% of the farmlands, 86% of our farmers are small and medium. Can you imagine this? It is earlier in that last census, it was 1.1 hectare. Now it has even come down below that, the latest NSSO report. So, but then if you have to compare with the USA, they are about almost 180 hectare of land per hectare, and even Europe, where it is almost 20 hectares or plus. So we need to really collectivize the farmers so that the rural India lives in rural areas where the farmers get an economy of strength and therefore a good bargaining power with the market to get their income set right, particularly. So Government of India is also promoting good agricultural practices to improve the productivity while facilitating production of the nutritious and safe food. Definitely, we have quality assurance system, but then definitely we are also promoting that. And we are promoting our infrastructure development at the farm gate because value additions will help the farmer in improving income, at the same time reducing the post-harvest losses. Of course, I slightly differ from Mr. Parajuli. He said 1/3, because I remember as director, the Millennium Study used to talk about the 1/3 this thing, but the latest in that CIFET Ludhiana, they have brought down the entire in the 100 districts of sample survey. They have brought down this thing because of the post-harvest losses in various segments drastically due to the intervention of the government and various private sector in developing the infrastructure and capital formation in the post-harvest segment. So having said this, the reduction in the post-harvest losses is an economic gain to the nation. It's a GDP gain to the nation. And it's actually, if you are able to do that with the small and marginal farmers, it's economic gain transfer from the rich to the poor very clearly. So while propping up the economy. So given this, and in addition to this, Government of India has been promoting PM Kisan because one of the issue is ensuring some kind of income to the farmer, and while ensuring some kind of minimum basic income to the farmer, while ensuring working towards doubling of farmer. So this PM Kisan has been where we are giving 6,000 per year in 3 installments. That is ensuring that we are on the track to help the farmers in gaining through this income process for buying of seeds and other utility items for the agricultural related things. So it is also DBT without any middleman. So definitely entire 6,000 is reaching the farmer directly without any attenuation in between. So given this, during the COVID period, COVID has played a very negative role on the supply chain, as Parajuli Sahab has said, and it has affected the food supply, food production, supply, entire globe. But during that time, the Government of India, to ensure that, to prop up that poor and needy people, that PM Garib Kalyan Yojana, where almost 80 crore beneficiary, more than 80 crore beneficiaries are today getting the benefit of this PM Garib Kalyan Yojana through additional ration, free ration, and other issues. So India is both on the track of development as well as welfare. We have a safety net for welfare with a bouquet of welfare measures through various ministries. We have MG Narega for reducing poverty. And so we have a bouquet of these programs which are already there. Let me come down to this sustainability aspect of it. Now, in India particularly, the study says that the nutrients, the soil, which is having a kind of, this soil conservation is a very important thing, but at the same time, soil nutrient is a very important thing. More than 50% of districts are having deficient in nitrogen, and almost equal number with the phosphorus. Potassium is good enough. So given this, and in certain areas, even the micronutrients such as deficiency of sulfur and boron is there. So we need to take care. But we are seeing it that use of more of this chemical fertilizer and pesticides without judicious use is very good. But people at the grassroots level, the farmers who are 86% small and marginal, without a proper extension mechanism, they are using chemical fertilizer and pesticides, which is affecting our soil productivity. And irrigation, without a kind of proper rational irrigation, is increasing salinity in many areas. And it is adding to the leaching of the soil in that segment. So that is why today we are focusing on the organic farming and the natural farming, where the soil organic carbon which gets affected due to the chemical use, so that needs to be reduced. And we are, by reducing the tillage, we are also reducing the gas emissions of nitrogen emissions and the methane emissions to the atmosphere. So having said this, so definitely we have a government of India has been focusing on various issues. Now let us come to the role of these higher education institutions. If there are 1100 plus universities, as I learned from Dr. Ramadevi, this is a large number. India is very well known for number of publications, more than 30,000 publications. No country in the world has that kind of publications as much as India publishes in a year. So given this, there is a role, definitely a critical role for the educational institutions to play in this. First of all, one is the extension mechanism. Can the higher education institution play a better role in education? Extension mechanism, because the farmers got to know what technology, whatever technology has been developed, how to get access to that and how to use it. In USA, private sector has joined hand with universities and the government to come up in a triangular fashion to ensure that the farmers get the best benefit in terms of lab to land. Can the universities play a major role in terms of propping up the extension system? That's the first question I'm asking. So, in fact, let me also tell you the kind of, the kind of technology that you are developing in agriculture and applying. They pertain to both artificial intelligence, they pertain to nanotechnology, they pertain to blockchain technology, they pertain to IoT, Internet of Things. So today the technology is pervasive in agriculture, not that we are not using it, but question is lab to land is a big challenge, and the lab can be there very well with the universities. It is not just to the agriculture university. I must beg apology to Dr. Tej Pratap because he belongs to the agriculture university. It's not with the proprietary of the agriculture university. It should be to all the other universities which must play a role in that extension. IIT Kanpur has been developing a lot of this technological kits for various things. So can we take them through various universities down to the farmers level? That's one. Second is that 51% of our, because the challenges are many, I'm not bringing down because that's academic debate, but there are 51% of rain-fed area in the country, more than 50% of the rain-fed area in the country. Can the technology be suitable to rain-fed area farming be developed? Yesterday, I was having a kind of brainstorming with the ICRISAT, entire team of ICRISAT, as well as various other technical institutes on actually bringing farming to the ravine rejuvenation and farming, better farming. So we are finding that technology which is suitable for the irrigated land may not be exactly suitable to this rain-fed farming in that. Can the universities play a role in doing that then? Because India is number one in certain areas, but number two in certain areas, like in India is number two in rice, wheat, fruits, vegetable, food grains. But when you compare the productivity, India is nowhere near to the world global average productivity in most of the areas. So because we have a large tract in the rain-fed area, can the universities play a role in bringing the technology and process to improve the productivity in this rain-fed area? The third is that can these universities play startup roles? Yes, agriculture universities are playing these roles. But beyond that, since we have a good stock of universities, good stock of knowledge base, can we use them to do this? Can the universities help promote the startups in India, in the agriculture sector, in the entire value chain? That's very, very important, whether it is digital or non-digital. The fourth that I'm talking about, the price sensitivity, the price fluctuations are there in India, whether it is fruits or vegetable, they have a price fluctuations and wastage, and the lack of technology to preserve them. Can these universities do the research in ensuring that there is a proper post-harvest technological management systems which are actually unique to that state or the region can be developed so that the farmer gets price from there. Now, the other fifth question is that the skill development, that is very, very important in PLEM. Yes, there is a Ministry of Skill Development. We have an Agricultural Skill Council, and I have been working with them. But I rather prefer to look also to complement that Agriculture Skill Council to these universities for development of the skill. We have developed the skill packs with the skill councils. Can these universities play a major role in taking the skills right to the bottom grassroots level where it is needed, that very clearly? Then the other is that the research is required to promote sustainable agriculture. Natural farming today, there is a lot of debate in the agriculture scientists. But then it is not, India has been naturally natural. When Parasar Muni came up with that concept of agriculture, and subsequently, and it was basically the lunar based, the agriculture had been natural. But then till this green revolution came, and as Dr. Tej Pratap said, that some of these universities are also the culprit of that intensification of agriculture took place, and we went towards rice, wheat, and chemical and tractor use. So can we go back to that natural farming without sacrificing our productivity, without sacrificing our this thing? Well, the Japanese scientist Fukuoka termed the name natural farming, but India has been it has been from the very beginning the fertile ground for natural farming. Let's come up and join hands in doing that. So I also invite the universities to look into this. And having said this, the food processing, which creates employment, India, unfortunately, is not high on the agenda of the food processing, unlike the Western countries like USA, France, Germany. Even let me talk about Thailand, where it is 30%, but India is somewhere hovering around 3 to 4%. So can the universities come up with this food processing technology so that which is very apt for the rural areas, for household areas, where we can create the job employment opportunities and the investment can come in and they can really profit on. So then the last is that the partnering with the private sector for ensuring lab to land. So that is where you have to create the model. So now I'm responding to the last point of, what are the kind of things we need to look at? Let me just talk about 10 points on this subject. That is getting the nutrition matrix right, access to nutrition, food and food security, then dealing with the regional disparities and gender disparities in food access. Then fourth is the productivity issue in India. The fifth is the collectivization of the farming sector. Sixth is the sustainable agriculture to reduce emission and improve soil organic carbon. Seventh is the investment in the agriculture for capital formation. The other is, eighth is the improving food processing segment. Ninth is ensuring basic income to the farm population, that is the rural population. 10th is ensuring public distribution outreach to poor or those who rather the word should be who need it, and to the women and the vulnerable segment of the society. These are the 10 points I place it before this forum. And also I have already delineated what role possibly can the higher education institutions beyond even the agriculture universities can play. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm thankful to all of you for joining. And I'm sure that we'll take the debate to the greater heights, not just in India, but in the international forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashantji. Thank you. A lot of points, and you touched almost so many aspects of the problems that two questions that we said, okay, at present, how do we approach managing hunger? And then for the future, how do we make agriculture sustainable? That's wonderful. What I liked about your whole presentation, if people have taken note of it, you have broken down the questions into challenges. That's beautiful. And there are a lot of takeaways that you have given. And so I hope you have time, and we will take questions at the end, because we are now short of time. I think we have crossed the things. But definitely before that, I think two things that you have made, that India's agriculture, you have touched on rain-fed areas. This is our weak point in India. Our agriculture research, innovations, everything is focused on irrigated agricultural land. For higher agriculture education institutions, this remains a challenge. Very little research or innovation investment to make rain-fed areas productive, agreed. Second, equally important, that's for higher agriculture education, the takeaways. It is about sustainable agriculture. It's not about using words organic or normal or thing. Definitely, as I said in the beginning, I gave a hint. We, in the past 70 years, we have used the Western knowledge of agriculture chemistry, use of chemicals in plant protection and as plant nutrition. These are all chemicals-based knowledge information, 150 years old, not more than that. But you named Rishi Prashar, so I am encouraged to tell you, India has that old knowledge and wisdom to really turn the tables to say what is that ancient knowledge of using physics and using biology in leveraging the limitations of agriculture production, and that if we take into account, for this sake, higher agriculture institutions will have to evolve themselves. They are not equipped today. So whether it is agriculture universities, ITs, and general universities. General universities also have people who have the knowledge of these things. So if we put together, this is a different subject matter. You are in right position to organize another debate or brainstorming. I would be very happy to give inputs to you. What are those questions and how we do about that? Okay. Thinking positively, taking positively from your things. I take these two things. The challenges also have solutions in between. Probably that's where, thank you very much indeed, touching on, you are on a crucial seat. So naturally it was expected of you to share a lot of this knowledge and thought process that's going at Government of India level. May I now have the pleasure of inviting Yogesh Kumar ji?
Yes, sir. Before Yogesh Kumar starts, I would like to introduce him.
No, I think
वो उन्होंने कर दिया था शायद introduce. Yogesh ji यहाँ कभी खुद भी introduce कर लेना चाहिए. अच्छा लगता. I also like that. I say, well, I introduce myself.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, distinguished panel and August gathering. It's a privilege to be on this platform, and I think I've been listening to so many luminaries. I work with Samarthan Center for Development Support, which is an action research organization, and as I think in my profile, it is said that we promote participatory development and participatory governance. So I will speak from that perspective. Samarthan has been working in the states of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh over the last 25 years. So it's a very pertinent issue that has been taken by the universities to discuss the sustainable development goals. But let me give a little bit of history that the sustainable goals emerged after completion of the Millennium Development Goals. And 8 Millennium Development Goals were decided at the turn of the millennium, thinking that globally we have to achieve these development goals. And all the states, India was also one of the signatory, and one of the symbol or logo was that keep your promise. And in India, civil society organizations had started a campaign, Vada Na Todo, where more than 1,000 organizations were together to put pressure on the state to see that these goals are achieved. And the first goal was eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. By 2015, many of the countries achieved it, world achieved it, but South Asia and Africa couldn't achieve it. China contributed to the great success. And we were also arguing at that time that only measuring in numbers will not help, because in aggregates we will always achieve with countries like India and China. If India achieves these targets, the world will achieve. But I think there are a large number of people who will be left behind. And therefore, the SDGs, which were again taken into 17 SDGs, breaking it down to various other goals with a motto to leave no one behind. Because there are issues of exclusion, and there are faces that need to be considered rather than numbers. That matters a lot. So goal 2, which we are going to talk about, or which we are talking about, is ending hunger and promote sustainable agriculture. I think these are two sides of the same coin, and I think evidences have shown that wherever there are good agricultural practices, good agriculture production, there is less ratio of poor in those states. So there is a relationship, and let me talk about this from the experience of India that might help us identify some of the issues and change the narrative. I think the role of the universities is that how do we change the narrative using the intelligence that we have gained over a period of time. So ending hunger was not coming from the SDGs or MDGs. I think ending hunger was one of the top policy priority at the time of independence, whether it was the West Bengal famine or import of the PL 480 wheat. And we wanted to be self-reliant, and therefore green revolution emerged as one of the solutions. High-yielding varieties, use of water was one of the important ingredients. So irrigation and many other things, pesticides were required along with the fertilizers, electricity. So those were the inputs that gone in, and what we see as a result that we have stockpiles of wheat and rice in FCI godowns, and I think somebody has measured that we have so much of stockpile that we can reach to the moon if we put these baggages. And there's so much of wastage that we know. Punjab, Haryana, West UP claim that we can feed the whole of the country, and therefore vast regional disparities emerged out of that. So ending hunger is important to certain section of the population, but malnutrition is a rampant problem that we have. So the hunger, India has been able to overcome to a great extent. And I think all the issues that have been talked about of the distribution systems and many other things are important. So what I'm trying to highlight is that this was a top-down approach. We wanted to get rid of dependence. We wanted to get rid of famines and malnutrition, and therefore we accepted green revolution as one of the solutions. But it has many pitfalls. The people's knowledge, the people's indigenous practices of doing agriculture over a long period of time was not kept in mind. So all the 5-year plans that we see, the first and second, and I'll give you the example of the second 5-year plan when Mr. Mahalanobis, the big statistician, was working on how to decide the economic growth and what should be the economic growth of the country. At that time, Vinoba Bhave was asked to provide insights because he was living in Pavnar. And he said that if you really want to know the insights from the rural areas and the perils of agriculture, I will not come to the Planning Commission and share all these ideas with you. I will actually walk and travel from Pavnar to Delhi, and I will meet large number of farmers and rural people on the way, and then I will submit you the report, what needs to be done. And he submitted a report also. And he provided all the discussions he had with the villagers. It might be lying somewhere in the Planning Commission, but it didn't influence the way the 5-year plans were determined by the planning commissions and Krishi, the ministries and Rural Development Department, Krishi Bhavans and many others. And we see today that the indigenous knowledge was not so much blended with what was required, and we see the changes. And that's important. That's an important lesson that we have to keep in mind, and that has implications on today's perils we have in terms of the malnutrition, a large number of farmers moving to the urban centers. During the COVID, we could see a large number of seasonal migrants who came back with so much of difficulty that shows that how agriculture has been neglected, particularly from the point of view of the small and marginal farmers. So what has been the impact of agriculture growth, the self-sustenance that we have attained on behalf of the sustainable agriculture? And what have been these populist policies that are affecting the whole agriculture sector that we have to? So there is a high land degradation, and because of the urbanization also, a large agricultural land is coming into urban use. About 38% of the geographical area of this country is degraded for a number of reasons, and crop intensity is increasing, whereas crop diversity is not increasing to the extent we would have liked. And I think previous speakers have also spoken enough on the loss of soil health. So the data says that 230 crore samples that have been tested, 80% say there is a deficiency. And I think Mr. Swine has very well explained that. We have lost local seed varieties. We used to have 70,000 varieties of rice existed in India, and now only 7,000 found, and very few are practiced. Pest attacks and crop losses are on rise. BT, cotton, and other kind of seeds that we have used instead of the indigenous seeds, that has made a huge, I think, difference, and suicides and various other forms we can see. Over extraction of the groundwater, 50% of the India is under extreme distress. So we have the Atal Bhujan mission, and number of blocks are increasing because we have overexploited groundwater because of these high-yielding varieties that we promoted over a long period of time. There are health effects because of the chemical use, whether in form of the cancers. Many of the AIMS and other health institutions have done that studies. Autoimmune diseases are also on the rise, and we have to consider that because these are the pitfalls we have to think about. So what has happened? We have seen the budget also over a period of time, that the budget has not been used on the core agricultural sector, and many of the schemes that Mr. Swine has talked about are talking about individual benefits of small proportions, but a large amount of public finances are going for that. It is not addressing the structural constraints that we are facing. We need to look at the rural-urban continuum. We'll have to look at employment possibilities in non-farm sector, many other areas that need to be considered. Budgets in core sustainable agriculture is not increasing. So we are not increasing the pie of agriculture budget. We are tweaking it from various other schemes which are more important and making it into individual based DBT transfer kind of schemes. And there are various issues we can discuss about that at some point in time. So this whole centralization, whether of FCI or of the policies of large production, has resulted in not trusting the local governance institutions. Panchayats are only doing some of the rural development work, whereas if you look at the 29 functions of Panchayat, the top function is given to take care of the agriculture. But agriculture department doesn't talk to the Panchayats, and they have their own system of reaching out to the farmers, whereas these are the local governance institutions. If the water is used to water use, the groundwater use or the surface water use is to be governed, then it is the local institutions they can do. There are issues of decentralization of the surpluses, running of the PDS shops and many other things that the local governance institutions can do. And therefore, it's important to talk about decentralization of agriculture in a big way. The other issue I would like to talk about of the higher education institutions, and pardon me, I think the chair comes from one of the agriculture university, which is so eminent, and the impact of the research institutions has been that it is associated with a very centralized system of the Krishi Bhavans and the funding from that. Indian Council of Agriculture Research receives 80% of the research grants, whereas there are large number of state universities, agriculture universities, which get a very small portion of that. If we really want sustainable agriculture, if we want localized agriculture, natural farming-based agriculture, I think we need to turn the whole model, and we have to strengthen the state research institutions to do that. This disconnect has to be taken into consideration. As a result, universities are over-centralized, they have inadequate capacities, resource disconnect, they have limited resources. There's a disconnect with the farmers, and autonomy to the research institution is extremely important if we really want to reach out to them. One of the implications, I think, and why this disconnection is there, I think, Mr. Swine, I would like to tell, and you have highlighted that the agriculture extension workers are disappearing in most of the states. The states are not investing, and neither the central government is making provisions for that. And they are extremely important link to the small and marginal farmers for the change of practices, to provide new information, and also for the research institutions to get indigenous knowledge that all these farmers have gained over the centuries. And you have talked about the knowledge in the Vedas. There is knowledge in the heads and minds and soil of the small and marginal farmers living in tribal areas or in difficult geographies. I think we have to talk about that. And therefore, research institutions have a role to change the narrative that improving grain productivity at any cost is not going to change these kind of indicators we are talking about, whether malnutrition, self-sustenance, people leaving agriculture and moving to the other sectors, or doubling of income is not going to help. So we need to change the narrative, and universities have an important role, because policy makers will definitely talk about what is more populist, but the research institutions have a role to provide more realistic agenda for change of agriculture. That's important. There's a need for dialogue between the natural and the social sciences, and I think the chair has highlighted on that. It is extremely important, and we should get away from the uniform package of practices to more state-specific or region-specific package of practices. There is a need for greater diversification in agriculture than centralization. So what are the areas that higher education institutions can do for attainment of the SDG 2? So one is that there is a need for investment in natural farming systems. That is much neglected because of the larger focus on increasing the productivity and increasing. And I think you well said that we need not to talk about more productivity. We should talk about the food sovereignty, the village sovereignty, the agriculture, biodiversity, and relationship of agriculture to the ecosystem. That's extremely important. The second is, I think many of the agriculture universities are sending their students for 6 months internship to the research, to the action research organizations and civil society organizations. That needs to be encouraged. We used to receive students from Mewar University for 6 months, not 1 month internship. And that is when they can really gain insights living with the farmers and finding out the practices there. The publication of articles have to happen in mainstream media, and including social media. If you want to change the discourse, it is not only the peer-reviewed journals that would matter. They may matter for your promotions and creating that kind of substantial knowledge. But if you want to make it a popular discourse in the country, we have to reach out to the mainstream media. I think academic institutions have to switch gear in that. We also need to talk about guest faculty from the grassroots practitioners, and many of the institutions have done, even the IITs are trying to do, to get grassroots practitioners to co-design courses that require local insights for nuancing of learnings. There are areas where we need to figure out that how the rural-urban linkages have to be taken into consideration when we are discussing on the agriculture. Caste dynamics, how many of the caste people are deprived of various kind of practices in agriculture, the class those who are landless or who are the small and marginal farmers, and occupations. And we need to take all this into consideration when we are talking about it. So that is why it is important that the rural youth, those who are in the university, have to come down to the ground in collaboration with the active civil society organizations and change the discourse. So thank you very much. I'll stop here and look for your observations and comments. I'm available. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Am I audible? Or?
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, you are audible. I think Tej Pratap sir got muted or... Yes, so...
Yes. Am I now audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible now, sir.
Okay. You will see also. That's fine now. I'm there. Yeah, it's because of electricity going and coming. Anyway, thank you very much, Yogeshi. That was a wonderful discourse on. You have further taken the debate into explaining why things are not happening on the ground. I think we have now wonderful two speakers speaking. One, how at national level we are perceiving things, steps are being taken. Yogeshi has, if I put it in a little bit different language, torn into the whole aspect of why things are not working on the ground the way they should have been working. You have given a wonderful example of higher agriculture institutions, why they are not effective. They are not playing a very effective role. Very well said that there is a disconnect. Yes. Also about the agriculture we are doing today, the kind of agriculture that is needed on the ground. I'm perfectly, in my thoughts in line with what you are saying. I will not speak on that much. It's just summing up to say thank you very much. These were the dimensions we need to put up. After all, think tank means posing questions, why things are not happening like that. If you are around, we will not take much time now. Let me call the fourth speaker and then maybe we will have combined questions. Firoz Hussain. Dr. Firoz Hussain, are you around?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Firoz, yeah.
So
The floor is yours. Take 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and we are already...
I'll make a short presentation.
Yeah.
I hope my slides are visible, sir.
Yes, they are visible.
Okay. So very good evening to each one of you. So Honorable Chair and all the distinguished delegates. So I shall be making a presentation on crop biofortification, a tool for achieving SDG 2. So Chairman sir at the outset has mentioned to achieve SDG 2, nutritive food is one of the components. And Dr. Parajuri has also mentioned the term biofortification along with food fortification as one of the factors which can help in achieving SDG. So at the outset, I must mention Dr. Ashok Kumar Singh, our Honorable Director, IRI, he was supposed to make this presentation, but I have sent an apology because of some urgent occupation. He could not make it. So I shall be making a presentation. So we all know that malnutrition has different types and forms, which includes undernutrition, stunting, wasting means leanness, then micronutrient deficiencies, then underweight, and overweight also comes under malnutrition. So many times in a common language, we feel malnourished means everything less and less. So overnutrition is also part of malnutrition. We have to keep it in mind. And this is the global status of malnutrition, which is very, very staggering figures. 2.37 billion out of 7 billion do not have access to adequate food. And 760 million people are undernourished. And if we look at the children less than 5 years, 150 million are stunted, 45 million are wasted, and almost 39 million are overweight. And this causes almost 11% GDP in Asia and Africa. So that is a very, very important figures. And if you think that in Asia, we have a better situation than Africa, it is not. Our children are having more stunting, wasting as compared to the children in case of Africa as well. And this is what is the status. Now we have different types of burden. One is the single burden, that is the stunting in childhood, anemia in adult women, and overweight in adult women. So if you look at the figure, darker the color, higher is the order of burden together. And India is having actually double burden. Childhood stunting and anemia are the two major factors. Of course, there are other countries where especially the African countries, where the three burdens are happening together. And if you look at India, the stunting aspect in all the districts have been mapped, and every district has a problem of stunting at a different rate. And it is very, very astonishing that 239 of the 640 districts have got stunting in children less than 5 years above 40%. That means it's really a big problem. And these are some of the other figures. The most important being 67% of our women, of our children are anemic. 60% of women are anemic. And if we think our men are not anemic, it's not right. 25% of the men in the age of 15 to 49 years are anemic. So that's something which really you need to look into. And as far as the global hunger index is concerned, we know there are 4 parameters: undernutrition, child wasting, child stunting, and child mortality. These 4 factors are actually put into to calculate the global hunger index. And in 2021, the global hunger index of India is 27.5, and we rank 101 out of 116 countries. So although it is getting better year by year compared to 2000, 2006, and 2012, but we still are in the serious category as far as the scale is concerned. So we need to bring our global hunger index as low as possible, first in the moderate and then in the low category. And the loss is enormous. India loses $12 billion due to malnutrition. And if you look at our neighboring countries, Bangladesh loses 700 million, Pakistan loses $3 billion and other African countries also lose a lot. But what is the silver line? Silver line is if we invest $1 and there is a benefit of $16 in any nutrition program where we invest. So that is the greatest benefit we can have it. $1 investment, we get a benefit of $16. And this is what is the Sustainable Development Goal. We all know that in 2015, it is the United Nations that came out with 17 goals. But most important, if we look into that, the orange bar indicates the new indicators that are related to nutrition, and the blue bar indicates they are not related to nutrition. So if you look into this, 12 of 17 goals are related to nutrition. That means if you provide good nutrition, 12 of the SDGs can be addressed. And the goal number 2, hunger, to make it zero hunger, the topic which we are discussing here, has got 7 indicators of nutrition and 7 indicators which are not related to nutrition. That's a very important component. And then the next question is how we alleviate malnutrition. There are several avenues. In India, we have food fortification. Our previous speakers have mentioned very well. So if we look into the site of food safety and the Standards Authority of India, they have permitted iron, folic acid, and vitamin B12 fortified wheat and the rice flour. Then we have double fortified salt, iron and iodine together. We all know iodized salt is already there. Then in edible oil and milk, it is fortified with vitamin A and D. So they are one of the successful examples. On the other hand, the medical supplementation part, we have a 2 very, very successful program, what's called Weekly Iron Folic Acid Supplementation Program, or WIFS, started in 2012. And it gave an enormous benefit out of this. Another is a vitamin supplementation program, which was started in 2006. These 2 are examples of the medical supplementation program. But if we look into this, although it has been largely successful, it requires a huge infrastructure, huge manpower, economically not viable in the long term, and reaching to the poorest of the poor is a big challenge. Third important avenues is always we talk about dietary diversification. We need to have food, it is from fruit, vegetables, so on and so forth. But it is again limited because of the crop seasonality. We have to store it for a long time. And of course, the poorest cannot afford it. So therefore, it is not also sustainable. On the other hand, the crop biofortification is a process of enriching varieties through genetic means, where we have a more nutrition accumulation of more nutrition in the grains as compared to the traditional varieties. And what is the greatest advantage? We get the nutrition free along with the yield. Nutrition comes in the natural form, unlike the chemical form in medical supplementation or the food fortification. It does not involve any additional price. We buy maize or the wheat grains. Similarly, if we can buy the biofortified wheat grains, we get the nutrition, no additional price. And we many times think that they are low yielding. It's not that. The recent varieties are as high yielding as the traditional varieties. So therefore, the farmers do not have any yield penalty. On the other hand, it doesn't require elaborate infrastructure which is required for the food fortification or the medical supplementation program. Similarly, it doesn't require much of elaborate distribution system. For example, any supplementation program which have been run in the country. And most importantly, it is the most sustainable approach. So with this, I'd like to mention what happens in terms of National Agriculture Research System, where ICR and the agriculture universities have contributed significantly to the development of some of the low-fortified varieties in the recent past. I'll give one example each. We have now CR-DAN 311. It is rich in zinc and protein, and it is much, much higher than the traditional varieties. Similarly, in case of wheat, we have Pusa Tejas. It is rich in protein, iron, and zinc as compared to the traditional wheat varieties. Similarly, in case of maize, we come out with, we all heard about that. We have a QPM that is lysine and protein rich. But at IRI, we have started working on enriching, along with lysine, tryptophan, the vitamin A. We all know vitamin A is very important for vision. So in child vision, it's a major problem. Child vision is a major problem. So therefore, this kind of food will help a lot. So we have several varieties which are now fortified with protein quality, lysine, tryptophan, along with vitamin A. So this particular news, in 2017, we came out with the first hybrid. So this was actually flashed in the news that the IRI develops first nutrient-rich, basically the provitamin A-rich hybrid. And this happens to be the world's first lysine, tryptophan, and provitamin A-rich, that is a multi-nutrient-rich maize hybrids developed elsewhere in the world. In case of pearl millet, we have now iron and zinc rich pearl millet. Iron and zinc means it is all, pearl millet we all know is already rich in iron and zinc, but now it has been further enhanced to a level of almost 73 ppm of iron and 40 ppm of zinc. Similarly, in case of finger millet, we have higher calcium, iron, and zinc. So these varieties are now available, which have been developed recently. Similarly, in case of linseed, we have now rich in iron and zinc. Then we have in case of little millet, we have iron and zinc. Similarly, in case of lentil, also we have a higher accumulation of iron and zinc. So these kind of varieties have been developed and released and notified. As far as the groundnut is concerned, we have now varieties high in oleic acid. We know oleic acid is very good for the cardiovascular function. Similarly, in case of linseed, we have high linoleic acid as compared to normal traditional varieties. So both of them are very, very good for the cardiovascular functions. Similarly, in case of mustard, we know that erucic acid and glucosinolates are the anti-nutritional factors. They affect growth and development, especially the glucosinolate affects the goiter. That is the form of where we get this problem of goiter. So now these two components have been reduced. So we have now first canola quality mustard varieties available in India. In case of soybean, we have now trypsin inhibitor-free varieties. We know that trypsin inhibitor actually affects the digestion, so therefore causes the indigestion. So now this trypsin inhibitor-free and as well as the less beany flavor. There is a flavor which is not light. So therefore, there is a gene called LOX2 that has been removed, and we have now put it into another allele. So we have now less flavors. These are more preferred by consumers as compared to the normal soybean varieties. In case of cauliflower, we have now beta-carotene-rich cauliflower, which is not there in normal maize and normal cauliflower. It is devoid of beta-carotene, but now our varieties are having higher beta-carotene. Similarly, in case of potato, we have now higher anthocyanin level. We all know anthocyanin makes as an antioxidant and helps in removing the free radicals in the stress world. So these varieties are now available. In case of sweet potato, we have now vitamin A-rich sweet potato, and then we have anthocyanin-rich sweet potato as well. So these are all biofortified sweet potato available and developed for the first time in India by different agriculture universities and ICR institutions. And in case of greater yam as well, we have now higher anthocyanin, iron, and calcium have been added. Similarly, we have now pomegranate, which is rich in iron, zinc, vitamins, and all that. So altogether, if we look into that, that 87 biofortified varieties have been developed and 16 crops have been improved. And that includes rice, wheat, maize, pearl millet, finger millet, little millet, lentil, groundnut, linseed, mustard, soybean, In vegetables, it is cauliflower, potato, sweet potato, vegetarium, and in fruits, it is pomegranate. So this is what is the status of the recently developed biofortified varieties. If you look into the trait-wise, there are 15 traits which have been improved. Includes protein, iron, zinc, calcium, vitamin A, lysine, tryptophan, these are 3 amino acids, anthocyanin, then vitamin C, then oleic acid, linoleic acid, uric acid, lipoxygenase, glucosinolate, and KTI. And the major emphasis now, initially, the single trait-based varieties have been developed. Variety had only one trait at a time. But now the major emphasis has been to combine the traits. So we are now going for a multi-nutrient trait-based varietal development. And if you can look into this graph, so many traits have been combined together, protein with zinc, then protein with iron and zinc, then amino acids with vitamins. So these are some of the varieties which have been developed with more traits together. And the next question, obviously, a farmer will ask, what happens to the yield? Because normally we think higher the quality, lesser the yield. So here is the data in maize. I'm presenting blue bar indicates normal maize hybrid, and red bar indicates the QPM hybrid. QPM means it is rich in lysine and tryptophan. And it has been tested in 35 locations for 2 years, and it has been found in different zones. The yield of the QPM the original vis-a-vis the original one is exactly the same. Statistically, they are at par. So they do not have any yield penalty. So all these biofortified varieties are very, very highly as against what we think that any increase in quality will deteriorate the yield. So it's not the case. And this is what the overall status of the biofortified varieties around the world. 242 varieties rich in nutrients have been released all over the world, especially through Harvest Plus program in collaboration with the national programs. So blue-colored countries are having the biofortified varieties released, and 8.5 million smallholding farmers have been benefited, and 42.4 million total beneficiary in terms of farming households are also there. So if we look into the impact, one is the development, what happens to the impact? Because many times we feel these biofortified varieties may have the high quality, but it may not possibly benefit the humans the same way as we think as is done maybe in medical supplementation or the food fortification. Now, there are studies which have been published in reputed journals, peer-reviewed journals, which shows that in India, when iron-rich pearl millet was fed to the children, their iron status has increased. When the zinc biofortified wheat flour was fed to the children, it found that they are having less pneumonia and vomiting days. And similarly, when the provitamin A rich maize was fed to the children, analyzed through Kakadu cell, it was found that 50 to 64% of the RDA, that is recommended dietary allowance, have been provided by this biofortified maize. So that means they are very, very they're as efficacious as maybe any other nutrients. And we have tested some of the biofortified hybrids with our poultry institute, and it was found when a variety is having more with QPM and vitamin A together, they are more beneficial for the poultry growth. There are two components. One is called body weight gain, how much body weight the poultry bird gains after eating, and another is called feed conversion ratio. Lesser the feed required, better is the conversion. So here, if you can see, the QPM plus Pro has the least feed conversion ratio as compared to the other ones. So that means they're really beneficial. And more importantly, this QPM plus vitamin A rich maize has got lesser fat deposition in the breast meat, which is the international quality. So if you really want to export, even for the homegrown consumption, this is the best food which we can put it as in the form of diet. This is another example. We all know that the pigments present the biofortified maize, the accumulation of vitamin A is more in the egg yolk. So now we have eggs. We are more nutritious than a traditional eggs. So eggs can also serve as a vehicle for nutrition indirectly, especially among the non-vegetarians. If you can look into this particular eggs are having 3 ppm of vitamin A as compared to a normal maize 0.3. So there is a 10 times more accumulation of vitamin A when it is fed with this vitamin A rich maize. Moreover, it has got higher accumulation in the skins and other parts, which is internationally accepted or preferred when it is exported as a form of meat. So fortunately, there have been a lot of developments in the last 7 to 8 years from NARS, National Agricultural Research System. And in 2017, we had the National Nutrition Strategy. Professor Swaminathan has come out, has unveiled this policy where food is a component to achieve nutritional quality. And this biofortified food can be integrated in several of the government-sponsored programs, like Rural Transformation Program of the NITI Aayog, the National Food Security Mission, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, an integrated child development scheme program, and Meet the Meals. So these are some of the great opportunities. And in 2020, it's a great news. Our Honorable Prime Minister has dedicated 17 biofortified maize varieties, biofortified crop varieties to the nation, of which rice, maize, wheat, millets, and groundnuts were there, mustards were there. And again, in 2020-21, our Honorable Prime Minister has dedicated 31 special varieties, of which 14 were biofortified. So that itself is a testimony that our government is promoting this biofortification as a way to address this sustainable development goal, along with the other avenues which are already available. So there are various challenges, and there are way forward. So once the biofortified varieties are developed, released, notified, there is a need of extension program, and there is a need of public awareness program. Many of us do not know that there are biofortified varieties available. There are farmers, they do not know there are biofortified varieties available. And in this case, I personally feel the state agriculture universities and ICAR institutions where education is a part of, they have a strong extension program. And through their strong extension program, we can disseminate these technologies to the extremes. Similarly, we need to have quality seed production. Farmers need to be given some kind of minimum support price or the premium price or a subsidy so that they can come out with a larger seed quantity. Buyback policy could be one of the promoting factors. And once it is in the market, then food processing industry and the feed industry will come up. It will be purchased by the consumers. And the inclusion of such biofortified varieties in the government-sponsored program will further help in providing a better nutrition in the form of diet to the poorest of poor, and even for the normal people. So with this, I'd like to thank each one of you for your patient hearing. I thank my council, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, my institution, IRI, ICAR institutions, SAUs, breeders of all these varieties who have developed it, several funding organizations, CGIR and the Harvest Plus as a one. And most importantly, many of the varieties have been developed under the master's as well as in the PhD program. So thanks to all the students and research fellows who have contributed to this. So with this, I'd like to end my presentation. So thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Feroz, wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. You did one good thing, you know. उसको बोलते हैं ना शर्म बचा लेना, इज्जत रख ली एग्रीकल्चर वालों साइंटिस्ट की. You were the fourth dimension in today's presentation. The three speakers talked about the issues we are facing, can be done like this and that. And you have said that there is a section that agriculture, higher agriculture institutions, how they are already involved in working towards sustainable agriculture. One dimension that you are talking about is providing nutritious food. And we have advanced, it speaks of two things, that we have achieved certain things, that we are capable, we have the capability, and now whatever we produce, the results, they need to reach the society for larger benefits. That only we do not work. Everybody has to join with us, and then it reaches there. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. With this, the floor is open for at least some questions before we sum up. We have already exceeded the time limit. Any questions? Let's say at least 3 questions. Alok Mishra ji.
Yeah, with your permission, I would like to ask one thing. Like,
मेरे से मत पूछना पर बाकी.
नहीं, मैं भी एक सवाल पूछूं. चलो पूछो आलोक का, पहले आप पूछो.
Yeah. First of all, Dr. Feroz Shah has presented really very nicely about really the new variety of foods and nutritions are available different in crops. But already the earlier speaker mentioned that is not with more production and really going to eradicate the basically the problem of malnutrition. So how can this information reach to the bottom level? Like we are educated and still we are unaware about like zinc is now more in this crop, and now the more protein.
Hey, hello.
I think he is disconnected.
Yeah, I think it's just gone. Anyway, this is Naishu, not Feroz, to you. I think it is about agriculture research के जो outputs हैं वो society के लिए कैसे flow करते हैं. There is a whole lot of system. From you, it goes to ECRIPS, it comes to state agriculture universities, it builds into the seed system, and then line agencies है बड़ा लंबा ताम झाम है. सिस्टम में जब आएगा तो अपने आप लोगों तक पहुंचेगा. इनको पता करने की जरूरत नहीं है. हम इनको अच्छी चपातियां देंगे, अच्छी सब्जी देंगे, पर इंतजार करें, इतनी जल्दी नहीं होगा.
नहीं, but sir, मतलब ये तो होता होगा ना कि like farmers when a new variety, if they are told to say bio fortified varieties है, तो उनको ये बोलो कि नई variety test करो, तो थोड़ा उनको रिस्क लगता होगा ना, तो थोड़ा reluctance तो होता ही
नहीं
होगा.
लगता. इसका मैडम सिस्टम है. इनके पास से ये ICAR का एक एग्रीकल्चर एक्सटेंशन सिस्टम है, KVK. Every district has one KVK, Farm Science Center. ये वाला सिस्टम क्रिप में जाएगा. क्रिप से ये KVK सिस्टम में आता है, बीज पैदा करता है. हर KVK में फ्रंट लाइन डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन लगाई जाती है. फिर किसानों को वहाँ ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है. देखो ये नई वैरायटी आई, देख लो. किसी एरिया में ये लगेगी, किसी में नहीं लगेगी. उसमें कुछ एक फिर प्रोग्रेसिव फार्मर्स आगे आते हैं. मैं करता हूँ उसको. उसके बाद it takes some time, but India has an established system of flowing down the technology to the farmers. वो बड़ा ठीक ठाक वर्क कर रहा है, ऐसी बात भी नहीं है.
And
these things have already reached.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Tej Pratap ji. It's very clearly the extension mechanism is very extensive for lab to land. So when once a new seed is come and we have a certified up to certified seeds we produce, and definitely there are demonstration. There are also the Atma, which are at the district level, where the extension mechanism also working in complementing the KVK system. KVK, there are the demonstration, the training, there are farm schools. So they'll be, when they're taking in that local area, there are more than 700 KVKs in India, in this 700 districts. And when they are actually, there are different scientists working in that KVK under the ICR and the state agriculture universities. So demonstration is a big chunk in that entire demonstration facility to build. Otherwise, in India, generally it's a pure mentality. Whatever they see on the next door neighbor, so they do that. So to break that jinx and to bring the new technological innovations, the extension system, which is backing up the research and development, is there in India. There are definitely, if you do a SWOT analysis, there are strengths, there are also weakness. I'm not denying that. But question it is there. We have also the call centers, we have the Atma, we have different types of different institutes are also taking the farm schools. So different kinds of extension mechanisms are there downstream to up to the farmer level. And there are model farmers even who are sufficiently actually incentivized to act as a model. For example, in the natural farming, we have the kind of champion farmer concept. We have the community resource person concept. We have the village resource person concept. So those are there in India. We have created those structures so that the farmer, one is this 86% for farmers are basically small and marginal, and second is that if you look at their educational profile also, it is not towards like USA. Generally, they have a kind of agriculture degree and they're managing. California, if you look at it, 400 acres of average land in California, and the farmer there is very well elite farmer who is well educated in basic agriculture from universities like Pantnagar or the Punjab Agriculture Universities, and they know all mechanization, everything. They drive it. They are knowledge. They have an access to the knowledge by themselves. But in our case, we provide for information, we provide for training, we provide for handholding, like market information. We have a kind of AgMarkNet where we have been providing through the mobile phones to the all the market information to the farmers free of cost. So like this, we have the different kinds of information system. We reach out to the farmer and the training, handholding, and also demonstration and the champion farmer to whom they can rally around can see that. So,
Rajuli ji, you want to add something?
Thank you very much. From the time I was at university, I have seen the universities like Punjab or Pantnagar and others really playing a tremendous role in promoting new varieties and scaling up. But my personal feeling at the moment is that drive is no longer there, and there is a need to do more concerning these biofortified products. I think if a farmer gets to know that he or she is going to make a profit, is good. It will be sold. It will be easily spread across. So I think it's there, but it needs to be really expanded. And the second thing is, I think the point which was raised as the lowering the scale of the farm size. That's a bit of a challenge which is happening, but there are also advantages in that in terms of maximizing yield and profits and etc. But one point I wanted to mention is the stress on nutritional security, diversity in consumption, and it's fundamental. I think by the time this expansion of the biofortified products and etc. will take time. So the other efforts needed. And I think one fundamental point in the overall food security is the livelihood, employment. Frankly, you cannot ensure food security by just producing. There is enough in India at the moment, and we have 100 million tons surplus. It's exporting 20 million tons. So let's not talk about only production, but let's talk about employment and access. And that is the only way. Of course, the component we are stressing, biofortified and etc. So to bring a universalized consumption and fortification of this public distribution program and etc. But everything, we need to do multiple things together to achieve zero hunger and the target by 2030. And therefore the universities can play a proactive role. They can explore what role they can play. I'm not saying only agriculture university. Everyone has a role to play in multiple ways. Thank you.
Thank you. You said it in a very nice way. I think if we take Fro's presentation, this is a kind of an example to be given that a scientific community is aware a plant breeder or a crop breeder can play the role that he is known. So to that extent, they know what needs to be done. And their focus, scientists are like farmers, production. Let us say, thank you very much, scientists, you are doing your job, but there are still others where we are lacking. You have pinpointed that we are weak in stuff. I was explaining even there, we have a system, but system is not fuel. Therefore, the benefits of these things will take time even going down. And you have said another thing that despite that happens, it is still not everything. Yes, you are very true. Our problem is not production. Our problem is actually making it accessible to. There are several other things. Definitely, I think other institutions, higher education institutions, will need to come in their own way. Certainly. Maybe one more question, or panelists, if they are free to add if any other person has to add something.
मैं एक बात जो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात रखी उन्होंने, ये आप मेरे ख्याल से उस पर बातचीत भी हो गई। माल न्यूट्रिशन की जो दिक्कत और समस्या है वो उसको दूर करने के लिए हमें लगता है कि ये देखना पड़ेगा कि क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन कैसे हो। जो माइनर मिलेट्स का प्रोडक्शन कम हो गया, पल्सेस का प्रोडक्शन कम हो गया, इसके चलते वो कैसे बने। बहुत सारे हमारे पास एग्जाम्पल्स हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ में हम लोगों ने एक सेवनी छोटा सा ग्राम पंचायत था, उसमें किचन गार्डनिंग महिलाओं के साथ की। और उस किचन गार्डनिंग की वजह से इतना वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन और लोकल फ्रूट्स का प्रोडक्शन हुआ, पपाया, गुआवा, बनाना। ये जो अगर जब तक प्लेट में नहीं आएगा तब तक माल न्यूट्रिशन दूर नहीं होगा। ये दूर की बात है कि हम उसे फोर्टिफाई करें, वो तो जरूरी है। मैं इस पर और नहीं कह रहा हूँ। अभी ज्यादा जरूरी है कि ऐसे ये सारे डाइवर्सिफिकेशन को हम उसमें ला सकें, लोकल लेवल पर जो वहाँ की लोकल फूड वैरायटीज हैं उनको ला सकें। गुड़ चना भी लोगों की अगर प्लेट में जाता है। हम लोग एक हेल्पलाइन चला रहे थे माल न्यूट्रिशन की, और एक महिला को हम लोगों ने जब बात की और उससे कहा कि तुम उसके खाने में जो दलिया दे रहे हो उसमें 1 चम्मच घी ऐड कर दो, और उसने 1 महीने बाद बताया कि उसका माल न्यूट्रिशन काफी कम हो गया। तो ये जो बहुत लोकल सॉल्यूशंस हैं जो अवेलेबल है, उसके साथ क्या किया जा सकता है, बिकॉज द प्रॉब्लम इज अर्जेंट, as you rightly said. There are long-term solutions available through these these varieties that are going to come in, and you know the extension system and how much time it takes, in spite of the fact that we know these are good KVKs and good extension workers. तो वो थोड़ा मुझे लगता है कि उसको बहुत differently देखने की आवश्यकता है.
No, also, I think if I add to your point, we tend to imply it. चाहे पराजुली जी बोल रहे हैं, आप बोल रहे हैं, हमारे पास stakeholders nutrition के कई हैं. When local level पे जो किसान grow कर रहा है, उसकी भी तो nutrition का सवाल है, उसका solution वो है जो आप बता रहे हैं. But then the large number of consumers, consuming society के पास तो kitchen gardening का प्रावधान नहीं है. Let it be, in cities, it is possible to have gardens on rooftop gardens, urban agriculture, focusing whatever you can do to improve your nutrition. I think that is a wider issue that public has to be made aware that there is something beyond that. Scientific community provides two kinds of solutions, very much localized and at a general. ये हुसैन जी ने जो present किया, it is to capture that national role wherever it is possible. Everything has to be combined. Anyway, this session was about putting knowledge and information together. We have been able to put up, I'm very happy that we have learned group of speakers today. Wonderful. Vishwa Parajoli ji, thank you very much. Yogesh Kumar ji, it's been great. Thank you very much indeed. Also, through this, we get to know each other. And Prashant Swanji, you are doing a wonderful job of being Secretary, Government of India. You look like more a scientist or a professor. That's very good. If somebody is like that over there, तो हम बात कर सकते हैं खुल के. तो नहीं तो बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. I still need to talk to you about organic farming. If I tell you, I've been one of the first guys to prepare the India's mission report on organic farming. And I have so many sore points to say what has gone wrong. वो मैंने नहीं बोला यहाँ पर. Then Firoz, great, you added that new dimension to our discussion. Thanks indeed, Pankaj ji. Over to you. कोई last comment देना हो, हमारी तारीफ करनी हो तो कर लें.
Sir, I should say thank you very much. Very well conducted session. All the speakers were very good presentations, and many new points came out of it. As you know, that AIU is talking on all the sustainable development goals, and we are wanting to see how higher education institutions are contributing, or they can contribute in realizing the SDGs. So this was one such session on one SDG. Similarly, we are having on all the 17 SDGs. And at the end of the 6 conferences, we'll share the report with all the speakers also, all the ministries, Niti Aayog, the United Nations, so that they can basically take advantage of the higher education system, and which can sort of accelerate the realization of the sustainable development goals. So thank you very much, sir. Thanks to you for excellently chairing the session, and thanks to all the speakers for speaking so well and to the point and very, very relevant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, my colleagues.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Wonderful to be here with you, and great.
Great. Thank you, Parajoli ji.
We can get in touch.
Yes, you are most welcome. Pantnagar welcomes all of you, colleagues, Yogesh ji, Prashant ji, and
where are you?
Thank you, Dr. Tej Pratap ji. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Parajoli, and all the speakers and the listeners.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and we are always open to, government is always open to things to debate and discuss and come out with solution for the entire nation.
We have to meet.
I invite you all panelists one by one anytime to Pantnagar. हमारे यहाँ कोई कोरोना नहीं, अंदर बड़ा green है. पंकज जी आई हुई है.
You are in Pantnagar. I didn't realize that.
I am Vice Chancellor over here.
Is Vice Chancellor Pantnagar?
Oh, would be delighted. Invite me to talk. I will be happy to.
चलो कर लेते हैं. ठीक है. So if you पंकज जी मेरे को इनका ईमेल भेज दें, मैं कल इनको इनविटेशन भेज
दूंगा. I was invited by Elon from PAU.
Rama, please इनको email भेज देना sir.
Yeah, good, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again.
Otherwise, also this session is of particular interest to me because I am also from IARI, so it's always good to.
Great.
Wonderful. Thank you. Maybe you can share the panelist. Email, so we can be in touch.
Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. Namaskar ji.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Continue.
Thank you all.
धर साहब अभी जुड़े हैं. शुक्रिया आपका. बाकी तो चले गए सारे के सारे.
Yes, Rupa, please go ahead.
Yes. On behalf of AIU and Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their deep knowledge with us. I extend a hearty thanks to the chairperson of this session, Dr. Tej Pratap, for enriching us with his knowledge and experience. Thanks to all the distinguished speakers, Mr. Bishop Parajuli, Mr. Prashant K. Swain, Dr. Yogesh Kumar, Dr. Firoz Hussain for their spectacular talks. Thank you for making excellent presentations and making this session interesting and knowledgeable. A hearty thanks also goes to Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, President AIU, for his guidance and support. Thanks to Dr. Pankaj Mittal and Dr. Ramadevi Pani for being the support system throughout. A sincere thanks to Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, for his constant support and motivation. Thanks to all the Honorable Vice Chancellors for their active participation in this session. With this, we successfully complete day one of the meet. All the sessions were indeed very thought-provoking. The knowledge shared by all the speakers have given us clear and effective learning environment. Now, the third technical session of the meet will commence tomorrow at 10 a.m. The theme for which is contribution of higher education institutions in ensuring healthy lives and well-being. All are requested to join. Thank you all once again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good night. Good night.
Namaskar. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
आलोक सर।
हाँ जी जी जी
जी लीव करें सर।
हाँ जी बताएं।
जी ठीक रहा सर आज।
बहुत अच्छा
जी जी
बहुत अच्छा रहा जो है। और कल जो है कल टाइमली हम लोग जो कर लेंगे
जी।
कल 2:30 बजे खत्म हो जाएगा।
जी जी बिल्कुल सर। जी ओके ओके थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू